This is Audible.
ISIS Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of A Shimmer of Hummingbirds, written by Steve Burrows and read by David Thorpe. The moral right of the author has been asserted. This performance is owned by ISIS Publishing Limited. Chapter 1. The cold lay across the land like a punishment. Along the lane, the grassy verges bowed with their burdens of frost, and lacy collars of ice fringed the edges of the puddles. On the far side of the lane, beyond the hedgerow, the skeleton shapes of bare trees lined the boundaries of the fields. Stands of pale grass moved uneasily beneath metallic skies. Winter was stretching its fingers over the landscape, and if it had not yet drawn them in to clench the land fully in its grasp, the time was surely near. The street lamps along the lane were already on, tiny suns shining through the grey light of the fading afternoon. Suspended in their beams, ice crystals spiralled like shards of shattered glass. From the window of a small cottage, a man watched a girl's progress along the lane. "Prospect, Erin," he said without turning. The man's shoulders were hunched slightly, as if he might be expecting a strike from the tension that seemed to hang in the room like a presence. "This could be the one." From the armchair behind the man, Erin offered no opinion. A kitten mewled around the legs of the chair, looking for an affectionate pat that wasn't forthcoming. At the window, the man's eyes tracked the girl's approach carefully. She was perhaps 18, a youngish 18 though, slightly built, with hardly an ounce of adult bulk on her delicate frame. He wondered if she was a runner, but there was no sign of well-developed muscle tone, no athletic spring in her step. Besides, it hardly mattered. Those boots she was wearing, all pointy toes and high heels, would not be much good for running over the uneven cobblestone surface of this lane. Not that he intended to give her the chance. "Yes," said the man, nodding softly to himself. His eyes flickered slightly as he watched her, the lace curtain hanging from his fingertip like a veil. He could feel the pressure building in his chest. The hair at his collar was damp with sweat, and the dryness in his mouth made it hard to swallow. Stage fright. He closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. He was surprised to find it affecting him like this. He had been over the scenario so many times in his head, but the heart holds surprises for even the most disciplined minds. And now the moment of truth was drawing close, the doubts were starting to flood in. The girl was nearer now, and he could see the wispy trail of her breath as she chatted on her phone. Distracted. Not ideal. He wanted her to know what was happening, to take it all in, to be aware of everything. His eyes moved to the greying sky beyond her, and then switched anxiously back and forth along the lane. No one. He turned his attention back to the girl, perhaps 20 meters away now, no more. If it was going to be this one, he had only a few seconds. Cap, jacket, open the door and run. Her head would spin around at the sound of his approach, just in time to see him bearing down on her. A momentary look of confusion on her face, panic, terror, and then over. He felt the pulse throbbing in his temples. This has to be done. His heart was racing. You have to do this. He pressed his fingers into his palm, feeling its dampness, but still he hesitated. "I don't know, Erin. This one? Or not?" Not. He let out a pent-up breath and withdrew his finger, letting the curtain fall back into place with a delicate shimmer. From behind his lace screen, he watched the girl pass beneath the street lamp outside, still chatting on her phone. Her breath spiraled up in the cold air, seeming to him like whispered prayers drifting up to heaven. She would never know how close she had come. It was the light. It was important, perhaps the most important thing of all. It needed to be right, and it wasn't. Not yet. The man saw the mug on the window ledge in front of him, and a bolt of alarm speared his chest. What if he had left it here, in his rush to get outside? He picked up the mug and carried it wordlessly into the kitchen. As he walked past the armchair, the kitten let out a small bleat. It looked for a moment as if it might follow the man into the kitchen, but in the end it jumped up onto Erin's lap and curled itself inside its tiny tail to go to sleep. In the kitchen, the man set the empty, unwashed mug carefully in the sink. He peered out the kitchen window, checking the narrow garden as it ran down to the boat dock. He could feel the cold winter air coming in through the neat hole in the glass panel of the door. On the far bank of the river that ran behind the cottages, a pair of mallards was hunkered down, blending into the pale, brittle reed stems. Nothing else moved. The man sat for a long time at the kitchen table, watching as the day retreated into the half-light of dusk. There was a large part of him that didn't want to do this, but something else had taken over. This has to be done. His actions were no longer his to control. You have to do this. His breathing had begun to quicken again. He steadied it, feeling the tiny droplets of moisture running down his temples. Sweat. DNA. Bad thing. He stood up quickly and walked back into the small, neat living room, now sheltering pockets of darkness in its corners. "We'll leave the lights off for now, Erin," he announced. He approached the bay window and peered through the curtains again. All the other cottages had lights on now. From outside, this one would look like a missing stone in the necklace of lighted windows that ran along the lane. The man checked his reflection in the window glass, the brown leather jacket with its soft corduroy collar, the cap tilted far enough forward to hide the plastic lining, and the greying goatee with the little horns on the moustache. He gave the beard a downward stroke with his thumb and forefinger, as if to ensure it was in place. From the corner of his eye, he caught a flicker of movement and turned quickly to see a woman walking down the lane, carefully picking her way between the puddles. Not up the lane, from the village, as he had always envisioned it, but coming from the other direction. This was wrong. Why hadn't he ever considered this? Panic started to rise within him. Pull yourself together. What did it matter? This was the one. She was taller than the other one, and slightly older, a year or two. More woman than girl, he would have said. A whisper of doubt flashed across his mind. Would she put up a fight? Try to grab him? No, he thought. The twilight, the shock, they would do their work. It would all happen the way he had planned. The woman was getting closer. He wondered where she was going. Home, after a hard day's work? To the pub, to meet her friends, or her boyfriend? It made no difference. Another 50 metres and she would be directly beneath the street lamp outside. Darkness all around, and just that tiny pool of yellow light spilling onto the pavement, like a spotlight on a stage. His mouth felt dry again, and he dragged the back of his wrist across his mouth. His right knee was bobbing up and down like a piston, resisting all his efforts to control it. He watched her approaching, closer still. She had picked up her pace slightly, hunching against the evening, as if something in her subconscious might be whispering about the dangers a quiet lane like this could hold. "Here's where I have to leave you, Erin," said the man over his shoulder, not taking his eyes off the woman outside. He stood up quickly. His heart felt like it might explode from his chest. He was finding it hard to breathe. The mantra built in his mind like the roar of an oncoming train. This has to be done. You have to do this. As the woman reached the pool of light beneath the street lamp, he ran to the front door and snatched it open. The door banged back against the wall of the cottage, but she was already looking in his direction. That primeval mechanism perhaps alerting her to danger? It was too late. The woman stared, frozen in terror, as the man sprinted toward her. Less than 5 meters now, closing the gap, no signs of slowing. She raised her hands defensively, bracing for the attack. The man exploded into her, lowering his head and smashing his cap into her face. The impact lifted the woman off her feet and sent her flailing back into the street lamp, striking her head hard against the post. Lying dazed on the ground, the woman heard rapid footfalls. She raised her head in time to see the man sprinting away down the centre of the narrow lane. His escape rang off the cobblestones until, like her assailant himself, the sound finally disappeared into the night. From behind the screen of the net curtains, the sight lines from Erin Dawes's armchair to the street lamp outside were unobstructed. The woman was still lying on the cold ground. She was sobbing softly now and starting to shiver as the shock began to seep into the places where her fear had been. But Erin didn't go to her or call out to see if she needed help. Nor did Erin reach for a telephone to ring for an ambulance or a police officer. Erin Dawes didn't respond at all. The dead never do. Chapter 2. The heat was waiting for Chief Inspector Domenic Jejeune, enveloping him in its sultry embrace as he emerged through the glass doors of the international terminal. He stood for a moment on the pavement, adjusting to the mirror-like glare of the sunshine, as he searched for a driver to guide him through the casual, yellow taxi chaos of Bogotá's El Dorado International Airport. Despite the heat, Jejeune felt a lightness that he had not known for days. The shadowy world of hedging and half-truths was behind him now, sloughed off like dead skin. He was here, in Colombia. Whatever was going to happen, whatever was waiting for him, it could all begin now. A taxi driver approached, an older man with a lined face and a crooked, world-weary smile. Before he could reach Jejeune, 2 other drivers swooped in, vying for the fare. They were younger, hungrier, and Jejeune watched as the 3 men held a spirited negotiation for the right to claim the prize as their own. His thoughts turned to 3 other people who had wrangled over his fate recently. One he should not have deceived, one he could not, and one he would not. Black Inca, Shiribikete Emerald, Green Bearded Helmet Crest, recited Lindy Hay, absently bunching the ends of her long blonde hair with a fist as she read the list once again. My God, Dom, this isn't a birding tour you're going on. It's a trip through the enchanted forest. These names alone make these birds worth travelling all the way to Colombia to see. Well, almost. She offered him a wan smile. They were standing by the bed, side by side, methodically packing his travel kit. His departure was still a couple of days away, but Lindy was not a person to leave things till the last minute. She waved the paper at him, Will you see these when you're over there, do you think? The ones on that list? Most of them. Probably. He hesitated. Perhaps. Lindy gave him a look. Another time it might have made it all the way to exasperation, but Dom was leaving soon, and she had already determined to make things as comfortable between them as possible until then. Besides, she already knew the reason for his uncertainty. It depends on how much of your trip is actually going to be about birding, you mean? Have you decided yet what you're going to tell DCS Shepherd when she asks why you've chosen to go to Columbia at this particular time? It's the dry season. Jejeune waited for Detective Chief Superintendent Colleen Shepherd to look up from her paper hunt. It makes access to remote areas easier. Perhaps even those that exist inside us. But even though the thought went unsaid, it was clear from Shepherd's expression that she suspected there was more behind Jejeune's impulsive decision than he was telling her. The DCS let herself stay occupied with hunting through the various papers on her desk. The task seemed to be a constant feature of his visits to her office these days, as if all the shuffling might give her eyes something else to do rather than looking at him. Both would tacitly acknowledge they were not enjoying the most cordial of relationships at the moment, even if neither was willing to broach the subject openly. As a result, most of their conversations now teetered on this tightrope of strained politesse, where eye contact was avoided as much as possible, and conversation carried the clipped terseness of those who would sooner move on. Nothing else going on? Shepherd straightened finally from her task and looked squarely at him. On the domestic front, I mean? Everything's okay, I trust, between you and Lindy? Jejeune managed to hide his startled look from his DCS, but not without some effort. Fine. Even to him, the answer seemed to lack the conviction he would have liked. It just seems a bit sudden, that's all. I can't imagine what that girl of yours makes of this zipping off to foreign climes to watch birds, with Christmas just around the corner. Still, I suppose she has more than enough events of her own to attend. She seems to be very much in demand these days, I must say. Every time I open a newspaper, I see something about her. Exactly. I doubt she'll even notice I've gone. Jejeune offered a smile, grateful that Shepherd's scrutiny of his motives seemed to be behind them. The DCS seemed to consider his comment. As a visiting police officer, I assume you'll be informing the Colombian authorities of your trip? Just as a courtesy, I mean. How long you plan being in their country, where you'll be going, that sort of thing? She paused for a long moment. And, of course, the reason for your visit. Bird watching. Deputy Consul Carmela Rojas made her pronouncement in a way that suggested she might have been expecting a different answer from Jejeune. Behind her, Sloane Square was enjoying a crisp, bright winter day. Sunlight danced off the woman's dazzling white blouse as it slanted in through her office window. The Deputy Consul for Legal Affairs looked up from the form she was consulting, her dark eyes searching Jejeune's face. She was about his height, though the way her straight black hair hung down her back made her seem taller. It wasn't a hairstyle Jejeune would have necessarily associated with the prosaic business of diplomatic liaison, but then he doubted Carmela Rojas would have any difficulty being taken seriously by her male colleagues. She set the form delicately on her desk, face down. It was a signal that she wouldn't need to refer to it again. Jejeune suspected she had committed the details to memory long before he received his invitation to enter her office. Rojas walked around the desk to take a seat behind it. She gestured for Jejeune to sit, and he settled opposite her. the liquid shine of the rosewood surface glistening like a pool between them. "This bird-watching tour, it is with Mas Aves." It wasn't a question. Jejeune said nothing. "May I ask why you chose to inform the Colombian authorities of this visit? You are aware that, under normal circumstances, a British subject or even a Canadian one," she flashed a smile at him, "does not need any special permission to visit Colombia." "I didn't want there to be any misunderstanding about my reasons for taking the trip." Jejeune's expression seemed to suggest they both knew choosing to visit a country where his brother was under an international extradition warrant made these anything but normal circumstances. Rojas nodded slowly. "This is perhaps wise. Although a visitor's visa is issued on arrival, as a matter of course, it is done, as you may know, at the discretion of the immigration officer. The decision would be easier for such an officer if he could be reassured that you have listed all of the areas you plan to visit, for example." She paused for a moment. "But we will come to this in a moment. I see you will be traveling alone? Your partner has no wish to accompany you to Colombia?" "You know, I would if I could." Lindy paused in the act of rolling up a lightweight shirt. "I will, if you want me to. There's still time. I could see if I could get a last-minute deal." Jejeune offered her a smile and shook his head. He took the shirt from her and tucked it into his pack. "If only it didn't have to be now," she said. "It's just so busy for me." "I know. But it does have to be now, doesn't it? Because if you miss this Mas Aves tour, it means another 6 months with no closure?" It wasn't a word Lindy used, but it was what she meant. She held onto a bottle of insect repellent as she handed it to him, so he would have to look at her. "I get it, Dom. Really, I do. You need to see it all for yourself. The locations, the birds. You need to try to understand how Damien managed to get himself into this awful situation." Lindy gave him her special look, the one designed to show empathy and support, but that could never really suppress a little shadow of doubt behind all the reassurance. "You know things will be all right? Between us, I mean." "Nothing is going to change that," she said gently. "Not what Damien did, nor the circumstances, nor anything. Whatever you find out or don't find out, we'll still be okay." But it was a question, and Jejeune had heard it as such. "Okay," he repeated unconsciously. "Are you sure you can't discuss any of this with Shepherd before you go? It might be better, in case anything happens out there." "Not now," said Jejeune. "Not yet. Maybe—" He tailed off, unsure what he meant to say next. Lindy paused and looked at him. "She'll get it, you know that. Colleen Shepherd is a very bright person. She's going to make the connection whether you spell it out for her or not." "Colombia," said Shepherd, leaving room after the word with a long pause. "And it's really that good for birds, is it?" "Over 1,900 species, more than any other country in the world," said Jejeune over brightly. "There's an incredible range of habitats, you see. Plenty of room for speciation." If he could keep the conversation out here, among the technical details, it might prevent her from venturing elsewhere with her inquiries. Jejeune felt uneasy about his manipulative methods, but Deceit by evasion seemed preferable to outright lies. To the deceiver, at least. Birds. Shepherd's tone suggested she now lumped all avian life in with the hardened criminals it was her job to deal with on a daily basis. You know Eric's off on some birding jaunt with Quentin Senior again. I swear the man sees more of him these days than I do. Eric. So that was it. Shepherd's partner was pursuing birding with all the zeal of a new convert, and she was still adjusting to his frequent absences. Not many things could have made Jejeune's request for leave to go on this trip any more difficult, but Eric's newfound love of birding was probably one. Shepherd seemed to realise she had veered into personal territory and swung the conversation back abruptly to the matter at hand. Well, if you must go, I suppose we can manage without you for a while. You are due some leave, after all. I'll put the paperwork through this afternoon. Just make sure Sergeant Moke is up to date on everything before you get on that plane. She looked down at her desk, and for a moment it seemed as if she was prepared to let the conversation end this way. But as Jejeune made his way to the door, Shepherd called out, "Domenic!" She rounded the desk and came towards him. The two of them stood awkwardly, hovering between a hug and a handshake. There should be a word for this moment, thought Jejeune. In the end, the DCS settled for a hesitant stroke of his arm, a gesture that added an unwelcome frisson of intimacy from which they both recoiled slightly. Retreating to a more formal tone, she said, "Do be careful. Try not to leave any little pieces of yourself in Colombia. I want you whole and intact on your return, just as you were." Were, he noted. Like when she first brought him on board, the high-flying golden boy, with his celebrated successes newly tucked under his belt and the carillons of national press acclaim still ringing in the air. But not as you are now, perhaps. Distracted, uncommitted, weighed down by the burden of past secrets. You make no mention of Chiribiquete National Park on your travel itinerary, said Carmela Rojas, still seated behind her exquisitely figured desk. You are aware you would need a permit to travel to this area? Her steady gaze held him for a moment. Under the circumstances, I do not think the park authorities would be prepared to issue this to you. I have no plans to visit Chiribiquete, Jejeune told her. Rojas's expensively manicured eyebrows rose slightly, and yet it is not simply for birding that you wish to visit Colombia. On this, I think we may agree? I would like a better picture of what happened, conceded Jejeune. I'm hoping someone at Mas Aves can provide some insight. Rojas inclined her head. Perhaps. But you will not find anything in these insights to help your brother. I am aware that you have an excellent reputation for uncovering evidence that others have missed. This will not happen in this case. A full and impartial investigation has already been conducted. You must accept the facts in this case, Inspector Jejeune. Your brother committed a serious crime in our country, and his actions were responsible for the deaths of 4 people. Of this, there can be no doubt. Despite her forthright manner, Rojas's expression showed compassion. The woman deserved the courtesy of as much honesty as Jejeune could give her. Of his thoughts, though, she was entitled to no part. I am willing to accept the facts in this case, stated Jejeune. But where there are gaps in the account, there are no facts to accept. Yet. She waited, matching Jejeune's silence with her own. At first, It seemed she was prepared to turn it into a contest, a battle of wills. But, finally, she placed her hands on the edge of her desk and pushed herself back slightly. "You are saddened by your brother's situation. This is understandable. I have a sister. We are very close. Amigas del alma, we say. Soulmates. I would feel the same. But your brother is a fugitive from justice in our country. An international warrant has been issued for his arrest and extradition to Colombia. We cannot permit entry to anyone who might be in a position to give any assistance to this person." Jejeune was silent. These were the terms of entry. Reassurances, the same ones he would have sought if he had been in her place. "I am not in contact with my brother," he said, "and I don't know where he is." Carmela Rojas inclined her head slightly. It was a non-committal gesture, but to Jejeune it had the feel of one that had served her well in past negotiations. "Then I am sure an affidavit to that effect will ensure the Colombian immigration authorities grant you a visitor's visa upon your arrival. Enjoy your stay in our country, Inspector Jejeune." Jejeune emerged from his reverie to find a taxi driver waiting patiently for him. It was the man who had first spotted him, the older one. His claim on the new arrival had apparently prevailed, and there was something about the thought that gave Jejeune some small sense of satisfaction, as if fairness stood a chance in this country, as if natural justice was recognized. He climbed into the little yellow vehicle and gave the driver the address of the hotel. The busy streets of Bogotá drifted by like a carnival procession, vibrant and dynamic, pulsing in the clear tropical light. Colombia. It was a long way to come for answers, especially when Domenic Jejeune did not even know yet what his questions would be. Chapter 3. Outside the window of the cottage, the cold winter light hung with menace. But it was here, in the comfortable, well-ordered interior, that the dissonance of murder charged the air. Here, within these whitewashed walls and the low, dark, timbered ceilings, and this still, silent fireplace, the emptiness lurked in the room, as if something had been removed from the atmosphere itself, now that the victim's body had been taken away. The world of Erin Dawes was still on view, in her possessions and her photographs and her furniture, but they had lost the axis on which to revolve. The objects in this room merely existed now, without context, without purpose. Though most of the decor and furnishings in the cottage were unremarkable, one item stood out. Beneath the single bay window sat the dark mass of a vintage 1950s Chubb safe. Detective Constable Lauren Salter picked up a heavy metal figurine from an occasional table beside the armchair and studied it closely. It was a striking yellow bird with black wings. On the base on the ornament, a small plaque bore a simple inscription: Norfolk Gold. Salter wondered what it had been in its former life, when Erin Dawes was still alive, to give its existence some meaning. A cherished gift? A souvenir of a happy time? Or just something Dawes had picked up for herself on a whim as she passed by, perhaps because the bright yellow colour caught her eye? Whatever it had once been, it was now merely more detritus of a life ended early. "It breaks your heart a little bit at a time, doesn't it, this job?" said Salter sadly, looking down at the figurine. "It can," said Sergeant Danny Mac quietly, "if you let it." She looked at him now, at his broad back, as he rested on his haunches, examining the steel-grey safe, an imposing, impenetrable mass. Perhaps a shell was necessary in this job, but what if it trapped too much inside you? Once, Salter had thought she might be able to overwhelm Danny Mike's protective layers, conquer them with words and kind gestures, with love. But only sadness made it beyond Mike's defences. Sadness and his Motown songs. She was beginning to accept that he was always going to remain the same protected fortress, as impenetrable as the grey safe at the far end of the room. Perhaps it was time to move on. Life was too short to wait for miracles that were never going to happen. Another wave of melancholy swept over her as she considered the figure again. We don't have birds like this out here, do we, Sarge? I've never seen one, said Mike, over his shoulder. Then I'm hardly the one to ask, am I? Salter shook her head. No. Plenty of odd-looking birds around here, but none like this, I'm sure of it. So what's this all about then, do you think? Norfolk gold? A bit of wishful thinking? Artistic licence? Or a clue? It looked like a high-quality work, collectible. Although it was weighty and solid, it would have fit into a pocket easily enough. The thing was likely worth a few quid at the local pawn shop, if not on eBay. So, why hadn't the killer taken it? A clue or not a clue? Salter wasn't even sure it mattered anymore. As she replaced the ornament, she tried to suppress a sigh, but part of it escaped anyway. If Danny Mike noticed, he gave no sign. She turned her attention to the leather wallet poking out from a handbag beside the chair. Socko had murmured about a lack of physical evidence left at this scene, but there was nothing but evidence, if only you had the wit to interpret it. A purse tucked hastily into an open handbag. Tiny shards of paper peering from the edges of closed drawers in the oak sideboard. There had been no watch or ring on the body they had taken away, although a photograph on the occasional table showed Erin Dawes wearing both. A robbery, then? A life taken for a few valuables and some small change? She looked down at Danny Mike as he remained hunched in front of the safe. I might not be able to reach your heart, Danny, but I know that will. It was just the two of them in the cottage now. The uniformed constable who had first responded to the call had long since made excuses of being needed elsewhere and sidled away. The Socko team, too, appeared to be in an uncharacteristic hurry to complete their task and escape this oppressive sadness. Even Danny had been unusually terse when they told him how long it would take to get someone to open the safe. The lamps burning inside the room did little to dispel the gloom hanging low outside the window. Perhaps it was this that had winnowed its way into Mike's mood. But perhaps it was the journey they had just made together. Salter shied involuntarily from the memory. They had driven back in silence, no music for once, from the small house, the shabby living room, where they had stood shoulder to shoulder, watching the silent pulse of disbelief, followed by the abject abandonment to sorrow, to feelings of pain and loss that would never leave the aged parents from this point on. Danny, as always, had managed to strike that balance of sympathy and strength that she knew she could never master if she delivered this news for the next 100 years. And she knew, too, that you could only find that balance with practice, with having done it so many times before, standing there and letting bereaved ones drag you into their pain, even as they drew some small support from your own strength. Lauren Salter spent most of her days wishing she could either protect Danny from the world or wrap herself in the reassurance he brought. Though she was beginning to acknowledge that neither would ever come to pass, The feelings were never as strong as when she watched him amid the devastating sadness he had chosen as his role to deliver. "Strange DCI Jejeune didn't mention we were getting a sub in," said Salter suddenly. "He said nothing before he left?" She didn't need the confirmation, merely somewhere else to direct her thoughts. It would have been strange if he had been aware of it, thought Danny. But he was fairly sure, due to its absence from the myriad instructions Jejeune had tossed his way before leaving for the airport, that the DCI had no idea someone would be coming in as a temporary replacement. Colleen Shepherd had never been shy about lighting up the stars when she had a major announcement to make, and whatever you thought about her approach, at least you usually knew what was in the offing at Saltmarsh Constabulary. But the casual way she had come alongside Danny's desk that morning to announce the impending arrival of the new officer suggested this wasn't news she intended to broadcast to a larger audience. Not yet, at least. And you had to wonder, if you were a suspicious bugger like Danny Mac, whether there might just be a reason she hadn't made the DCI privy to her plans in advance. In truth, he would have expected Shepherd to bring in a senior officer to stand in for Jejeune. That an extra body was going to be needed had been clear enough to all of them since DCS Colleen Shepherd had posted the new duty roster a couple of days before. With DCI Jejeune on his holiday, there was a large detective inspector-shaped gap at the head of the Saltmarsh Serious Crimes Investigation team. With this murder to investigate now, it could not go unfilled. "No reflection on anybody here, Sergeant," Shepherd had told Danny. "I hope you know that." Shepherd leaned over Mike's desk earnestly, treating him to the soft scent of her perfume. "It's just that the DCI's absence leaves us a little bit light to do a full and proper on this cottage murder, especially with Detective Constable Holland out on compassionate leave." Mag understood. Until recently, the words compassionate and Holland were not candidates to appear in the same sentence. Although a girl he cared for had died, Tony Holland had been back on the job a couple of days after, a little scarred, a little damaged, but determined to show the world he wouldn't be bowed by it. But Meg knew these cases. The water off a duck's back brigade. These were the ones you found one day with their heads down on their desks, faces bathed in sweat, shaking uncontrollably. It was Mike who had advised Holland to take some time off, and he was pleased the constable had, for once, listened to him. Salter was right. This job could break your heart. The trick was, every now and then, to let it. Danny heard the familiar chirrup of Salter's iPhone and turned to find her looking down at the device. "Text from the DCS. She says the new bloke is on his way over. Should be here any minute. He wants to meet us and do a run-through here at the scene. At least I found out his name. It's Laraby." Laraby? Salter misinterpreted Mike's look of surprise. "I know. It might be a bit easier to take our temporary detective inspector seriously if he didn't sound quite so much like an IKEA cabinet." "You could always call me Marvin," said a voice from the doorway. "It's what my friends would call me. If I had any, that is." Chapter 4. Laraby stood in the doorway, making no move to enter or introduce himself further. Salter took a second to assess the man temporarily drafted in to act as lead investigator in Jejeune's absence. He was perhaps a couple of decades older than the DCI, but still in good condition, trim and fit. There was an easy self-confidence about the way he held his frame, upright shoulders slightly back, as if daring the world to bring on its little assaults so he could show he was ready to deal with them. Behind him, the uniformed officer who had driven him, a lad who himself looked like he shouldn't have been driving unaccompanied, hovered uncertainly as he waited for further instructions. Laraby seemed not to notice, so Danny Make dismissed the officer with a short nod of his head. The sergeant, it appeared, would be seeing to the new DI's transportation arrangements from now on. Sergeant Make and Constable Salter? You two were first in after discovery, I understand. Their silence told Laraby he was correct. Initial impressions? He softened his demand slightly with a trailing smile. Best part sometimes. Perhaps Salter's embarrassment was heightened by Laraby's unwillingness to dwell on her faux pas. Her neck and ears still held a noticeably rosy glow. Nevertheless, it was clear she would need to go first. Danny Make was still looking as if somebody had told him the investigation was being taken over by Sherlock Holmes. Looks like a burglary gone. Salter hesitated. Wrong did not begin to cover the heartbreakingly sad scene they had encountered. We think someone broke in through the back door, expecting the place to be empty, but then found her hair, possibly asleep in the armchair. Smothered hair with a pillow and then had a riffle around. There's evidence that some personal effects have been taken, jewellery and such, and the drawers in that sideboard have been searched. TV? And electronics? Salter shook her head. It looks like whoever it was might have been disturbed before they had a chance to get them away. Laraby looked around the room. Murder in a pretty little village like this, he said, shaking his head. Doesn't seem right somehow. How did we catch it, anyway? A call from a neighbour 3 doors down. Out for a late-night stroll, she saw the door wide open and called the station. Laraby glanced across to Make as if checking whether he might have anything to add. He didn't. But he was looking at the new DI as if he might have more than a few questions of his own. This stroll? Laraby asked him. A well-established routine. Make seemed to be paying out the details reluctantly, as if suspicious of exactly what Laraby might do with the information once he had it, but his tone suggested he was comfortable enough with his earlier verification that Laraby could be too. Laraby came around behind the armchair and hunched slightly, following the line of sight. The dark mass of the safe beneath the window was in direct view. Killed here? There was a beat of silence between the men, which Salter felt compelled to fill. It looks like the location of the suffocation. Forensic confirmation pending. We found a pillow on the floor by the chair. No signs of a struggle. Mind you, a high chair back like that, an approach from behind. If the killer got a good hold, it would be difficult to put up much of a fight. The DI nodded without speaking. So, what do we know about our victim? Still, Mike seemed reluctant to answer any inquiries not specifically directed his way. Again, Salter stepped in. Erin Dawes, 38, owner and sole occupant of the property. She's lived in this village all her life, went off to university, bought this place when she came back, and she's been here ever since. Never married, no kids. Laraby picked up a photo from the table. This her? He considered the photo for a long time and was still looking down at it when he spoke. Good-looking woman, but never married. Anything in that, I wonder? Other than she had some common sense? Divorcee, Laraby's smile seemed to say. But there was more irony than bitterness in the constable's response now. If she wasn't completely over the breakup, she was well on her way. Not much of a social life at all that we can see, continued Salter. About the only thing we could find was an investment group called the Ivy League. Ivy League, like those American universities? In a way, the same derivation of the name. IV, 4 in Roman numerals. This lot actually spelled it IV, though. But there's no meetings in her diary for the past couple of months, so either she left or they've disbanded. Let's find out which, shall we? Laraby nodded and moved to set the photograph down on a small side table draped in a floor-length floral cloth. The sound seemed so perfectly coordinated to the inspector's actions that at first they all assumed it was the squeak of a loose table leg. But a faint movement of the cloth caused Laraby to bend down. He fished beneath the hem for a few moments and emerged with a tiny kitten in his hand. He held it up to eye level, the squirming form dwarfed by his hand. Laraby didn't look happy, but to his credit, he didn't take it out on the animal. "Looks like it's starving," he said. "See if there's any milk in the fridge, will you, Constable?" "Milk's no good," Salter told him with authority. "It'll want water." He handed the kitten off to Salter and watched her disappear into the kitchen with it before turning on Mike. "I thought Socko had done a sweep of this place." The tenor of the statement was unmistakable. "There's a cat door in the kitchen," said Mike evenly. "I imagine the kitten was outside when they were here and came in after they left. They wouldn't have missed it. The Socko crew are a bright bunch. They know what they're doing." Laraby nodded to himself slightly. The legendary loyalty of Danny Mike, unwilling to let anybody take any liberties with the Socko team's reputation, even in their absence. Laraby considered the hulking form, now turned slightly away from him in examination of something else in the room. "I'll bet I could enjoy working with you, Sergeant Mike," he thought. Laraby pointed to the figurine of the bird on the small table beside the chair. "This lot has all been dusted by those Mensa members from Socko, I take it?" He hefted the figurine and distractedly tapped it against the cupped palm of his other hand as he gazed around the room. Mike's eyes followed the metronomic rise and fall of the yellow and black bird. Laraby looked at the safe. "That's a formidable piece of hardware for any domestic dwelling. Any reason this woman would need a £600 safe in a quaint country cottage like this?" Salter answered from the kitchen doorway. "She was an accountant, sir." She added the title as an afterthought, but Laraby either didn't notice or didn't mind. "She did a couple of on-site jobs at local companies, a half-day here and there, but mostly she worked from home." Took it seriously by the look of things. He pointed to the kitchen. "Point of entry?" he asked. Mike nodded and followed the DI into the other room. For a moment the two men stood shoulder to shoulder, peering intently at the hole in the glass panel in the kitchen door. "What do you reckon on that kitten, Constable?" asked Laraby finally, without turning round. "Can we find it a good home?" "I can try." He nodded absently. "There was a mug, I understand, in that sink over there. You said there was no sign of a struggle. Any evidence of a sedative?" Mike was still staring at the weed-lined path beyond the back door. "No, but there was recoverable DNA on the mug." He turned, so his look found Laraby. "The Socko team has already sent it for analysis," he said. "Results should be back within a couple of days." Laraby raised his eyebrows in what might have been admiration. He gave another short smile and returned to the living room. Mike and Salter trailed after him, leaving the kitten in the kitchen to lap at the saucer of water she had set down. "DCS Shepherd tells me the ME's already finished his preliminary examination of the body. Any signs of recent injuries? Cuts or bruises? Burns? Broken bones?" "Nothing at all. She seemed to be in very good health. A couple of tattoos, not gang, not military. We checked just in case, but they weren't in our database. Laraby pulled a face. Be easier these days to have a database of people who don't have a tattoo. He stroked his chin with his fingers. So, the safe is in plain sight. The intruder must know any valuables are going to be in there. Yet there's nothing on the body to suggest any attempts at coercion or torture. Why kill the woman without at least even trying to get the combination from her? I can well imagine they're not the most sophisticated bunch of villains you'll ever find, out here in a picturesque little spot like this, but still. Salter flashed a look at Meg. What the hell was Laraby on about? Killers made illogical choices all the time. Panic, fear, a loud noise outside. There were any number of reasons why he might have killed her if he didn't have the luxury of time. He was just a bit too full of himself, this bloke, with his picturesque this and his quaint that and his pretty the other. How many ways was he going to find to tell them he thought they were just bumbling village coppers whiling away their time in some picture postcard irrelevance out on the edge of nowhere? She searched out Danny Make's eyes for some sort of agreement, but Laraby hadn't finished speaking yet. That bolt is up high on the kitchen door. Very odd place for it. I don't remember seeing one in that position before, and yet there was just the single hole cut in the glass right next to it. He shook his head. I despair sometimes the luck these villains have. Why can't nice coppers like us get breaks like that? Laraby thought for a moment and turned to Mike. It's a problem, isn't it, Sergeant? Do you want to tell the good constable here what it means, or am I still being put through my paces? Mike looked at Salter. Whoever cut the hole knew where to find the bolt. It suggests they'd been here before. Laraby nodded. But expecting there to be valuables hanging about when there's a perfectly good safe in here? Now that suggests otherwise. Laraby leaned back slightly and slid his hands into his trouser pockets. He looked at Salter. You see my point. She did now. Deliberately or not, somebody was sending mixed signals, and that meant investigating the murder of Erin Dawes was not going to be anywhere near as straightforward as it had once seemed. Chapter 5. Jejeune stood on the pavement outside his hotel and watched his taxi disappear into the miasma of traffic. The heat was building, and there was a steady bustle of activity on the streets as people hurried to get their tasks completed before the warmest part of the day arrived. Soon, things would slow to walking pace as Bogota drifted towards its afternoon somnolence. The city would wait for the heat to lift once again from the mountain-rimmed plain with the advent of evening. After checking in, Jejeune hefted his pack with one hand and ducked into the darkened, air-conditioned bar off the hotel lobby. He ordered a coffee and settled on a stool in the far corner, a place to observe unobserved. On the other side of the room, a man was leaning forward in a low-slung wicker chair, forearms resting on his knees. His dark hair was slicked back, framing a lean face with strong, defined features. The seats facing him were all occupied by people leaning in to listen. The man was addressing the group casually, making sure he engaged each of them in turn, a man giving instructions he expected to be followed. He was about Jejeune's age and build, but he had the raw muscularity and weathered features of a man who spent his days outdoors. The tanned arms, showing beneath his short-sleeved khaki shirt, hinted at special toning. Martial arts training, perhaps. The man had registered Jejeune's entrance, and he turned to look at him now. There was no hostility in his gaze, only a deep, intense interest. He was not wondering why Jejeune had come to Colombia, or why he had chosen this tour company. He thought he knew. But did he? Even Jejeune wasn't entirely sure himself. There was more to it than just the need to be here, as Lindy said, to see it all for himself, so he could understand somehow the heartbreaking truth of his brother's predicament. Whatever you find, or don't. This country had been on his radar since his earliest days of birding. Part of him wanted to believe that he might be able to immerse himself in this birding tour, to experience the joy of it as the other participants undoubtedly would. But perhaps that, too, was just the shadowy wish of a mind awash with whispered questions and travel fatigue. Jejeune raised his coffee cup in a small gesture of acknowledgement, but neither man made any effort to close the gap between them. The detective regretted slightly that he had lost the opportunity to study Armando Perea unobserved, to note his tells, the little giveaways in his gestures and habits. For reasons he couldn't have explained, Jejeune had a sense that any advantage he could gain over the man who was going to be his guide for the next few days was going to be important. With a final nod in Perea's direction, Jejeune drained his coffee, picked up his pack, and headed up to his room. Emptying out his pockets, he took out a crumpled sheet of paper and stared at it. The bird list, in Lindy's handwriting. A few scribbled words that had made this trip possible because of the assurance it had allowed him to give Deputy Consul Rojas. I am not in contact with my brother. I don't know where he is. His mind drifted to the cliff-top path beside their cottage, a safe, quiet place to let his swirling thoughts return to normal. It was the only written communication he could ever remember that had left him literally speechless. He had looked at the sheet of paper for a long time out there, with the winds buffeting him, threatening to tear the precious note from his grasp and send it floating out over the sea. It wouldn't have mattered, because by then he knew the contents by heart. Black Inca, Chiribiquete Emerald, green-bearded helmet crest, and 2 other names. Hummingbirds, he knew now, endemic to Colombia, found nowhere else in the world. At the time, their significance was not clear to him. But as a message, even then, the words had meant everything. They were a response to a statement blurted out in frustration a few days before. If I even knew Damien's list of target species on the trip, that might tell me something. It did. The list told him that Lindy had found a way to ask his brother, that she knew somehow how to reach him. Even now he marvelled at Lindy's guile in revealing it to him, because, inevitably, as soon as you received a list like this, your mind was going to be flooded with questions about how and when and where. But if Lindy had thrust the list into your hand just as she was leaving, popping out to the shops for a bit, and had also, for the first time in living memory, left her phone behind, well then, you might find yourself with time to reconsider exactly what you wanted to ask. Because you might realize, as you peered out over the sea and the keening wind made your eyes water, that not knowing would allow you to keep a gossamer-thin veil of deniability. So you could look into the eyes of your DCS if she asked, or those of a deputy consul like Carmela Rojas, and be able to tell them honestly that you didn't know where your brother was, that you were not in contact with him. So when Lindy returned, wearing that faint pirate smile that told him she was prepared to keep any secrets he allowed her to, all he could do was cup her face in his hands with a tenderness even he was surprised he possessed, and draw her in for a long, silent hug that could have gone on forever. Jejeune checked his watch, then took out his phone. The familiar voice answered on the second ring. "You got there okay, then?" said Lindy, in that jaunty tone she seemed to reserve exclusively for him. "So what's Bogota like?" "Thriving. There's new building going on everywhere. Roads, services, office blocks." Domenic strode to the window as they chatted and looked down onto the street below. Crowds of people gathered amongst the bodegas and the traffic, conversing, trading, negotiating, the beating heart of human interactions. There's a great enthusiasm about it all, too. Like the country is heading in a new direction and everybody's buying in. Sounds terrific. How was your flight? The conversation moved on to this and then the weather. Jejeune countering Lindy's description of the cold and dreary North Norfolk winter with an account of the bright, sunny cityscape he now found himself looking out over. It was communication, nothing more. Holding hands across the vast expanses of the globe that separated them. "Met anyone interesting?" asked Lindy. Jejeune could hear the uneven breathing patterns as she moved around the house, sorting through mail, folding clothes, putting away dishes, all with her phone resting on her shoulder, clamped into place by her cricked neck. "I saw the tour leader, but we haven't spoken yet. How about you? Any new men in your life?" "Tons," Lindy told him. In fact, even today there was some geezer with a shaved head and an interesting line in neck art hanging around outside the office. If he's there again tomorrow, I'm going to ask Eric if he wants me to interview him for a feature on prison tats." "I meant at your events. Old flames?" The circuit, they were calling it. The steady round of appearances that had come her way since winning a prestigious National Journalism Award. In the beginning, Domenic had accompanied her, but he had cut an increasingly isolated figure on the periphery of her circle as she reconnected with colleagues from earlier in her journalism career. Though she denied it vehemently, they both knew she would enjoy her time much more without the distraction of having to flash solicitous glances his way every 5 minutes. So he had started finding himself unavailable when her appearances came up, until he had finally stopped attending them altogether. "I really do wish I could have been there with you," said Lindy. "There's just something so enchanting about that part of the world. No wonder all the great magic realist writers come from Latin America. Marquez, Allende, Usla Pietri. You better be careful, Inspector Jejeune. Strange and wonderful things can happen in the world of magic realism." "Like you becoming a birder, you mean?" "You're confusing magic realism with fantasy, darling. And that's one fantasy of yours that just ain't a-happening." Lindy's frivolity seemed to give way suddenly, and there was a beat of uneasy silence. "Danny Make dropped by," she said finally. "He said he just wanted to check I was okay, see whether I needed anything." That was nice. Not to mention unexpected. She may as well say it. She knew Domenic would be thinking it anyway, and he would be waiting for an explanation. It took a whole side of a Motown Chartbusters album before Danny got around to telling me the reason for his visit. An entire side, she repeated for emphasis. Broken hearts, betrayals, unrequited love. Those poor Motown singers didn't have much luck in the old romance department, did they? Jejeune waited. "This case," said Lindy carefully. "The lady who was found murdered in one of those cottages that back onto the river. Colleen Shepherd has brought somebody in to handle it." Jejeune still said nothing. "It's Marvin Laraby." In the street below, the stream of life continued to flow. People wandered back and forth, interacting, touching other people's lives, perhaps once, perhaps as a daily ritual. But Domenic Jejeune's mind was not on them. It was moving back into the past, ahead to what this news might mean for the future, his future. Lindy's voice jolted him back to the present. "Are you still there?" "I don't think you can read anything into this, Dom. As Danny understands it, Laraby just happened to be available. As soon as you get back, he'll be given the old heave-ho, and everything will be as you were. I just thought you should know, that's all." Lindy hadn't said she thought he would like to know. A good journalist chose her words carefully. "It's okay," said Jejeune easily. "Like you said, by the time I get back, Laraby will probably have the case wrapped up and be on his way. Whatever else he might be, Marvin Laraby is a very good detective." There was another beat of silence as Lindy digested this, or perhaps listened for something else. "Listen," said Jejeune finally. "If it's okay, I'm going to get going. I want to have a shower and get some food. I've got some studying to do. The birds of Columbia await, and I want to be primed and ready to seek them out." Lindy let the phone rest in her hand a long time after Jejeune ended the call. He was good at a lot of things, Domenic, but false levity wasn't one of them. The birds of Columbia might be awaiting him, but she knew he was likely to be considerably less primed and ready to seek them out now he knew Marvin Laraby had just re-entered his life. Chapter 6. Marvin Laraby stood at the front of the incident room in Saltmarsh police station, tall and straight-backed. He had his hands in the pockets of his suit trousers, flaring his jacket back behind him like a small cape. He held his head back slightly as he stared out over the assembled officers. A man who enjoyed looking life in the eye, the posture said. It added to an overall attitude that told you he had probably already faced most of the things you were likely to encounter in the course of your career, and you could trust him to steer you right when you needed him to. "Now, I can appreciate you're all used to working under the watchful eyes of the media whenever there's a high-profile case in this part of the world." He paused a moment. "There's a lot to be said for that. Every time the DCS is required to brief the Directorate of Public Affairs for a press release, that's another opportunity to shine a spotlight on a case, another chance that a member of the public will come forward with useful information. But I might as well tell you right off, I don't seem to attract that kind of media attention myself." There was a faint glimmer of something in his deep-set eyes, though he didn't allow it to reach his face. "So what I do instead is make sure the little bits get done properly. Checking alibis, verifying details, interviewing witnesses. Bit of a nuisance, I know, all that note-taking and not very flash. But the thing is, in most of the cases I've worked, and in all of the big ones, getting a result has depended on it. No magic, no clairvoyance, no intellectual gymnastics, just people doing their jobs properly. So, while it'll be a bit of a change of pace for the next little while, if you're as good as the DCS tells me you are, I'm sure none of you will have much trouble adjusting." Laraby paused and looked around the room, waiting for someone to contradict him. No one did. From the open doorway, DCS Shepherd nodded appreciatively. There were a lot of ways to get the opening gambit of a temporary assignment wrong. Striking a tone that found the sweet spot between authority and approachability was a rare skill. The way he seemed to have instantly struck a rapport with the troops went some way towards helping Shepherd understand why D.I. Marvin Laraby was in the running for promotion to DCI the next time an opening came up. The sound of Laraby clapping his hands together echoed round the room, Right, let's get to it then. So, how do you want to go about this? I tell you what I think, you tell me where I'm wrong, and we take it from there. Sergeant Mike usually leads us through the briefing, Salter said, looking around the room as if for confirmation. Mike had readied himself to stand when he caught sight of Laraby's upraised palm. Why don't you do it, Constable? You were at the scene both times. You've done the backgrounds. I'm sure the sergeant wouldn't mind you taking centre stage for once. Besides, female victim, a female officer's perspective on this can't hurt. He flashed a flat grin that came to rest in an empty space somewhere between himself and Danny. Salter flickered an uncertain glance at Mike and then at Shepherd. Mike was impassive, but the DCS eased herself up off the door jamb. Why not, Constable? After all, for once we seem to have a viable line of inquiry. Laraby nodded. On the face of it. Shepherd's expression suggested she might have preferred something a bit more unequivocal from Laraby. But, given the normal lack of any sort of input from Domenic Jejeune at these briefings, she undoubtedly looked upon Laraby's contribution as something of a bonus anyway. Salter ran over the findings as she had related them to Laraby in the cottage the day before. She ended on a hesitant note that had both Laraby and Shepherd looking at her. There was a figurine in the room. A yellow bird with black wings. It looks expensive, but the killer didn't bother with it. She paused and looked around a little. The thing is, the plaque said the bird was from Norfolk, but I'm pretty sure it isn't. She shrugged. It's probably nothing but... But they had been taught to look at probably nothings before, especially ones concerning birds. Oh, I can't see that it's worth a formal line of inquiry. Shepherd surveyed the room briefly to see if anyone had a different opinion. But if you wanted to have a look at it, I'm sure nobody would object. She turned to Laraby. Anything come of that lead you called me about on your way to the site? Something about cat hairs on the victim's clothing? Laraby shook his head and cast a significant glance at Mike. That's gone down the crapper, I'm afraid. A slight pulse of unease passed through the room, and Laraby inclined his head slightly. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. It'll take me a bit of time to get used to the genteel ways of the countryside. But it was not the vernacular that had them off kilter. The Socko team hadn't given him the information about the cat hairs, so if he knew about them on his way out to the site, that left Mansfield Jones. But the Saltmarsh forensic medical examiner was notoriously cagey about releasing information until he had concluded his findings. Whether Laraby had obtained these early details through intimidation or persuasion, it was an impressive feat for someone who had only just got his highly polished brogues under Jejeune's desk. OK, let's look at our victim's doors. That armchair she was found in. It was all set up to watch the goings-on of the world outside. Any chance she nosed in on something that might have got her in trouble? I've heard about these seaside villages. All sorts of naughtiness going on behind the curtains. Anything to suggest she made a habit of knowing what her neighbours were up to? Any disputes on file? Salter shook her head. Nothing at all. Her indoors seems to have been a polite neighbour who mostly kept to herself. Quiet, unassuming. Good job she didn't live in her parents' basement, or I might have been looking at her as a serial killer with a profile like that, said Laraby. How about her work? She was an accountant. Could she have uncovered some dodgy financials belonging to one of her clients? Once again, there was an uneasy shifting in the room. Shepherd watched with interest as the swell of discomfort drifted in Salter's direction. The constable was the one who seemed to have all the rapport with the new DI. It was going to be up to her to voice their misgivings. "So, you don't think the motive was burglary, sir?" Laraby's expression suggested it might be a bit early in the proceedings to be telling them what he thought. "This investment group she was a part of, what do we know about them?" Mike asked. Salter looked uncomfortable at this reversal of roles, this running the show, while Danny Make stayed on the sidelines and asked questions. She consulted her notes, though nobody really believed she needed to. "It appears the Ivy League was formed to purchase shares in a tech sector company called the Pickerfloor Project. It's a fairly new enterprise, but it seems..."
That was quite a lot of food for thought. Time for a short pause. Let the music soothe you and we'll be right back with more.
Classic Fanta vibe. Refreshing and alive, but making it so fine is the purpose to this line. Bubbles dance and play, chasing thirst away. Yeah, in the grand design, is there more to find? In every fizz and pour, a question at its core. Fantical night with steep light.
Doing very well. 3 of the Ivy League members contributed £50,000 each, and the 4th contributed land of equivalent value. Land? What for? Both Shepherd and Make looked like they were ready to pounce, but Laraby was first in with the question. "No idea, but the payments were used to buy options on £200,000 worth of shares in Pickerfloor at very preferential rates." We should have a word with other investors in this Ivy League," said Laraby decisively. "Do we know who else was in the group?" "Gerald Moncrief, Amelia Wellborn, and Robin Oakes. All 3 are local." Danny Make had a formidable stare when he chose to use it. This new man's was something different, softer, and yet at the same time equally compelling. It held enough inquiry to have Salter faltering slightly. "It seems like a bit of an odd mix, that's all. They're all members of what you might call the local landed gentry. Well-to-do. Upper class, if I'm being honest. Sergeant Make thought it might be something worth looking at," completed Make. "It's heady company for an accountant from a modest background." Laraby nodded thoughtfully. "I assume Dawes is the one who contributed the land in lieu of the funds?" "No, sir," said Salter. "It was Robin Oakes. Erin Dawes appears to have paid in the 50,000 along with Wellborn and Moncrief." Laraby's expression showed interest as well as surprise. "OK, the sergeant and I will go to see what this Robin Oakes's land contribution is all about. In the meantime, let's get full backgrounds on all the principals. And listen, one more thing. Any result we get on this is going to belong to each and every one of us in this room, no matter where the final breaks come from. So, let's work together, yeah? Make sure you share everything. Make sure everybody is in the know with what you're doing, what you're thinking, where you're taking your investigations." Shepherd watched Laraby from the doorway as he gathered up his notes and walked over to consult with Make prior to them heading out. Leading from the rear, they called it, showing them he didn't mind being in the shadows as long as they got the result they were looking for. Even in the short time he had been there, it was clear to the others that Laraby was one of them. It was no wonder so many top brass still considered working one's way up through the ranks to be the preferred method of reaching the senior levels. Unless, of course, you had the helpful hand of the Home Secretary to guide your progress. She smiled to herself. She was being a bit unfair to Jejeune. He certainly had his own talents, and if she suspected that, even at this early stage, Laraby might win the People's Choice Award, Domenic possessed detective abilities that were, as far as she was aware, unmatched anywhere in the police service. And since policing was not now, and never had been, a popularity contest, she knew where her own preferences lay. But it had been an impressive debut, nevertheless, and if Marvin Laraby's results matched his performance today, he would certainly be one to watch. Chapter 7. The sweep of the encircling mountains was barely visible through the early morning haze, a signal that, if the temperature was pleasant enough now, another warm day awaited the residents of Bogota. Domenic Jejeune sat on the rooftop terrace of his hotel, looking out over the haphazard tapestry of tiles and corrugated sheets that made up the roofscape of the city. Here and there, the canopy of a green tree pushed up through the mass like a weed through a patch of concrete. Below him, the city was slowly awakening, but the noise levels were still muted, and from somewhere an unfamiliar bird call drifted up to him. Unfamiliar? These birds, this place. Unfamiliar, too, was this feeling of impulsiveness, of acting without really understanding his motives. He wondered where it might lead. Jejeune took a slow sip of his coffee and watched the eared doves effortlessly riding the updrafts. All around the perimeter of the terrace, plants Lindy struggled to nurture in tiny pots at home spilled from terracotta planters in luxurious abundance. At a table on the far side, the other 6 birders Jejeune had seen in the bar the previous evening were enjoying an animated discussion. They were from Barcelona, and although they had made friendly gestures to him as they passed, the gravitational pull of their mother tongue drew them inevitably towards each other's company. Armando was at the head of the table, his back to Jejeune. From here, the detective could see the colourful web of tattoos that spiralled up the guide's arms. Jejeune thought about Lindy and her tattooed man. He remembered the moment of her return to the cottage, how delicate and fragile her body felt, like a bird's egg, as he enfolded her in his embrace. He was a long way away, and the world was filled with such dangerous and unpredictable things. Lindy was bright and resourceful, but she was also effortlessly beautiful and appealing. It wasn't difficult to imagine her attracting the wrong kind of attention. He felt the urge to protect her well up in him. But protect her from what? A hand on his shoulder startled him from his thoughts, and he heard a low voice behind him close to his ear. "Hey, mister, you want buy some Colombian product? Very good, very strong." The pathetic predictability of the approach caused a wave of despair to rise in Jejeune. He was disappointed too. Colombians were fully aware of their country's reputation, and everything he had read suggested the citizens were diligent and alert for behaviour that reinforced such negative stereotypes. He turned to decline with a suitably regretful smile, but his expression morphed into one of shock as he looked at the speaker. "I knew you'd find suitable employment one day," he said with a delighted smile. "That'd be a no, then?" asked Juan Traz Perez, setting his coffee cup on the table and settling into the chair across from Dominic's. "What are you doing here?" asked Jejeune warily as he sat. As delighted as he was to see his old college friend, he had already rejected the idea that this was a chance meeting. Met anyone interesting? Lindy, he said. Traz looked sheepish. She told me you were coming here, and I thought it was about time I did some birding in Colombia myself. Lots of endemics down here. Besides, I've heard your attempts at Spanish before. How far are you going to get around here, telling the waiters they've got a grassy ass every time they bring you a beer? Lindy asked you to look after me. Traz nodded solemnly. She's paying me $200 a day plus expenses. I got the rape from the Rockford files, he said, conjuring memories of the detective series, whose reruns, along with pizza and beer, had been a staple of Friday nights in the two men's college dorm. In lieu of a response, Jejeune tipped his ear towards the same unfamiliar call as before. Great thrush, said Traz, sipping his coffee. Better learn that one in a hurry. You'll be hearing a lot of it. He nodded at the Field Guide to the Birds of Colombia on the table in front of Jejeune. You're going to need something better than that first edition, too. Luckily, I'm the kind of friend who thinks about such things. I picked you up a brand new copy of the second ed. He paused and looked at Jejeune significantly. Of course, all this presupposes that you are actually down here for the birding. Jejeune looked at his good friend across the top of his coffee cup. Domenic Jejeune was not inclined to deceive Traz, but it would have been a waste of time in this case anyway. The man across from him could read him as well as anyone he had ever known, Lindy included. Your name, this country, this tour company? You don't need to be Jim Rockford to work this one out, JJ. Nobody is going to think this is a coincidence. Traz reverted easily to Jejeune's college nickname, as if the years had simply fallen away. I don't know what you're hoping to find, but everybody will know this trip is not just about the birds. It is for now, said Jejeune simply. What else did Lindy tell you? She said if you wear black socks with shorts and sandals, I have her permission to shoot you. Traz looked directly at his friend, his dark eyes unblinking. He let his gaze rest on him. There are places neither of us want this conversation to go, it seemed to say. But I'll tell you if you ask. Domenic returned Traz's stare. He knew once he had crossed the threshold of knowledge he could never go back. He chose to stay in his illusory state of denial for the moment, at least. He let his eyes drop, and then raised them again, quickly at the sound of a scraping chair. May we join you? The man was older than Jejeune by a generation. His grey hair was swept back neatly from his forehead, and almond eyes sparkled from behind large steel-rimmed glasses that seemed to suit his slightly fleshy features perfectly. I'm Carl Walden. The hand he extended was soft and perfectly manicured. Traz stirred to rise, and Jejeune was surprised at the excessive courtesy until he caught sight of the woman standing behind Walden. This is Dorothea, said Walden, looking at the woman as if for permission to introduce her. My daughter. I have been Thea to everyone but my father since I was about 15. She said pleasantly, shaking hands. She looked to be in her late 20s. Her pale khaki outfit was simple and unflattering, but Thea Walden carried her lithe body with confidence. Her face was framed with long black hair that hung straight to her shoulders. She had higher cheekbones than her father and more attractive angular features, but she had inherited the older man's eyes, deep-set and almond-shaped. Traz smiled gallantly as he wheeled a chair around for her to sit in, and Thea responded with a warm, open smile of the kind which Colombians seem to have a never-ending supply. She wore no jewellery or makeup, but she seemed to be having no trouble holding Traz's attention anyway. I'm guessing you must be Inspector Jejeune, the police detective I was told would be joining us. Walden offered a pleasant smile along with the inquiry. Domenic, said Jejeune easily. And I'm Juan Perez, better known as Traz. He didn't seem to particularly care whether Walden caught this information. It wasn't offered in his direction. Traz passed a hand lightly over his hair, but he needn't have bothered. From his neatly arranged hairstyle to the out-of-the-box freshness of his tan shirt, Jejeune's notoriously tidy friend had lost none of his panache despite the building Colombian heat. "Your name is Spanish, but you are not?" "I live in St. Lucia now, but I grew up in Canada." "You two are friends, then?" Taya looked between the two foreigners. "We just met," said Jejeune quickly. If Traz was right in suggesting that the tour company might suspect his motives for being here, it seemed important that they knew he had come here alone. If he had not come to cause trouble, he would have no need to bring reinforcements. "It must be nice to have a daughter who shares your interest in birding." This time, Traz had directed the comment to Walden, but it was Taya who responded. "We went out quite often when I was young, but we haven't been birding together for a long time."
"My daughter is recovering from a bad experience," said Walden gravely. "I'm hoping this will be a time of healing for her."
Taya gave a light laugh and rolled her eyes theatrically. "He makes it sound like a traffic accident. It was a breakup, a long-term relationship." She dismissed the subject with a wave of her hand. "I believe he just wanted an excuse to bring me on this trip."
"The truth is, we don't get to spend as much time together these days as I would like," said Walden. "Dorothea and her mother live here year-round, but I have to split my time between Bogota and my practice in Tucson, Arizona. But we both have good memories of the birding trips we used to take, so I thought we should use this time for a little bonding."
Taya cast her eyes demurely towards her lap, and Walden seemed to pick up on her discomfort.
"Anyway," he said, "enough about us. This is your first time in Colombia, I'm guessing. How come you chose Mas Aves for your tour? I didn't think the company was that well known in the UK."
"I heard about it from someone," said Jejeune simply. There was silence as he stared at Walden, trying to turn his look into one of nonchalance and not quite succeeding. Traz picked up on his friend's unease and stepped in. "For me, it was the website. It's very well done. Everything laid out nice and clear. Comprehensive reports on all the reserves."
"It's a pity you don't read Spanish," said Walden. "Some of the trip descriptions on there are wonderful, almost like poetry. I told them they should put English translations on there. It might attract more foreign birders."
Taya had turned her attention to Jejeune. She seemed to be regarding him with a particular interest, playing her eyes over his features, almost as if she was looking for something. Traz was fairly sure his friend wouldn't be interested, but he was taking no chances. "The inspector here was just telling me about his girlfriend. She's a journalist. What was her name? Lois something?" asked Traz wide-eyed. "Lane, was it?" "Her name's Lindy," said Jejeune, avoiding eye contact with Traz. "She would have liked to see Colombia, but she's very busy at the moment. She won an award, and she's very much in demand these days."
"It's interesting you should both choose careers that are concerned with revealing the truth,"
said Walden, fixing Jejeune with another of his inquiring looks.
"I imagine it makes for some interesting discussions at the dinner table. Which techniques work, which don't."
There was something about the direct nature of the question that troubled Jejeune, but he was spared the need to respond by the trilling of Walden's phone. The older man pulled a face as he looked at the screen.
If you'll excuse me, I have to take this."
He stood up and walked away to lean on the wall of the terrace, gazing out over the city as he conducted his call. "Work," said Taya, watching him leave. "Always work." A good-natured uproar swelled at the far table. Armando was holding court, and the Spanish contingent was in his thrall. Taya flashed the group a look. "Much of this tour will be conducted in Spanish, I imagine. But you two don't have to worry. Armando's English is excellent, and I'll be happy to fill in anything he misses out." "That would be terrific," said Traz. "I'll make sure I stay close by just in case I need to ask you something." It was the second time in as many minutes he had allowed Taya's misunderstanding to pass uncorrected. Jejeune didn't know why his friend was choosing to remain silent about his ability to speak Spanish, but he was certain it was a conscious decision. Walden returned to the table, but he did not sit.
"My apologies. Taya and I have to leave, but tomorrow is a free day for us. If you have no other plans, perhaps you will allow us to take you to a place called Casa de Colibríes. I think you might enjoy it."
Jejeune's input was apparently not required. Traz accepted enthusiastically on their behalf and sealed the deal with a formal handshake to both. Jejeune followed suit, but he was silent as he watched the couple walk across the terracotta tiles towards the lift. He leaned on the low wall of the terrace for a moment and looked down. On the streets below, Colombians were negotiating their way through another roiling, chaotic colour fest of a day. They were so comfortable with the intimacy of reduced personal space, with the physical contact of hands on shoulders, on forearms, but they guarded their inner lives carefully. Perhaps it was this dissonance between the cultures, the contrast between this Latin reserve and Carl Walden's American openness. All Dominic knew for sure was that he spent his career looking for human behaviour that didn't quite fit, and the encounter he had just had with Carl Walden had set those tripwires trembling. Chapter 8. A wispy trail of white steam drifted up from the front of Mike's Mini as it idled in the forecourt of the bed and breakfast. Mike had smiled slightly when he had been given the address, the Birders' Roost. He rolled down the window, allowing the crisp coldness of the morning air to swirl in. The soft harmonies of the Four Tops drifted up to him from the speakers. Laraby came down the steps at exactly 8 o'clock. The old soldier in Danny appreciated the other man's punctuality and the sharp neatness of his appearance.
"It's like a house of horrors in there,"
said the DI as he squeezed himself into the Mini. "Stuffed birds under glass domes, pictures of them all over the walls. Even the rooms are named after birds. I'm in the Dotterel suite. What the bloody hell's a Dotterel anyway?"
"It's a shorebird, a fairly uncommon one for these parts."
There was a glimmer of amusement in Laraby's expression as he turned to look at Mac.
"Got you caught up with his birding nonsense, has he?"
"Not exactly," said Mike shortly as he eased the Mini away. But if Laraby was anticipating more details about Mike's half-hour wait on a blustery clifftop while Jejeune tracked the small group of birds back and forth along the shoreline, he was in for disappointment.
"So, what can you tell me about this Robin Oakes?"
asked Laraby, leaning forward to turn down the music slightly and earning a sidelong glance from Mike for his efforts. Mike shrugged easily.
"The family has been a part of the North Norfolk landscape for centuries, but the last couple of generations have lived overseas. America. They have some strong ties over there, apparently. Over the years, they've sold off most of the estate, so there's not much left now, a few hundred acres at most. The old manor house and outbuildings were all destroyed by a fire in the 60s and never rebuilt. When Oakes inherited the property a few years back, he decided to return to the UK. He moved into the gatehouse, the only building still standing, and he's lived there ever since. It matches the persona he seems to have chosen for himself. Flamboyant, nonconformist, slightly off the grid. A 50-year-old playboy. said Laraby sourly. I'm starting to love this bloke already. Does he have an actual job? No, he's highly rated as a photographer. Exhibition quality, showings, galleries, that sort of thing. Leads the lifestyle to go with it. A string of celebrity relationships seen in all the right restaurants. Nothing to concern us, though, in this hedonistic lifestyle of his. No drug convictions, no punch-ups in public places. Mike shook his head. He seems to take his photography fairly seriously, by all accounts. He's got a name for himself, with the local environmentalists in particular, documenting the local wildlife and scenery. They're among his biggest supporters. Mike tilted his head towards the car window and nodded towards the high stone wall beside them. This is Oakes's property we're driving alongside now. Oakham, the ancestral family seat. The gatehouse is about a quarter of a mile further on down this road. Laraby looked out the window of the Mini at the wall blurring past. Down to a few hundred acres, you say? At most. He shook his head in mock sadness. Heartbreaking. Makes you wonder how some people can find the will to get up in the morning, doesn't it? Mike wheeled the Mini into a drive that passed beneath an imposing stone archway. The ivy-clad gatehouse was showing the wear and tear of having protected the Oakes estate over the centuries, but it was still an impressive structure. Built from the same stone as the wall, it seemed to grow out of it organically, rising 3 stories above the archway under which Mike now parked. A studded oak door was set into the inside wall of the arch, the ground floor entrance to the gatehouse. There was no answer when Mike knocked, so the 2 men continued through the opening on foot. They emerged into the estate grounds. Ahead of them, a long, straight driveway led their eyes to the ruins of a once magnificent building. From somewhere in the woods to the right, the sound of rapid fire clacking tore through the still morning air. The 2 men went in to investigate. As they arrived, a pale shape ghosted away between the dark tree trunks. In seconds, the ethereal being was swallowed by the low light in the interior of the forest. Oakes heard the men's approach and turned to greet them, a large lensed camera cradled across his body. Barnell roosts down amongst the manor house ruins most of the time. I rarely get to see him in the deep woods like this. He tapped the barrel of his lens. Doubt I got anything usable there. Light's not cooperating today, I'm afraid. He approached the men and extended his hand. Oakes, by the way. This is my land you're on, actually. He was a tall man, with the kind of square-set jaw and high forehead that would ensure his good looks lasted as he aged. He had a robust handshake and a winning smile he used to good effect when he looked you in the eye. His neatly trimmed goatee lent a touch of raffishness to his appearance, but it was easy to imagine Robin Oakes inhabiting the social world he did. He had a charisma that would make others want to be in his presence. Mike handled the introductions. It wasn't necessary to explain the reason for their visit. Violent death was enough of a stranger to most people's lives that when it darkened anyone's horizon, a visit from the police was to be expected. Still, Oakes seemed particularly unnerved about the appearance of the 2 officers. Isn't Inspector Jejeune the chief investigating officer around here? He asked. I would have thought a case like this would have merited his involvement. He had directed his question to Mike, but Laraby fielded it. Detective Chief Inspector Jejeune is off on his holidays at the moment, he said brightly, so it'll be me asking the questions on this one. Live alone here, do you, sir? Just you and this great big estate? Just me, Inspector, said Oakes amiably. He cast a glance around the woods. No wife, no little uns, from either side of the blanket. He gave Laraby a wink and made a show of looking around the forest again. Seems to have gone a bit quiet in here. Should we walk over to the gatehouse?
He dismantled his camera equipment and packed it away, meticulously setting each component in its own segment of a long padded bag before zipping it up and shouldering it. As he led the way, picking a path over the leaf litter, Mike regarded him carefully. If he was going to come up with a stereotypical uniform of the landowner class in these parts, the flat cap, cowboy boots, and corduroy-collared leather jacket would hardly have been it. Better suited for swanning around the nightclubs of London, Danny would have thought. Barely serviceable for a day duffing about in the woods taking photographs. As they emerged onto the driveway, Oakes stopped. To their right, the ruins of the old manor house took on a stark desolation under the flat morning light. A maze-like warren of stone walls spread out low across the area, their tops crumbled away into ragged fringes. Large blocks of masonry lay strewn around the site like bomb damage, bleached and weathered by decades of exposure to the ferocious elements along the North Norfolk coast.
"What can you tell us about your involvement with Erin Dawes?" asked Laraby, without preamble. "I didn't know Erin that well, you understand. Only through our mutual investment in Pickerflaw. We didn't socialise, obviously." "Obviously," repeated Laraby, with more emphasis than Mike would have thought absolutely necessary. But if Oakes thought so too, he chose not to let it show. He set the shoulder bag on the ground with exaggerated care and let his gaze rest on the policeman for a long moment. "Look, it's bound to come out, so I may as well be perfectly upfront with you. Erin Dawes and I didn't always see eye to eye. There were aspects of her character that I find, shall we say, unattractive. She was fractious, confrontational, not traits I find particularly appealing in anyone." He looked at Mike, as if perhaps he might find more understanding for his position with the sergeant. "Confrontational about what?" "Most things. But to tell you the truth, I always got the impression that her background was a bigger issue for her than it was for any of the rest of us. Her social standing never came into it as far as we were concerned. I mean, she brought us the deal in the first place. We were happy enough to have her be a part of it. But that didn't seem to be enough for her, somehow." "This deal with Pickerflaw," said Mike. "Can you tell us what it involves?" "Drone technology, Sergeant. Cutting edge." Laraby snorted derisively. "Blimey! They told me down the smoke that I should set my watch back 20 years when I got to Norfolk. Sorry to be the one to break it to you, but drones are already up and running. Even police departments are using them these days, which must tell you how far past the cutting edge they are." Instead of responding to Laraby's sarcasm, Oakes merely nodded indulgently. "The company we have invested in is looking at new applications for the technology. Specifically, how drones might be used in large-scale reforesting projects." His smile was still in place, but it seemed to have an edge to it now. "These confrontations with Erin Dawes, they weren't anything to do with her having to come up with £50,000 in cash as a part of the investment while all you had to do was contribute a bit of land?" "Not my decision, old fruit," said Oakes brightly. He seemed to have tired of Laraby's antagonism and was prepared to respond with some calculated provocation of his own. "I was prepared to fork out the cash, just like the others, but Pickerflaw asked for the land in lieu. Offer me 50,000 quid's worth of options against it." He nodded towards the hillside beyond the ruined manor house. 25-year exclusive lease. Ideal test site for the project, apparently." Again, he took his explanation to Mike. "The idea is to stitch together 2 tracts of ancient forest by reforesting my land, which lies between them. I can't pretend to understand all the science behind it. Your boss might, though, from what I've heard. When did you say DCI Jejeune is returning? A trail of thunderclouds crossed Laraby's features. He didn't. Where were you on Saturday night, Mr. Oakes? It was a jarring change of direction, of the type DCI Jejeune might have appreciated. Perhaps he had even learned the technique from Laraby. From what Mike could tell so far, there was precious little else of similarity between the two men's interview methods. Oakes drew himself up to his full height and faced Laraby squarely. There was genuine hostility in his eyes now, all pretense of politesse gone. Exactly what are you implying? I'm implying I don't know where you were on Saturday night, Laraby said evenly. No need to get all defensive, Mr. Oakes. It's a question I intend to ask every potential suspect in this case. Mike watched closely, but if Laraby's words were meant to unnerve Oakes, they seemed to have failed. He drew a breath and looked at the detectives. On Saturday night, the night Erin Dawes was killed, I was here at home, alone. I was going through the photographs I had taken that day, he said. But his eyes didn't. They flickered momentarily up and to the right until he was able to bring them under control and turn them on the two men again. So instead of questioning people who have no motive whatsoever for wanting Erin Dawes dead, can I suggest you apply your limited police resources to finding those who might have one? Thank you for that, sir, said Laraby. I'm going to have my sergeant put that down in his notebook right away. He turned to Mike. Remember, Sergeant, 2 P's in apply. You have a nice day, Mr. Oakes. We'll speak again soon. The two detectives strolled back to the car in silence, their footfalls deadened by the hard, cold earth of the driveway. Not a very good liar, is he, our Mr. Oakes? Laraby said without looking up. You saw the eyes. So, I suggest our next step would be to find out what he's lying about. Do you have any previous background with him, sir? Asked Mike. A bit of argy-bargy, you mean? Not exactly DCI Jejeune's soft shoe shuffle. He stopped and looked at Mike. I've dealt with this lot before, with their condescension and their disdain and their smug superiority. You let them get away with thinking they've got the upper hand, and by the end of the interview they'll have you apologising for disturbing them. Mike had seen plenty of disdain in his days in the army, and superiority. But he hadn't detected much of either in Oakes's demeanour, at least not until Laraby had provoked him. On the other hand, Oakes's mention of Domenic Jejeune hadn't gone down well at all. Given the history between the two detectives, that was understandable enough. Any suggestion that Laraby might somehow be a second choice to DCI Jejeune would certainly touch a nerve. Mike could see how that might be enough for the new man to start putting himself about a bit. He just hoped it wasn't going to be an ongoing feature of this investigation. Chapter 9. Jejeune was sitting on the patio of the hotel in the dappled morning sunlight, watching the rufous-collared sparrows pilfer crumbs from the breakfast buffet. He mentioned it to Lindy as he waited for the waiter to bring him his coffee. No birds in this restaurant, unless you count these ceramic ducks on the wall, she replied. No idea what species, in case you were wondering. They don't look like mallards, though. The ones in Malverns, I think they're meant to be teal. What are you doing down there, anyway? Gone to check if they've solved their punctuation issues? They had initially been drawn to the seafront cafe because of a couple of eccentric apostrophes on the chalkboard outside.
Lindy had a pedant's eye for such things and drew a tiny glow of private amusement from them, so she had slipped her arm through Dominic's and steered him inside. The glorious view out over the glittering waters of Saltmarsh Harbour had won them over immediately, and while Lindy couldn't wait to order anything that came with bean'(s) or mushrooms', the rest of the food proved enough of a draw to have them stopping in whenever they went for a walk along the waterfront. Still, it was a long way for her to have gone for lunch on her own, especially when the grey November skies would have been showing the harbour in its most unflattering light of the entire year. "Just fancied having somebody else serve me a meal for a change," she said breezily, before changing direction abruptly. "Adie's been given the elbow," she announced. She said it as if Domenic might know who Adie was. Now was not the time to ask. 31 years with the same publication. He goes in last Friday and gets the DCM. DCM? Don't come Monday. Jejeune nodded his silent thanks as the waiter delivered his coffee. He sipped it cautiously before spooning in a generous amount of coarse raw sugar. He could imagine Lindy's sad expression as she delivered this news. For all her pragmatism about her profession and its ruthless ways, the cutthroat bottom-line nature of life still seemed to catch her off guard at times. She suddenly seemed vulnerable, alone there on the far side of the globe, exposed to the world and all its injustices. "Seen your tattooed man again?" he asked, casually. "Relax, Dom. He wasn't my type," she said, willfully misinterpreting his interest. "So, where are you off to on your journey?" Across the miles, Jejeune imagined Lindy's impish grin and smiled. The word had found its way onto her radar recently, having cropped up in conversations with her friends rather too often. Everything these days, it seemed, was becoming a journey, from night school courses to hospital stays to job searches. Lindy had quickly tired of the affectation and now rarely missed an opportunity to overuse the word, even using it to describe a trip to the shops. Her grocery journey, she called it. "I'm off to a place called Casa de Colibries, and then tomorrow we set out for El Pauhil. How about you?" "Nowhere special. A couple of interviews, local media." She watched a young couple walking slowly along the edge of the harbour, arms linked, hunched against the biting winds. They were leaning into each other, as if their love alone could shelter them from the elements. "I miss you," she said suddenly. Outside, she saw a person approaching the cafe from a parked car. "As nice as all this long-distance love is, I want you home as soon as possible, so we can go out on a proper date. You know, one where we sit across from each other in a fancy restaurant while we both text other people. I'll call you later. Bye." Perhaps on a different day, Domenic might have reflected on the abruptness of Lindy's dismissal. But sitting here with exotic bird calls carrying to him on the warm air and the soft breeze riffling the vegetation, it wasn't long before the bleak, metallic greyness of Saltmarsh Harbour faded from his thoughts, and he was drawn once more into the gentle ambience of a sunny Bogota morning. "Thanks for finding the time to do this," said Colleen Shepherd, taking a seat opposite Lindy. She pantomimed an order for tea to the young waiter behind the counter, letting her glance linger over the pastries in the glass display case before eventually deciding against one. Lindy waved a palm towards the waiter to indicate she wouldn't be tacking anything onto the order. "I have to say, you do seem to be in demand," said Shepherd. "Every time I open a paper or turn on the radio these days, there seems to be something about you." "Big story, small town," said Lindy easily. "Not that I'm complaining. I'm loving every minute of it, truth be told." She offered a smile that showed she was. Shepherd looked around, taking in the wide vista through the window. The slight tint of the glass made the cloud-laden sky even more ominous. Beneath it, the waters of the harbour rose and fell like mercury. "I haven't been here before," said the DCS. "I imagine it must be beautiful in the summer." "Harder to get a table, though, especially with a view like this." They leaned back slightly as the waiter set a tray on the table. Shepherd reached for the teapot and began to pour. Lindy watched her carefully. It seemed to her that Colleen Shepherd, in a phrase Lindy had recently added to her repertoire, had got her jazz back. The last few times Lindy had seen Shepherd, the DCS's disillusionment with Domenic had been palpable. There had been an air about her that suggested she felt she was owed something better, perhaps even that she had somehow been the author of her own misfortune by investing so much in her chief inspector. Now, despite having resolved precisely nothing with Dom as far as Lindy was aware, Shepherd seemed to have a new vitality about her. It was good to see, and Lindy wondered if it might augur well for better relations with Domenic when he returned. "Have you heard from Domenic?" asked Shepherd, handing Lindy her cup. "I am happy to report he's managed to avoid calling us every 5 minutes to check in. So many people seem to think their workplace will fall apart at the seams if they take a few days off. I'm sure they don't realise what an insult it is to the people who are still there at work." She offered Lindy a smile, which is not to say he isn't being missed, of course. "I'm sure this new man you've brought in will be able to take up the slack until he gets back, though." Shepherd took a sip of her tea and nodded. "Marvin Laraby. He seems to have settled in quite nicely. He worked with Domenic at the Met." She looked at Lindy over the rim of her teacup, eyes wide in query. "Dom was at the very end of his time there when we got together," said Lindy, holding eye contact with Shepherd. "I may have heard of him, but I don't remember meeting any of the people Dom worked with." Behind Shepherd, the couple had disappeared, gone to seek the warmth that even their love couldn't provide on a day like today. "I'm sure you must be wondering why I asked to meet," said the DCS, drawing Lindy's attention back to the table. "What I actually wanted to talk about was Eric." Lindy shifted slightly in her seat. On the long list of things Lindy would have wanted to avoid discussing with DCS Shepherd, the intimate details of her relationship with Lindy's boss came very near the top. "I'm wondering what I can get him as a gift for Christmas. Something to do with birding, obviously, since that seems to be all he ever thinks about these days." She gazed into her teacup as she stirred it and spoke without looking up. "You know he's in the Scilliars with Quentin Senior at the moment. Some rarity or other dropped in. He did mention the name, but I'm afraid—" Lindy smiled her understanding. Both women knew she would have been able to complete the thought. She had voiced it often enough herself. "Welcome to the widowhood," she said. "I imagine you've become accustomed to Domenic jetting off to see some bird or other. Columbia, for example," said Shepherd. "It's an interesting choice." "It's one of the top birding destinations at the moment." Even to Lindy, her answer had the ring of a prepared response. "It seemed to come up so suddenly," said Shepherd. "I think that was what surprised us all most." She gave Lindy the same stare as before, pleasant, benign, a conversation topic, it said, nothing more. "I think you've been considering it for a while, to be honest," said Lindy, because being honest, or as close to it as you could manage, was always safer around a clever woman like Shepherd. "So, a gift for Eric. Wow, you don't ask me the easy ones, do you? Well, clothing is out, obviously, since as far as I can tell, the goal for birders is to try and look as much like vegetation as possible. I can't say I'd want to be held responsible for the way Dom looks when he goes out. How about equipment? A spotting scope? Shepherd shook her head. Eric seems to have pretty much all he needs in that department, she said. I've been looking for ages, but I can't seem to find anything. Lindy wondered how long ages was. She didn't have Shepherd down as a patient shopper, but then everybody had layers. Lindy watched the dark, oily waters sluicing around in the harbour. In the flat, overcast light, the sea's movement seemed ponderous, deliberate. It occurred to her that, for a person with Shepherd's prodigious responsibilities, dedicating a large slice of your life to such a frivolous concern was odd, to say the least. To say nothing of going to all the trouble of phoning Lindy at work to schedule a meeting way out here. Either Eric's gift had taken on a significance that eluded her, or Shepherd had another reason for wanting to meet today. What that reason might be, Lindy wouldn't have liked to say, but a feeling of uneasiness was beginning to build within her. I really will have to bring Eric out here when the weather warms up. Shepherd, too, was staring at the water, as if mesmerised by its motion. Listen to us, she said suddenly. 2 bright, accomplished women, and all we can find to talk about is the men in our lives. Unless that had been the purpose of the entire meeting after all, thought Lindy. But men? Or man? Because while Shepherd's dilemma about Eric had ostensibly been the reason for the meeting, it seemed to her that talk about Domenic could have remained completely outside their purview if Shepherd had wanted it to. Lindy lifted her cup and drained it. I should be going, she said, reaching for her bag. Let me give it some thought and I'll get back to you. The bill had already been settled, but Shepherd, despite her pressing duties, seemed inclined to linger. When Lindy left, the DCS was deep in thought, staring out over the gunmetal waters of Saltmarsh Harbour, as if the slow rolling swells might hold the answer to her dilemma. Perhaps they did. Chapter 10. Jejeune had not seen Traz at lunch in the rooftop restaurant, but his friend was already waiting in the ground floor lobby when the detective emerged from the lift. The afternoon sunlight flooded the space, reaching even the far corner where Traz had positioned himself for a perfect view of both the lift and the lobby doors. He looked as effortlessly neat as ever, and if his freshly pressed turquoise shirt might have been out of place on the rainforest hikes that were to come, it certainly made a striking impression now as he lounged casually among the lobby's tropical decor. Traz rose and walked towards Jejeune, but continued past him to greet Taya Walden as she came in through the lobby doors. Her father followed. Both were wearing motorcycle helmets and carrying a spare. Carl lifted his visor as he handed a helmet to Jejeune.
Bikes will be the best way to get through the Bogota traffic at this time of day, he said. I hope that's not a problem for either of you. They walked outside where twin Kawasaki KLRs sat beside the front doors of the hotel. The rules of the road are a little different out here, said Carl to the 2 men. So just hang on tight and leave the rest to us. Having recently denied their years of friendship, Jejeune realised that it would be but a small matter for Traz to trample him into dust if he made any move for the pillion of Taya's bike. As he climbed aboard Carl Walden's, he wondered briefly if the breadth of Traz's grin might cause wind drag. Progress through the sprawling arteries of Bogota consisted of sporadic acceleration and sudden braking for yellow cabs, delivery vans and refuse trucks. But once they were clear of the central commercial district, Walden and his daughter opened up the machines.
the 650cc engines roaring with the strain as they began a steady climb up the side of the caldera. They flashed past an unbroken frieze of low breeze-block structures, houses and shop fronts, shuttered now against the midday heat. Washing lines hung like colourful bunting from the corners of awnings that teetered unsteadily on spindly legs. Yet even these modest properties protected their facades behind elaborate iron grilles. How closely we protect our possessions, thought Jejeune, no matter how little we have. As they crested the rise, Carl Walden lifted a hand and pointed ahead. Jejeune patted his shoulder to let him know he could see the Cézanne-esque blocks of colour sprawling up the hillsides. La Calera, their destination. Bright sunlight painted the wall of Casa de Colibríes, shining on an elaborate latticework frame filled with flowering plants and bushes. One or two looked vaguely familiar to Jejeune, but none were in his limited plant vocabulary. The four of them were sitting at a wrought iron table in a large courtyard beneath the mottled shade of a cypress tree. If the building itself was a jarring mix of architectural styles and materials, there was a pleasing harmony about the courtyard. Low stone benches and adobe walls blended perfectly with the well-kept gravel paths and neat gardens of cacti and succulents. "I can see why you like it here," said Traz. Taya nodded. She was sitting with her feet on the edge of her chair, resting her arms on her tanned thighs. She cupped a glass of guava juice in her hands. "Much of this property was constructed with materials rescued from old, derelict buildings," she said. "I think it is so important to preserve your country's heritage. How else can you understand where you have come from?" Like the building itself, Taya's speech displayed influences from different sources. Her formal sentence structure clashed with her easy use of idioms. A person who had learned English from a native speaker, but spent most of her time restructuring it for Colombian ears. "So how's your coffee?" Traz asked Jejeune. His friend had forgotten to add the qualifier Americano when ordering, and Traz was enjoying Jejeune's struggle with a drink the colour and consistency of engine oil. He had already added half a jug of milk, and now he reached for 2 packets of sugar. He took a sip and made a face. Traz saw the Waldens watching with amusement. "You want me to ask if they've got any maple syrup?" he inquired unsympathetically. Jejeune's response was interrupted by the appearance of a spectacular hummingbird at a flower just behind them. Its small green form trailed a long black tail at least the length of its body. Jejeune stared in wide-eyed amazement. It was hovering so close by, he could hear the faint buzz of its wings.
"Black-tailed train-bearer," said Carl Walden casually. "One of the easier ones to identify here. There's a green-tailed too, though they're not as common."
Common. The word served to remind Jejeune once again that he was in a place where such astonishing sightings were the norm. He watched other hummingbirds zipping around the airspace, streaks of jewelled lightning, darting in to feed at the flowers before spinning away to the safety of the surrounding trees. Traz made a show of looking around, taking in the sun-dappled courtyard and the carefully landscaped garden with its bank of flowering shrubs and its low walls. The shadows of the tall trees behind them created bands of shade that lay across the courtyard like dark streams. "This is some place," he said to Taya. "Do you spend a lot of time here?" "Not now, so much. I used to come with my father." She faltered, as if she had intended to say more, but decided against it. Hesitation seemed to flit between the girl and her father like the brightly coloured birds carving the air around them.
"But Sadly, my work doesn't allow me to get out these days as much as I'd like to," said Walden.
"A practice, you said. Law?" Jejeune's casual tone did nothing to disguise his interest.
"Clinical psychology, though much of my work is academic now. I'm on the faculty of the National University of Colombia in Bogotá. My practice in Arizona is mainly long-term clients. I'd like to wind down, but the bond between a patient and a psychologist is not one that can be easily broken. It takes time, a gradual weaning process, for both parties, if I'm being honest."
It was clear Walden felt he had said enough about the subject.
"So tell me, Inspector, what do you make of this place? Sitting here as these wonders of nature spin about our heads. It's a far cry from your black-and-white world of criminal investigations, I imagine."
Walden smiled, just in case anybody thought his question smacked a little too much of interrogation. "It's incredible," said Jejeune sincerely. "A shimmer. That's what they call a collection of hummingbirds, isn't it?" asked Taya. "Such a lovely English word." "A shimmer of hummingbirds is perfect," said Traz. "Fleeting. Here and then gone in an instant." "Perhaps like the truth you seek in your work, Inspector. Only a moment to grasp it before it disappears forever." She offered Jejeune a strange smile, playful but perhaps with hidden depths. He found it vaguely disquieting, and offered a trite comment to dispel the feeling. "I never imagined I'd ever see so many hummingbirds up close like this." Traz laughed. "Casa de Colibríes means House of Hummingbirds, Inspector. It was a pretty safe bet there'd be some hummers here." Taya turned her head in interest. "You know this word, Colibríes?" Traz shrugged uneasily. "I've picked up the odd one here and there." "Still, this is not a Spanish word I would have expected you to have known." Taya's tone was pleasant. Her inquiry suggested interest, nothing more. But behind his steel-rimmed spectacles, Carl Walden's eyes seemed to be watching Traz with an intensity that went some way beyond casual curiosity. "What can I say?" Traz extended his hands to enhance his nonchalance. "Hey, that's a wood star, right? White-bellied? See it, Domenic?" They spun their heads to follow the direction of Traz's finger. A tiny bird hovered at a fuchsia bloom, as if suspended from an invisible wire. They watched as it dipped its beak delicately into the flower, and then reversed away. "Flying backwards," said Traz, with genuine admiration. "That's what 50 wing beats a second will get you." "My father will tell you they are wing rolls rather than beats. It's what gives hummingbirds their astonishing flying skills," said Taya, looking at Walden. She shrugged. "But I still prefer to see it as just another one of nature's miracles." "Colombia's magical realism alive and well in its hummers," said Traz. "Like the sword-billed hummingbird. I've never seen one, but they tell me it's incredible the way it dances in the air with such a massively long bill." The waitress came over to collect the empty cups, and the group waited for her to complete her task before continuing their conversation. At a nearby bush, 2 birds jousted for a moment, the sound of their whirring wings filling the air around them. The waitress paused and watched them, smiling. "They move so fast. It's like they're so busy they only have so much time to get their work done." "Are those sparkling violet ears?" Traz asked her. The waitress shrugged. Possibly. Or green. Sometimes it is hard to tell." She turned to look at the Waldens. Only Marielle could tell us for sure, no? The look between Taya and her father was brief, but Jejeune did not miss it. Who's Marielle?
Marielle Huakwe, a former guide for Mas Aves.
It was not clear whether Walden intended to offer any more information, but the waitress stepped in anyway. She can even identify individual hummingbirds of the same species. That would take some doing, surely, said Traz, careful to keep any note of disbelief from his voice. Carl Walden's momentary intake of breath was followed by a soft smile.
It's true. Marielle was a patient of mine. She came to me after she fell and hit her head on a rock.
He shook his head.
Something as simple as that. A 28-year-old woman falls and her life changes forever.
He paused in thought for a moment and looked at his daughter. The meaning was not lost on the men. Taya would be about the same age as Marielle was when she had her accident.
She was in a coma for 2 days, and when she woke up, she found she could see the world differently. Things slowed down. She was able to take in details, no matter how fast something was moving. It's a condition known as acquired savant syndrome. Everything she saw left an impression in her mind, like a vapor trail of pixels. At least, that's how I understand it. She never was quite able to articulate her experience clearly. I used to bring her here to test her skills. I would videotape the birds, then later, back at the lab, she would tell me what she had seen, and we would run back the films in super slow-mo to compare them. Her observational skills were near perfect.
Walden seemed to recoil slightly from his memories, and neither Traz nor Jejeune felt any desire to push him for further details. Taya, too, seemed uneasy at the mention of Marielle, though Jejeune could not have said quite why. "It's getting late," she announced suddenly. "We should probably get going if we want to miss the worst of the traffic on the way back." "You don't want to wait a while to see if a saw-billed hummingbird shows up?" Traz seemed reluctant to see the visit end so soon. "I think it will not come today," said Taya. She picked up her bag and, with a thin smile at the men, began walking in the direction of the parked bikes. As they negotiated the switchbacks along the edge of the caldera, descending into the fading twilight hanging over Bogotá, Jejeune reflected on their day. Despite the glittering array of hummingbirds on show at Casa de Colibríes, he had found their visit troubling. The conversations with the Waldens and between father and daughter had been full of false starts and half-formed ideas, as if there was always more lying beneath the surface. It left Jejeune with a sense of twirling in a breeze, moved by unseen forces, strange and unsettling. Taya signalled to a parking area along the side of the road, and Walden guided his bike to a stop beside hers. He went over to speak to his daughter, who had taken off her helmet and was sitting astride her bike, shaking her long hair free of tangles. Traz approached Jejeune, and the two men stood before a low wall looking out over the city, nestled in the black bowl of the plain. "Some view," said Traz. "Any idea what today was all about?" "Maybe not you, for once." "Apparently, couples come up here to picnic in the evenings. It's considered something of a romantic hotspot." Traz pushed out his bottom lip. "I've had worse signals. But even if it was about getting to know more about you, a little curiosity is to be expected. I'm sure they recognize your surname. Damien's was a pretty well-known case here, JJ. Any Colombian of Taya's generation who is as interested in her country's recent past is going to know about indigenous rights issues. Damien Jejeune's name is going to be a part of those conversations." Traz strolled off to join Taya, leaving Jejeune alone to gaze out over the vast sprawling plain below. The lights of Bogota lay before him like a carpet of diamonds. He thought about the people who lived in the homes they had passed on the way out. People in love, caring for their children, living life. Daily human commerce, the universal language of existence on this planet. How would they feel about the deaths of indigenous Caricona people? Sad? Their hearts broken a little at the thought of innocent lives lost? But would they condemn a man to 10 years in prison for it? A decade in a hellhole like the notorious La Tramacua? There was a blast from a car horn. A man in a passing car shouted something at Taya, and she shouted something back. Harassment? Possibly. But like so much else out here, the truth was a shadow, hiding in the grey margins of uncertainty until Domenic Jejeune was unsure what was reality and what was merely the product of his own imagination. Walden called out to them, and the two men walked back to the bikes. Tomorrow they would begin the tour. Perhaps clarity was waiting for Jejeune in the lowland rainforest of El Paujil. Or perhaps only more uncertainty. Chapter 11. Laraby rubbed his hands as he got into Mike's Mini, making a show of enjoying the warmth inside the car. Mike had turned down the music as Laraby climbed in, but it was still loud enough for the detective inspector to comment. "So who's this then? Barry Manilow?" Mike pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger as he put the car in gear. "It's Jimmy Ruffin, one of the early Motown artists." "Motown, eh? My ex used to like that stuff. Thelma Houston, Lionel Richie." "As I say," said Mike, with the kind of restraint that could cause a person injury, "I tend to listen to the earlier artists." "What was the name of that Motown group? Had one or two big hits." Like most people who discover an unexpected curiosity in their interests, Mike was keen to encourage it. He quick-fired a couple of suggestions. "The Temptations? Junior Walker and the All-Stars?" Laraby shook his head slowly. "It'll come to me," he said. He turned to take in the passing countryside. While he seemed content enough this time to at least let Jimmy Ruffin continue at his present volume, if the DI had any further concern for what became of the broken-hearted, he showed no sign. They continued their journey along the country lanes in silence, the pale daylight flickering between the bare branches of the hedgerows like a black-and-white film reel. Neither man spoke again until Mike turned off the road and began bumping the Mini over the rutted surface of a long driveway. "Blimey, what have we got here?" asked Laraby. In the centre of the large field in front of them, an inflated dome sat on the brown, frost-hardened soil like a giant white eggshell. Beside it, dwarfed by the smooth white mass of the structure, was Lauren Salter's Toyota. Mike drew up alongside, and the two men got out. Salter pointed to a large sign in block letters next to the door. "Do not enter, ring bell and wait." "I did," she said. "And I am." The bone-chilling wind drove low across the treeless landscape, cutting into the officers as they huddled in the doorway. Trails of breath curled around their heads, smoke from the warm fires of human souls. "Enough of this," said Mike. "We'll wait inside." He pushed open the door and stepped in, followed by the others. Even in the dim half-light of the interior, Mike could see that the dome was immense, bigger even than it had appeared from the outside. He found himself standing on what he took to be a running track that ran around the outer wall, although there were no lane markings. The track enclosed a space that Mike estimated was comfortably big enough to house at least 8 football fields. But there was no turf, natural or otherwise. Instead, a latticework of grid wires divided patches of soil up into small squares. Mike was still taking it all in when he heard the cries of alarm and, from behind, somebody struck him full force in the small of the back. He collapsed forward into one of the soil squares, feeling the weight of the other person land on him. A loud sound filled the air beside his head, and, through a blur of confusion, he heard a voice over a loudspeaker. "Kill them! Kill them all! Now!" Mike's instinct, hardwired into him over years of training, was to roll towards cover, to move, to escape, to do anything but lie there and make it easy to be shot at. But whoever had attacked him had him pinned to the ground. He reached back with an elbow and slammed it into his assailant's face. There was a cry of pain, and the other person slumped off Mike's back and onto the ground beside him. Mike rolled away to give himself more space for his next blow, but it never came. The bright light snapped on with a loud metallic click. "Stay exactly where you are," ordered the voice over the loudspeaker. "Don't move. I'm coming over." Mike helped Salter to a sitting position and offered her his handkerchief. I'm sorry, I heard..." Salter was bleeding heavily from her mouth and nose, and she pressed the handkerchief to the area firmly. Mike hoped it was the blow that had caused the watering eyes, but he wasn't sure. On the ground, a few meters away, lay a metallic four-legged contraption about the size of a serving platter. All across the interior of the dome, other discs fluttered to the ground like falling leaves and settled onto the soft black earth. Kill them all, thought Mike. He heard the sound of running footsteps on the track and looked up to see a young man in jeans and a sweatshirt hovering over them. "Exactly what part of do not enter didn't you get?" demanded the young man angrily. "Do you realise you have just cost me an entire day's work? I'm going to have to recalibrate the whole damn fleet now, you morons!" His lack of concern for their condition, compounded by the indignity of sitting in the dirt after Danny Mike had just smacked her one, was more than Salter was prepared to put up with. She snatched the handkerchief away from her face angrily and rounded on the man. "What the bloody hell do you think you're playing at?" she snarled fiercely. "You could have taken his head off with that damn thing!" Having satisfied himself that both of his officers were going to survive their ordeal, Laraby stepped forward and reached out a hand to help Salter up. He suspected Mike might want to take care of himself. "Look, we have been through all this with you people before," continued the man, speaking as if to children. "We have secured all the necessary permits. They are registered and on file. So, if there's nothing else, perhaps you can let us get on with our work. Goodbye." He made an impatient ushering motion with his hands, the same one Salter had seen farmers use to get sheep off the local roads at times. But she was not going anywhere just yet. "What permits? Just what are you up to in here?" "It has to do with controlled drone flights. Ring any bells?" said the young man in a tone that had Salter looking like she might want to start ringing a few bells of her own. "I'd suggest you change your attitude," said Laraby darkly, "before you find yourself arrested for reckless endangerment." "What? Because some old fool chose to ignore a clearly posted do not enter sign? What did he think it was, an eye chart?" Mike had rolled to his feet and was eyeing the man-child stonily, as if he thought he might need to identify him again at some point. The young man retreated slightly under his stare. Salter was still dabbing at her mouth, but it didn't seem to be staunching the flow of blood. "You all right, Constable?" asked Laraby. "Do you want to press charges?" He gave her a cheeky smile. against either of them?
Constable?
A look of panic crossed the man's face. You're the police! He held up his hands defensively. Hey, look, I'm sorry, okay? I thought you were those bozos from the council again. They're up here all the time. I swear it's as if they think we're conducting alien autopsies in here or something. I think we better start by having a word with the person in charge of this facility, said Laraby. You're having it. You're Dr. Amandal? Laraby's surprise was obvious. In his defence, the person standing before him looked even younger than the fresh-faced constable who had given him a ride to the cottage a couple of days before. The man's lank hair framed a thin face of uncertain complexion. His large, black-rimmed glasses seemed almost a statement of defiance against the world's opinions of him and everything else. Behind them, intelligent eyes flickered back and forth as he sought some sort of understanding as to how his well-ordered world could have gone so catastrophically off course in such a short space of time. Perhaps we could go into your office, suggested Laraby. Amandal gave a short laugh and fished a phone out of his pocket. This is my office, he said. I'm okay to chat here if you are. Laraby looked at Salter, who was still holding the handkerchief to her face. It was soaked with blood now. Laraby fished in his pocket and produced another one. Well, perhaps you've got a toilet where the constable can get herself cleaned up at least? He nodded at the man's phone. I presume those aren't in there as well. Amandal directed Salter to a small cubicle at the far end of the complex, and she left, brushing the dirt from her clothes with her free hand as she went. Mike was doing the same thing as Laraby turned to him. Want her to bring you a glass of prune juice back, Sergeant? He asked with a smile. Amandal held up his hands again. Oh, hey, that old comment. The light in here, sometimes it's... Any chance we could get on with this while I've still got all my faculties? Said Mike, gruffly. Sure, of course. What is it you want to know? Laraby looked out over the gridded quadrants spread out across the interior of the dome. Why don't we start with exactly what it is that the Picaflor project is doing? We're going to use drones to undertake large-scale tree replanting programs, said Amandal. Humans currently cut down about 15 billion trees a year. With the best will in the world, no planting initiatives are going to come anywhere close to replacing that number. But with our technology, we can at least do a hell of a lot better than we are currently. We're going to be reforesting massive tracts of land, more than could possibly be covered by conventional methods. We're talking about thousands of hectares, many in remote, inaccessible areas. It's going to make a massive impact on the problem of carbon emissions. I'd heard it was old-growth forests that were important for carbon storage, said Mike. Laraby's look let him know he was in no doubt from whom Mike would have heard this, but Amandal seized on the chance to make amends with the sergeant. Right, absolutely, yes, well done you, Sergeant, he said enthusiastically, earning perhaps not quite the look he'd hoped for from Mike. Old-growth forests are vital for the carbon they're already storing, he continued in a slightly chastened manner. Chop them down and you'd release all that carbon into the atmosphere. But with the right rainfall and soil fertility, new-growth forests can absorb more than 10 times as much carbon from the atmosphere. It's because the trees use it as part of the photosynthesis process as they grow. And how do you propose to go about this mass planting? Asked Laraby. First, we send out mapping drones to conduct aerial surveys and produce detailed 3D images of the area. Then, planting drones follow preset routes and sow the seeds. The drones can plant thousands of seeds per day at a fraction of the cost of traditional hand-sowing methods. And Picaflor has cornered the market on this technology. Amandal inclined his head. There are other projects out there, but this one has the edge. Really? What's that? Well, mainly because it's got me. The statement was delivered with the flat detachment of a phrase from a textbook. Amandal seemed to take no ownership of it. He certainly seemed to have no intention of impressing anyone with the remark, least of all himself. Of course, he continued, there are people who know more about tropical species mix, soil fertility and all that, but if you're looking for someone to program drones to fly specific patterns under preset conditions and payloads, I'm who you come to. I know more about this stuff than anybody else. Mike had retrieved one of the dormant drones from the earth and was turning it over slowly in his hands. He didn't have much expertise with the things, but he had seen one or two. This one was of a design he had not seen before. It was painted in a matte black finish. The four wings were light and flexible, but the central hub, which housed the camera unit, was surprisingly heavy and unyielding. If it had caught him on the head on its flyby, it could have caused him serious injury. He handed it to Amandal. You haven't asked why we're here today, Dr. Amandal, he said. In case you were wondering, it's in connection with the death of one of your investors. No, it isn't. Laraby's face showed his surprise. I beg your pardon? I presume you're here to talk about the death of that woman at the cottage? She wasn't an investor. Mike shared the DI's astonishment. Her records suggest otherwise, he said. She was part of a group called the Ivy League, yes. They were going to invest. They were offered options on a block of shares worth £200,000, but they never took them up. We had the offering documents, filed the final prospectus, set up the fund transfer protocols. Everything was set to go. So what happened? Amandal shrugged. No money is what happened. We waited, but the option deadline came and went and no funds ever showed up. Laraby pressed. There's no mistake. You're sure about this? There was an eloquence about Amandal's look of contempt that almost made Mike smile, despite the seriousness of the situation. That's a considerable shortfall in funding, he said. How did you make it up? There's no shortage of people who see the potential in this project. The money was never going to be a problem. It was failing to secure the land that caused the setbacks. Amandal paused. Hesitated might have been Mike's word. But we made some adjustments. We were back on track within a few weeks. Mike and Laraby looked at each other. Amandal's response had caused the sort of small whisper in the ether that DCI Jejeune might have chosen to pursue. But Laraby had other ideas. We heard it was Erin Dawes who took the options deal to the Ivy League. Were you dealing with her directly? Amandal shook his head. No, I hired an investment broker, some clown named Connor James. He pulled a face. Big mistake. That tract of land at Oakham would have been ideal for our purposes. We were counting on it heavily. James came in here all flash and fast talk. Guaranteed me he could get the Ivy League investment. Guaranteed it! Amandal repeated for emphasis. Needless to say, he's not my investment broker any longer. Laraby saw Salter returning along the walkway. She was still dabbing at her mouth, and her top lip looked puffy, but she seemed to have been able to stop the bleeding. Thank you for your help, Dr. Amandal, he said. We'll let you get back to your research. I take it you're not still in contact with this Connor James, but would you happen to still have his details? You might be able to find him at the Saltmarsh Marina. He has a boat down there. Amandal took out his phone and scrolled through the contacts until he reached the right one. He handed his phone to Mike, who noted down the information. Outside the dome, the three officers huddled in the doorway again, sheltered slightly from the raw winds that seared across the land, if not the cold temperatures they brought with them. Have a look into Pickerflaw's financials, will you, Constable, once you've got yourself sorted out, just in case Mr. Amandal is mistaken after all. The sergeant and I will see you back at the station. Laraby turned to Mike.
But first, what do you say we put on some of that nice disco music of yours and have a tootle on down to the marina for a chat with Mr. James?
Chapter 12. The narrow coast road lined with stone cottages wound through a small village. Laraby watched as the homes flashed past, their curtained windows like eyes staring back at him. Mike was quiet, his face set like stone.
It was an understandable reaction, Sergeant,
Laraby told him. I'm sure Constable Salter will be none the worse for wear. He looked across at Mike.
Clocked her a good 'un, though. You clearly haven't lost your edge. Good thing, too. You never know when it might come in useful, a skill set like yours.
Mike remained silent. He preferred conversations where he knew either the purpose or the direction. So far, this one was short on both counts.
The marina's just down this lane,
he said, unnecessarily, turning up the music as insurance against any more idle chatter. Beyond the car park, the light played off the water in quicksilver flashes. The detectives walked along the wooden dock to a well-appointed cruiser berthed at the far end. Laraby indicated the name on the stern, The Big Deal. On the deck, a tall, wiry man was wrangling a heavy piece of equipment into position. He looked up as the detectives approached. Despite the cool conditions, there were beads of sweat at his hairline.
Connor James?
These days. And I'll bet you're the police come to ask me about the accountant that died.
Who was murdered?
Laraby's gentle correction didn't seem to hold any admonishment.
Shouldn't this boat be in dry dock by now?
James rolled his narrow shoulders easily. You know how it is. The water won't freeze properly for a couple of weeks yet. I might get another couple of trips in. He looked up at the overcast sky, as if seeking a clue to its intentions, and reached for a butternut jacket in scaled leather.
You'd think crocodile skin would be all right in the wet, wouldn't you?
But I don't want to take any chances if those clouds let loose.
You better come on down.
The two men followed James into the hatch, ducking under the low bulwark. They emerged into a small, lavishly appointed cabin with a leather-upholstered bench seat running along one side, and rich, dark wood panelling around the walls. It struck Mike that James hadn't allowed a single wall hanging to spoil the effect.
"Walnut,"
announced James.
"And that's genuine calfskin on those benches."
He made an expansive gesture with his arms to embrace it all.
"Not bad for a kid who left school at 13, is it? I never done no good there, but that's because I never found out what my talent was until I was out in the real world."
The two detectives waited patiently.
"I read people."
"The magazine?" Laraby's face was showing no expression when Mike's sidelong glance reached him.
"Mock all you like,"
said James indulgently.
"I understand their needs, see? And then I bring 'em together. Mostly them that has money with them that wants it."
Laraby cast another glance around the sumptuous interior of the boat.
"With a bit left over for you at the end of it all."
James shrugged.
"My upfront fee is nothing to write home about. The real payoff is in the back end. Tidy little percentage when their venture pays off." "Risky, though, I would have thought," said Laraby. "Not only are a good number of those ventures going to fail, there's also the deals that never get made. The ones where you put in all that work, and then the investors walk away at the last minute. That must be frustrating."
"You talking about the Pickerflaw deal?
The Ivy League investment group?"
James looked at the detectives frankly.
"I'll admit it. I thought I had that one. For the life of me, I can't see why they never followed through."
He opened the small cocktail fridge and took out a soft drink. He waved it in the direction of the detectives, but both declined. He opened the can and took a long drink.
"Sugar water,"
he said, setting the can down on the counter.
"I should know better, I suppose, a grown man like me.
But I don't have a lot of other vices, so where's the harm, eh? He took another swig and set the can down again. You never asked why they didn't make the investment? James pulled a face. It happens. Small-timers trying to pretend they're the next Richard Branson until it's time to come up with the cash. He shook his head. I have to admit, though, this group didn't strike me that way. I'd have had a small flutter that the deal was going to go through. He smiled again. It appeared to be a default setting with James, though it seemed genuine enough. As a broker, there's not much you can do when somebody decides they don't want to play anymore. He shrugged his shoulders. It's frustrating, but there it is. Part of the game, innit? Mike made a point of looking at a large black and white photograph propped on the bar beneath the spot on the wall where it had obviously been hanging until recently. It was a close-up of a barn owl staring directly into the camera lens. Is that one of Robin Oakes's? Gave it to me as a gift, in happier times, when it looked like we'd all be doing a deal together. I'm just packing it up for a gallery in Norwich. I hate to seem ungrateful, he said, but I can probably get £500 for it. 500? For that? Nobody buys photographs anymore, Sergeant. They buy photographers. Same with artists. And Mr. Oakes is flavour of the month these days, especially out here. James took another sip of his drink. Listen, I like art as much as the next bloke. But if I can pay 3 figures for a painting and get 4 when I sell it, I couldn't care if it was done by Damien Hirst or some elephant with a paintbrush stuck in its trunk. He considered the photograph. I suppose it's nice enough, but it's best not to get too attached to things, I find. Clouds your judgment. Does that go for your investors too? James eyed Laraby carefully. Now, why would you ask a question like that, I wonder? I'm a detective, said Laraby. Asking questions was in the job description. The vast majority of my clients are widows looking to invest their husband's life insurance payouts. Hazardous occupation, apparently. Being a husband significantly reduces your life expectancy. The thing is, they're not all elderly, these widows. Some are still in their prime. I'm single, healthy, normal appetite. He shrugged. It happens. I'm not going to give you a list of names, but if you ask specifically, I'll tell you yes or no. Erin Dawes? No. James inclined his head. Good-looking woman, mind you. Nicely put together. But, she wasn't interested in any of the fringe benefits. He smiled. She never had her eyes on anything but the prize. She wanted those pick-a-floor options in the worst way, though. I can tell you that. How can you be so sure? Asked Laraby. It's my game, innit? She had that uncertainty at first. It's what I watch for. It's easy to get carried away when you talk about money. People's eyes light up like pinball machines and their common sense goes out the window. But the ones who have some reservations, they're the ones who are taking the idea seriously, considering it. If I can win them over, answer their questions, they'll be keepers. And you're usually right, are you? Asked Laraby, in a tone that suggested he wasn't wholly convinced. Often enough. James gave them a cheeky smile. I'll bet I could guess exactly who both of you are, investment-wise. He looked at Mike. You like a safe bet, no surprises. You, on the other hand, he tilted his can in the direction of Laraby. Long odds wouldn't faze you, as long as the payoff was worth it at the end. He raised his eyebrows in question, but neither man seemed inclined to confirm his assessment. Neither one denied it, though, either. Outside the window, patches of sunlight lay on the surface of the water, lifting with the gently moving swells. The large boat rode them easily, a gentle rocking motion, the only hint that the men were on the water at all. Laraby seemed to be considering the information he had heard so far, sifting James's salesman's bluster from details he could find a use for. "So, there's no doubt in your mind," he asked finally, "Erin Dawes was convinced the Pickerflaw investment was sound." Laraby seemed to be asking all the questions Danny Mike wanted answers to. Unlike Jejeune, whose thought processes were so obscure you weren't even sure half the time if you were investigating the same crime. It was a strange feeling for Danny to be on the same page with his lead investigator. It had usually been like that in the early days, when he was learning his craft, following the tried-and-true methods laid out before him by a string of distinguished, if unremarkable, detective inspectors. But it wasn't a feeling he'd enjoyed much since DCI Domenic Jejeune had come onto the scene in Saltmarsh. James took another long drink. "To be honest, by the time we finished chatting about it, I had her down as leading the charge, doing my job for me when the Ivy League got together for a final decision." James shook his head. "Apparently, she just wasn't able to get him to go along with her, though." "Why do you think that was?" "Who's to say? It's their money. They can do what they like with it. I have to say, I doubt they got a better offer. Options that look set to yield 20% once they were exercised. Let's just say, if they found a better return than that, I've got a long list of clients who'd be interested." "I'm having trouble understanding the structure of this land deal," said Mike. He didn't give a convincing impression of a man who had trouble understanding many things, but James let it go. "A new one on me, too," he admitted. "But the terms were straightforward enough. Pickerflaw was prepared to offer options on £200,000 worth of shares, as long as they got that particular tract of land as part of the package. The other 150 had to be in cash. And Pickerflaw intended to use it as their test site, replacing the area between remnants of forest on Gerald Moncrief's property on one side and Amelia Wellborn's on the other. But Dawes was the one who put the Ivy League together," said Laraby, nodding to himself. "She chose the members. You met the group, I take it? How did they get along?" "As you might expect. 3 rural aristos and her. No love lost between her and Oakes, in particular, always at loggerheads, those two." Laraby's eyebrows went up a notch. "Any idea why?" James shook his head. "No, but money in a business relationship is like water on a boat. If there's the slightest crack, it'll find it." He made a production of sweeping the over-large dial of his wristwatch into view. "Listen, I don't want to rush you off, but I need to get this package away to the gallery. Feel free to come back any time you like, though. If it's a nice enough day, we can even take the boat out for a spin." He accompanied the men up onto the deck, and they shook hands. As the detectives stepped from the boat ramp, James called out to them, "Oh, about that photograph. Probably better you didn't mention it to Mr. Oakes when you see him. It'd only hurt his feelings." He gave them a wink before disappearing below deck. "I'd say Mr. Oakes will soon have a lot more to worry about than an unwanted photograph. Wouldn't you, Sergeant?" asked Laraby as they walked towards the Minnie. Mike knew what he meant. When Oakes had talked about the land lease, he had used the present tense, which meant that as far as he was concerned, he was now holding £50,000 worth of extremely lucrative stock options. Mike had no doubt Laraby was relishing the prospect of informing him otherwise. But another thought struck him as they walked, and he had little doubt this one had already occurred to Laraby too. If Robin Oakes still believed he held those options in Pickerflaw, it was likely both Amelia Wellborn and Gerald Moncrief did too. And unlike Oakes, their contributions to the Ivy League coffers had been in cash. Chapter 13. From the top of a tree, on the edge of the clearing surrounding the lodge, A crested oropendola broke into its curious gulping call, pitching forward with its wings held out like a cloak. Jejeune stopped on his way to the breakfast area and stared up at the bird, enthralled. It took him a moment to come to terms with the fact that he was actually here, in the rainforest, witnessing such an exotic, eccentric display. Bogota seemed a long way away now, but the trip to El Paujil had been an enlightening one. Signs of national pride were everywhere along their route. Even in the smallest villages, flags flew and walls and lampposts were painted in the tricolour yellow, red and blue. But the chain of police and army checkpoints were sobering reminders of the country's troubled past, and perhaps even offered an explanation of sorts for the new outpouring of patriotism. Traz was stirring a coffee, deep in thought, when Jejeune approached the breakfast buffet. "The group at the next table," he said in a low voice. "They've been talking about that guy, Marielle. She was the cheerleader when a couple of them came here before. They make her sound pretty good, JJ. Phenomenal, in fact." Jejeune was quiet. They both knew birding, like every other pastime, acquired its share of giants, being touched with greatness, who strode their world like princes. World-class birders, he had heard them called, as if it was some standard you could reach if only you worked long enough, diligently enough. Perhaps it was. Jejeune poured himself a coffee and cast an eye at the table, where Armando had joined the group and was now talking to them earnestly. "Is that what they're discussing now?" Traz shook his head, but kept his voice low. "He's giving them his 'I'm here for you' speech. You know, you are my clients, my job is to make you happy. If you need anything, just ask and I will make it happen." He pulled a face. "If he works as hard finding us birds as he does on getting his tip, we'll hit 600 species on this trip." The two men took a table on the far side of the patio. Traz nodded at Taya as he saw her approaching along the gravel pathway. "Straight for me." He shook his head in mock pity. "I almost feel sorry for her. Poor woman can't help herself, so strong is the attraction." "Like a moth to a low-wattage bulb," said Jejeune, suddenly finding something in his arepa that was worthy of his attention. He doubted Traz could have given Taya a warmer, welcoming smile if she was bringing him money. "Your father not joining us?" Traz didn't sound overly distressed by the prospect. "He has some calls to make." Her resigned expression suggested a well-established pattern. She made her way over to the buffet table, and Traz watched her go. "Oh, yeah," he said to Jejeune, like a man suddenly remembering something important. "I'm going to need that book back. I've promised it to her." "The book you brought all the way to Colombia to give to me? As a gift?" "Yeah. Well, let's just say it's been re-gifted. She was very grateful. She said she's been looking everywhere for one. Besides, you still have the first edition." "You said it was useless." "No, it'll be fine for someone of your level." Traz rose to greet the returning Taya, but Armando intercepted her, reaching out to relieve her of her plate and following her to the table. He set the plate before her with a flourish and a winning smile as she took her seat. Jejeune noticed Traz's own smile had dimmed considerably. "You enjoyed your visit to Casa de Colibres?" asked Armando pleasantly. "Though I'm told you missed this sword-billed hummingbird. This is very sad." "We did okay," said Traz, with a defensive petulance that made Jejeune smile. "We saw plenty." Armando inclined his head slightly. "Still, it is a shame you could not see this bird. It would leave you—" He turned to Taya and touched his bunched fingers to his lips, "sin aliento." "Breathless," Taya let the word roll sensuously around in her mouth. Can something really be so beautiful that it takes away your breath, I wonder? Armando placed a flat palm against his heart. Speaking for myself, I think I can say that it can. Chulo, announced Traz. Jejeune was already familiar with the Colombian slang for the black vulture, but when he searched the skies there was no bird to be seen. Besides, if Traz had seen one, he had managed to do so without looking up. Armando seemed not to notice. He rose and treated them all to another of his lizard smiles. Excuse me, I must get things ready for our hike. Departure in 20 minutes, okay? Jejeune noticed he had not bothered with an English translation of his speech to the other group. Maybe he just thought the better tips would be coming from the Spanish birders. The hike was well chosen for so early on the tour. The modest grades and well-groomed trails provided a gentle introduction for a group still coming to terms with the rigours of rainforest birding. It meant that the more elusive birds of the deeper cover would almost certainly not be found today. But a continuing procession of flycatchers and seed-eaters carried the group along contentedly from one sighting to the next. And the occasional company of raucously screeching blue-headed parrots overhead offered enough tropical flavour to keep everyone fully engaged. Jejeune was at the back of the pack. He had been hiking alone for some time, pausing occasionally to peer into the deep tangles of leaves and vines that lined the edges of the trails, looking for telltale flickers of movement. Traz had moved ahead to chat to Taya and, grudgingly, her father, and had kept pace with the slow but steady progress of the rest of the group. They were still within sight, but the distance was widening. The over-loud crashing of a falling cecropia leaf caused Jejeune to raise his binoculars and look up into the canopy. A passerine filtered through the branches briefly, but backlit and silent, it was impossible for him to identify the bird. White, bearded mannequin. Armando's voice startled Jejeune, and he snapped his bins down swiftly. A good bird, acknowledged the guide. You did well to find it. This is not like birding in England, I think. It is challenging, no? It is challenging, yes, said Jejeune with a smile. This is secondary growth, denser and darker than much of the primary forest cover. It seems impossible that we can find birds in this, but your eyes will soon become accustomed to it. The birds are here. You will see them. Armando paused, perhaps to listen to a faint bird call. If so, he failed to identify it to Jejeune. But, other things you are looking for? He shook his head. These you will not find. Jejeune straightened and looked at the guide. And what might those be? The rest of the group had trudged on ahead and were about to disappear around a bend in the trail, but Armando showed no interest in them. His focus was fixed on Jejeune. Excuses to take away your brother's guilt? The faintest of breezes stirred the vegetation. The group had disappeared from view. It was just the two of them, standing opposite each other on this exposed path, the morning sun warm on their shoulders. A call, possibly the one Armando had heard earlier, came to them now from somewhere in the forest. White-tipped quetzal, said Armando. A beautiful bird, but very far off. He paused. Your presence brings back bad memories for this company, Inspector. For the guides, too. If you had to come to Colombia at all, it would have been better if you had not chosen to tour with Mas Aves. The company could have refused to take my booking. Jejeune pointed out reasonably. They wish to show you they have nothing to hide. But many people feel ashamed that they did not do more to stop your brother. Your presence raises again feelings of guilt in them. He shook his head, like a man trying to free himself of such thoughts. The truth is, there is only one person to blame for your brother's crime. He is the person who took the sick man to Chiribiquete, despite being denied a permit by the authorities for them to travel to the area. I am simply trying to understand the whole picture. What caused him to do what he did? Jejeune realized his own undeclared motives were unfurling before him as he spoke. He was beginning to understand, finally, his purpose in coming here. Your brother was being paid $300 a day. This is a great deal of money for any guide, even the very best. To take this man to Chiribiquete would have been a 7-day journey. That is a lot of money to lose. Armando looked at Jejeune. The moment he took a sick man into the land of the Carjona, your brother became responsible for the deaths of those 4 indigenous people. This is your whole picture, Inspector Jejeune. Armando spoke dispassionately, almost kindly. But he left his eyes on Jejeune for a long time after he finished speaking. Jejeune let his own gaze wander up the trail to where the others had so recently departed from view. You are right, said Armando. I must catch up with the group. If you are here to find birds, Inspector Jejeune, I will do all I can to help you. But if not? Armando did not need to finish the sentence. Jejeune would get no help in trying to find someone to lessen his brother's guilt. The detective understood. He had no reason to expect anyone else would want to see Damien escape justice, perhaps not even his brother himself. The sudden noise in the undergrowth had both men turning together to see a large iguana trundling clumsily through the leaf litter. In a world where so many creatures moved stealthily and silently, the animal's ungainly progress seemed recklessly out of place. Please do not fall too far behind the rest of the group, Inspector, said Armando as he turned to leave. The rainforest can hold many dangers for the unwary. Jejeune detected no hint of threat in the air on this warm tropical morning, but then again, Armando knew this rainforest far better than he did. Perhaps there were dangers the detective just couldn't see. Armando didn't join the group for dinner, but his comments circled Jejeune's mind in an unending loop as he sat at the table with Traz. His silence didn't go unnoticed, and his friend understood its cause. Jejeune had confided in him the essence of his conversation with the guide as soon as he had returned to the lodge. Traz had known Damien for a long time. If anyone could judge Armando's views on Dominic's brother, it was him. It's just talk, JJ. I mean, okay, we both know about Damien and money, but there's no way he would have taken that man into Carajona territory if he had known he was sick, no matter how much money was on offer. You know that. Did he? Jejeune looked beyond Traz into the velvety darkness that had descended around the lodge, listening to the trills and buzzing of 1,000 different insects. The air retained the remnants of the day's warmth, but Jejeune could draw no comfort from the tropical evening. He left the remains of his beer and bade the group good night, leaving Traz to sidle towards Taya's table, brandishing the Field Guide to the Birds of Columbia 2nd edition like a trophy. Traz wasn't long in following Jejeune to the room, but his friend was already in bed when he arrived. I think it's fair to say she was impressed, said Traz with a wide grin. Just so you know, I'm going to suggest the two of us take a stroll on the North Road tomorrow night, just to give the book a trial run. He gave his friend a look of exaggerated innocence. There are supposed to be lyre-tailed nightjars up on that road. Maybe I'll come along. No, you won't. And I wouldn't wait up either. Traz sat on the edge of his bed and lapsed into silence, as if he was considering telling Jejeune something important, but had not yet reconciled himself to it. What? Asked Jejeune. You know why Walden was so interested in how we came to choose this tour company? Asked Traz quietly. Because he's a shareholder. I heard Taya mention it to him on the trek this afternoon. Jejeune nodded slowly. Of course. How else would he be in a position to advise Mazaves what to put on its website? And who could have told Armando they had missed the sword-billed hummingbird at Casa de Colibries? It explained, too, the strange atmosphere that had shrouded their day there, the feeling of being scrutinized by Walden. Jejeune wondered how long it would have taken him to put the pieces together if Traz hadn't uncovered this information. Important or not, he couldn't shake the feeling these were details he should have picked up on himself much earlier. Traz climbed into bed and switched off the light. I wouldn't read too much into it, JJ, he said. I imagine the company just wants to be sure if you have any questions, there is someone close at hand to answer them. He gave an elaborate yawn. Anyway, we better get some sleep. I hear it's going to be a long day tomorrow. Traz didn't offer any further details, and he was asleep almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. But Domenic Jejeune stayed awake for a long time, staring into the darkness above his bunk, thinking. Chapter 14. It could have been a plinth, a grey slab of granite set on the cliff edge sometime in North Norfolk's wayfaring past. But it moved as the two officers approached, half turned towards them, and Salter could make out the shape of a person in a long grey duffel coat. Having acknowledged their presence, the woman turned back to resume her study of the sea. Laraby and Salter continued over the hard, uneven ground towards her, heads bowed against the fierce winds coming in off the water. On either side of them, row upon row of low white stakes stretched out over the undulating land like half-finished crosses on some vast burial ground. Looking closer, Salter could see each stake had a small sapling tethered to it, though the trees were too short yet to be troubled by the winds. Their wrath was saved for taller targets, like people. How's your mouth? Everything all healed okay? Asked Laraby as they walked. I get the impression Sergeant Mike was mortified about what happened. Salter's top lip was still puffy, and she touched it gingerly. It's fine, she said. Cheaper than collagen anyway. Laraby smiled. Ever think of moving up the ladder to sergeant yourself? He asked casually. There's nothing wrong with a bit of ambition. The elements disguised any surprise Salter might have felt at Laraby's inquiry, but she still took a second to compose her response. It's always been in the back of my mind, I suppose. But it's not what I'd call a priority at the moment, what with my son Max and all. Laraby seemed to consider the constable's answer warily. Well, if you ever do decide, here's a bit of advice. Get yourself a specialty. The service loves a specialist these days. You could do worse than this drone business. Most officers treat any new technology like it's radioactive. You become a specialist in this stuff and you'll find yourself in demand. Noted. Her tone suggested the topic was closed, and Laraby received the message. As they approached the woman, Laraby called out her name and his own, but Amelia Wellborn didn't turn from the sea. Perhaps the DI's words had been snatched away by the wind. The two police officers joined her, standing shoulder to shoulder, watching the heaving mass of olive water twist into mounds, spewing out great spumes of white foam as they exploded back into nothingness. "It was a storm like this that exposed the underwater forest," said the woman, without turning from her vigil. Laraby's expression suggested he was searching for metaphors in her words, but Salter knew what she was referring to. "An ancient forest, sir. About 10,000 years old, they think. Some divers discovered the remnants of it when a storm shifted the sand on the seabed." She turned to Wellborn. "It's just off here somewhere, isn't it?" Wellborn raised her arm and pointed to the southeast. "About 200 metres offshore. It was called Doggerland. An immense oak forest that once stretched all the way to the continent." Wellborn's eyes continued to play over the rolling waters. She was tall but small-boned, and the combination gave her frame a particular kind of frailty. And, while Salter suspected all three of them had high colour in their faces at the moment from the sharp bite of the wind, Wellborn's looked of a more permanent sort. There were traces of the same red blushing on her neck when the winds whipped her mousy hair away. Her overall appearance suggested a delicate constitution, of the sort that might be tested to the limits by the demands of managing a large property like Sylvan Ridge. "Any particular reason you're out here on a day like this, Miss Wellborn? Looking for something special out there?" Laraby had to raise his voice over the blustery wind, but he managed to keep the tone pleasant. "I walk my property every day, Inspector," she called back. "In all seasons, rain or shine. This land has been in the Wellborn family for many generations. It is a part of us, and we are part of it. I owe it a duty of care." There was a resolve in her voice that made Salter rethink her earlier assessment. Determination went a long way towards the success of any enterprise, and the Wellborns must have had a fair supply of it to be able to hang on to a vast swathe of North Norfolk like Sylvan Ridge for centuries. A sudden gust of wind took Salter off guard and rocked her sharply. "We are investigating the murder of Erin Dawes," said Laraby. "We know you were part of an investment group with her, the Ivy League." Having declared exactly where he stood, the detective fell silent. He knew the information would influence whatever Amelia Westbourne chose to tell them now, and that suited him perfectly. Less messing about with irrelevancies that way. "Indeed, we were both part of the group," she conceded carefully. "But I had no dealings with Erin Dawes beyond that. Not personally, not professionally." Wellborn wore the expression of someone who believed an expensive education and well-established pedigree might inure one from this sort of prying. "That said, I shall be forever grateful to her for bringing us this wonderful opportunity." "The Pickerfloor project, you mean?" Salter stole a glance at Laraby. "You were enthusiastic about it, then?" Wellborn turned from the sea, a strand of her hair almost hitting the detective in the face as it whipped around in the wind, causing him to snap his head away sharply. "The chance to reforest areas on a large scale. The loss of our forests is one of the great catastrophes of our age. I have rarely been so proud to be involved in helping a new project get established." Again, Salter flicked a glance at the DI, but there was more information to be gleaned while Wellborn was still in her state of ignorance. "Did all of the Ivy League members feel the same way?" "The financial return was obviously Erin Dawes' major concern, but I believe she did also appreciate the inherent value of forests." Wellborn stooped to pick away a remnant of grass that had become entangled around one of the saplings. It seemed like a futile gesture in the face of these winds, but Salter understood it for what it was. The need to nurture something you cared for. What inherent value? Ecosystem services, Inspector. Climate regulation, flood control, not to mention the sheer sense of inspiration and fulfillment one feels when surrounded by a stand of mature trees. Surely, the spiritual nourishment one receives from a forest far exceeds any economic value. I'm sorry, you've lost me. Laraby's smile came just soon enough to reassure Wellborn that perhaps there was a soul in there somewhere after all. And the others? Robin seems as unconcerned about this as about most matters of consequence in his life, to be frank. Personally, I felt his contribution to be the most valuable of all. To give us the opportunity, through the use of his land, to re-establish an unbroken swathe of forest, to link these two ancient remnants once again. Wellborn stared off into the distance at the thought. Magnificent. She tossed her head slightly, sending her wispy hair swirling in the wind once again. Gerald expressed the gravest reservations about the project, though, of course, he did eventually come round. What reservations might those have been, then? Asked Laraby, stirring with interest. Drones. He is vehemently opposed to them. But he agreed to invest in the project despite this. Wellborn gave the two detectives a narrow smile. Gerald Moncrief never met a pound he didn't like, Inspector. The projected returns on offer overwhelmed any philosophical objections he might have had. I won't stay invested myself, you understand. I'm not a fan of the stock market. I believe there are times when you have to ask yourself just how much bother you're willing to go to in order to get extra money that you don't really need. But I am glad that I've been able to help such a worthy project in its early stages. Laraby turned to stare at the sea, steadying himself against the blustery wind. He seemed mesmerized by the waves, racing towards their ceaseless suicide against the boulders at the base of the cliff. Salter knew he was preparing himself not just to deliver the news, but to sense the first reaction, the unguarded response before anything could sweep in to mask it. She prepared herself too, watching Wellborn's thin face carefully. Laraby turned to Wellborn. Can you think of any reason Erin Dawes would not have gone through with the purchase of the options in the Pick-a-Floor project? None at all. She drew her head back slightly. What on earth do you mean? Ms. Wellborn, the investment was never made. Unless acting was high on the list of subjects they taught at Wellborn's finishing school, her surprise was genuine and profound. She brought a slender hand up to her mouth. This is dreadful news. Simply awful. As I'm sure the death of Erin Dawes was to you, said Salter, continuing to watch the woman's face carefully. What? Yes, of course. Her mind seemed to be reeling, unable to take in the news. But to lose this opportunity. So, the reforestation project on Robin's land has been abandoned? She looked distraught, even as she fought to retain her dignity, as her breeding seemed to demand. I believe Dr. Amundal was able to make other arrangements for test sites, said Laraby. So you never asked to see the investment documents? She shook her head numbly. It's not what one does, is it? Check up on one's business partners? Erin Dawes assured me the investment would be made by the deadline, and I would hold the agreed share options in the project. I gave that side of things no more thought. What sort of a world did these people live in? Wondered Laraby, where a £50,000 investment was on the side of things to which someone gave no more thought.
We were wondering whether Ms. Dawes' decision might have anything to do with her relationship with Robin Oakes.
Salter had never had the benefit of finishing school acting classes, so there was no question the surprise she showed was genuine. Nobody she knew at the station was wondering about this. She looked at Laraby, but he was focused on Wellborn. At first, the woman said nothing. Laraby waited patiently, seemingly oblivious now to the raw winds that buffeted the air around their heads. Wellborn found something across the fields that captured her attention. On the horizon, a single tree stood like an ominous black scarecrow silhouetted against the white sky. But other than that, there was nothing of interest that Salter could see.
Were they involved in a sexual relationship, Miss Wellborn?
I couldn't say.
But it's possible,
pressed Laraby.
You couldn't rule it out.
Salter felt vaguely uneasy. It was quite a distance from putting words in a person's mouth in an interview to doing it on a witness stand, but once you had started on that path, you had already taken the most important step. Wellborn was silent, weighing the inspector's question. Anything is possible, I suppose. Robin's casual relationships have been well documented by the press. Wellborn softened her face into the kind of smile that did nothing at all for her own appearance. But really, I have to say, Erin Dawes was hardly Robin's class, type, Inspector. She and Robin did not have what I'd call compatible personalities. He has raised indolence to an art form. She was, shall we say, animated? They spent most of their time defending their approaches to life. If there was any physical attraction between them, they kept it very well hidden. She seemed to consider her remarks, and turned a little to allow her look to add weight to her comments. I refuse to believe Robin can have been involved in Erin Dawes's death, Inspector. That is what you're implying, isn't it? It's unthinkable. You should know I trust Robin Oakes utterly. I have always found him to be an honourable person of impeccable background. If he ever applies for a job with the police services, perhaps I'll come to you for a character reference, said Laraby testily. You don't understand, Inspector. Robin Oakes could never have committed a crime like this. He is simply not that type, offered Laraby. Thank you, Miss Wellborn. You have been most helpful. The inspector delivered the words with finality, but there was a resonance to them that Salter suspected Amelia Wellborn would not find particularly comforting.
Humbling, wasn't it, Constable?
Said Laraby as they made their way back between the rows of white stakes.
You stand before that sea and you think it's been doing this forever. You wonder what difference a policeman can make when you see the timelessness of it all.
It had not been the comment Salter was expecting. She had been waiting to hear Laraby banging on about being blown halfway to Wales and brass monkeys with missing parts. Instead, here he was, philosophising about one police officer's place in the grand scheme of things. "Why Oakes, sir?" she asked. Had they missed something? Salter and Danny Mike and the rest, something that had pointed Laraby towards the celebrity photographer. With Jejeune, such questions were par for the course. But ever since he had been here, D.I. Laraby had a knack for making you feel like you were all on the same page, all part of the same investigation. For him to hone in on a suspect out of the blue like this seemed out of character somehow.
Robin Oakes lied to Sergeant Mike and me, Constable, and when somebody lies to a police officer, it's because they are guilty of something.
Now, perhaps it's just me, but I can't think of many things I'm going to be willing to lie about at the expense of giving myself an alibi for the time of a murder. Wellborn seems to genuinely believe he'd never be involved in anything like this. I'm sure she does. But it's all very well issuing blanket assurances based on somebody's family tree. Me, I'm a touch harder to convince. These people are not racehorses, Constable. Their bloodlines make no difference to me. Laraby paused at the car and took one last look back across the fields, the wind making his eyes water. The distant grey shape of Amelia Wellborn was still making her way slowly along the coastal path. Hard to believe that forest was lying there all that time, under the sea, isn't it, Constable? Salter knew what he meant. An entire forest lying for millennia just offshore, and no one knew. No secret was too big to hide if you chose the right place to conceal it. Chapter 15. Marvin Laraby stood at the front of the incident room, surveying all before him with an air of calm self-assurance. There was a lot to like about Laraby's approach to life. You got the sense of a man who had taken the occasional look in the mirror and come to terms with what he had seen. Mike had once heard DCS Shepherd, who seemed to have an Americanism for every occasion, describe someone as being comfortable in his own skin, and the phrase seemed to suit Laraby particularly well. Of course, it helped that there was something to feel comfortable about. They were making progress, in Laraby's view anyway, if not quite as much, perhaps, in anybody else's. They were listening to the reports from the teams that had been checking Dawes's contacts. Since it had been agreed that the break-in had been committed by someone who had visited Dawes's home previously, a random attack had been discounted. But the accountant's limited social circle meant the detectives had been able to approach things systematically until, one by one, the acquaintances of Erin Dawes were definitively eliminated as suspects. The number of people who had the opportunity to kill Erin Dawes, let alone motive and means, was dwindling with every new report. Laraby nodded contentedly as the last of the teams reported their conclusions. OK, listen, people, this is good work. Stellar. Well done, everyone. The general stirring had an unmistakable undertone. Laraby's praise seemed to linger in the air all the longer because the group was not accustomed to hearing it. Shepherd eased herself up from her post by the doorway. Such was the wave of good feeling Laraby's input had created, it seemed almost churlish to dwell on the negatives in the investigation. But motive was going to be key, and to this point, as far as Shepherd could tell, they were nowhere near establishing one. There seemed to be little doubt now that it had been Dawes's plan all along to embezzle the Ivy League funds. £150,000 had been withdrawn from the group account 2 days before the investment deadline. Now, the money was nowhere to be found. But that was where the logical side of things fell off a cliff. First, no one could come up with a good reason, or even a moderately bad one, for why Dawes would have stayed around so long, when it was unquestionably just a matter of time before her crime was discovered. And neither Shepherd nor the rest of the Saltmarsh Serious Crime Squad had needed any big-time Charlie from the smoke, even one who seemed to be morphing into a decent bloke before their very eyes, to point out that, if somebody had taken your money and hidden it, killing them was not the way you went about getting it back. As motives went, Wellborns and Moncriefs were about as weak as they came. The problem was, they were not just the best ones the investigating officers had at the moment, they were the only ones. "I don't suppose there was anything in her safe that might lead us to where that money is?" Shepherd asked. Laraby's expression suggested what he thought the likelihood of that might be. "I mean, I get that she didn't go to the same upper-crust universities as the rest of the Ivy League set, Ma'am,
but expecting her to keep incriminating details like that around the house is not giving her much credit. That money is racking up double-digit interest somewhere a lot warmer than North Norfolk, and the details will be stored on a cloud server somewhere we can't get at them.
Laraby turned to Mike.
That said, I haven't seen an inventory of the safe's contents yet. Think you could get me a copy, Sergeant?
Mike pulled out his phone and murmured into it.
Nobody seems to have one at hand, he said. It'll take them a couple of minutes to locate one. They'll run it up to us as soon as they do.
Nothing on the mug yet? Laraby made it a personal inquiry to Mike, but the sergeant simply shook his head. I looked into that bird plaque, said Salter to fill the awkward void. Apparently it is accurate after all. The bird is a golden oriole. They're rare enough in these parts, but they have been seen in Norfolk on the odd occasion. She looked as though she might be regretting bringing up the idea in the first place, but Laraby was having none of that.
Worth a try, though, Constable, just the same,
he said, nodding.
Nothing wrong with following your heart once in a while. Now, what do we know about this other member of the Ivy League, Gerald Moncrief?
He's made a small fortune by turning part of his property into a shooting estate, apparently. He does have a couple of hunting-related citations in the past. Salter handed Laraby a sheet of paper. And we have a car like Moncrief's on CCTV moving towards Dawes's cottage late afternoon on the day she died, said Salter. No sign of it returning. The thing is, it's a pretty popular model, a BMW X5. Right in our window, though. And I can't imagine a peaceful little village like Saltmarsh is exactly a hotbed of vehicular activity after the lights go down. He looked at Mike. We should make him our first stop this morning. The financial checks didn't throw up any surprises, said Salter. Oakes's finances tend to wobble a bit, but he is an artist type after all, and you know what they're like with money. But he seems to have a fan, some billionaire in America who's an avid collector of his work, so he's doing all right at the moment. The other two are as solid as a rock. That's not to say they aren't going to miss 50 grand, but it's not going to send either of them into the poorhouse either.
I thought the landed gentry were all on their uppers, said Laraby, donating their properties to the National Trust left, right and centre to avoid paying all those inheritance taxes and such.
It's true that many families have had to give up their properties, but the Ivy League members have all managed to stay on their ancestral estates, albeit in what they call reduced circumstances, like Oakes, for example. He lives in that gatehouse, now that the original manor house is gone. But the prestige is still there. These days, a couple of 100 acres and a grandad who's been a local magistrate is enough to get you a mention in Burke's landed gentry.
Reduced circumstances, repeated Laraby with heavy sarcasm. Get me a tissue, will you, somebody? I'm starting to well up here with the tragedy of it all.
DCS Shepherd stirred. The press will obviously be looking to play up the societal angle on this one, Inspector. Working-class accountant inveigles herself with the rural aristocracy and then embezzles from them. She looked at Laraby frankly. We won't be going anywhere near that with our inquiries, I take it. I wouldn't like to think this case is going to turn into a tale of two classes. Laraby stretched his neck a little, as if trying to free it from the confines of his collar. I don't generally conduct my investigations for the convenience of the media, Mum. He gave his broad shoulders an easy shrug, but I'll keep it in mind. Anybody else on our radar? The doctor, Amundal, said Salter. He's got some temper on him. I don't quite know why, but it sounds like that land of Oakes's was very important to his work. I doubt he took the news that he wasn't going to get it too well. Laraby shook his head slightly.
He's just a young man in a hurry. He smiled at the room. I was a bit like that once. Thought I knew it all, and got a bit testy when I couldn't get the world to listen to me. We can have a look at him if you like, but I doubt we're going to find any malicious intent there. The broker, Connor James. There's something not quite right there. Mike's sudden contribution from the side of the room, after so much measured silence, caused Laraby to snap his head around. He's worked with a lot of high-profile clients in the past. Footballers, recording industry types. You'd think there'd be wall-to-wall pictures of him with them, especially on a boat where he does all his meeting and greeting. Why? Because he's some unsophisticated yokel who suddenly finds himself moving in their circles? Come on, Danny. Because it's part of the package, said Mike, evenly. Look who I know. Look who trusts me with their business dealings. Mike paused, but when it became clear nobody else was going to say it for him, he added the final piece himself. Plus, James lost money on this deal himself. Quite a bit. If those option yields are as high as expected, and unlike Moncrief or Wellborn, he had no reason to wait and see if his money was ever coming back again. He was never going to see those profits, whether Dawes was dead or alive. Laraby considered the idea for a moment before nodding. Fair enough. I don't see it myself, but we can have another chat with Mr. James, if you like. He paused. I've been having a think myself, as it happens. These arguments Oakes is reported to have had with Dawes. There's only two things that cause that kind of open hostility between a man and a woman. Money and sex. And since Oakes wasn't contributing any money to the Pick Floor project, said Salter, we know Oakes had a reputation in this area, said Laraby. We also know Dawes wasn't the type to stand for any nonsense. My guess would be an advance that was rejected. The Robin Oakeses of the world have been bending the hired help over the parlour tables for generations. They don't get to hear the word no very often. I imagine it came as something of a shock. There's no evidence of an affair, is there? Asked Shepherd. No stash of secret love notes tucked away among the papers in her safe? The reference reminded them they were still waiting for the inventory. Mike dialed again. He seemed to tense slightly as he listened to the person on the other end of the line, causing everyone else in the room to sink into silence as they watched him. He stayed on the line a moment longer and then murmured an indistinct comment before shutting off his phone. He turned to address the room. The safe hasn't been opened yet. They've been waiting for authorization. It was significant that no one had come to inform Danny about this in person, as protocol might have required. But looking at his expression now, it was easy to understand why. Volunteers for that sort of mission would have been few and far between. Shepherd's face, too, had taken on a dangerously dark hue, and her tone matched it. What the hell have they been playing at down there? I want to know who's responsible for this, Sergeant Mike. Names on my desk by the end of the day. Around the room, people looked at one another in a mild state of panic, afraid their names might somehow end up on Mike's list. Only Laraby remained calm. He looked first at Shepherd and then at the rest of the group. Listen, I'm going to put my hand up to this one. New bloke, just in, needs a proctologist to find his head for him the first few days. I think we can all see how something like this could have happened. Even when he switched gears, there was reasonableness to his tone that kept them on his side. Still and all, people, this is a murder inquiry we're dealing with here, a proper big-time crime.
He slapped the backs of his fingers into the palm of his other hand. "So let's take it seriously from now on, shall we? We follow up to make sure everything's been done. Agreed?" He looked at Mike. "You've given them the go-ahead to open the safe, I take it?" Mike nodded. Laraby turned to Shepherd. "I think we can assume it will be a priority now." The assembled officers gathered their belongings as Laraby declared the morning briefing to be at an end. And if DCS Shepherd wasn't entirely over her anger at the debacle with the safe, she could still recognise that in stepping into the firing line for them, D.I. Laraby had once again done his reputation with the rest of the detective contingent at Saltmarsh Constabulary no harm at all. Chapter 16. The distant wail of a howler monkey drifted across the rainforest canopy on the still morning air. Almost as if in answer came the sweet Dios te Day of a troop of chestnut-mandibled toucans, perched in the snags of a distant banyan tree. From his position at the top of the observation tower, Jejeune trained his bins on the birds, marvelling at their top-heavy multicoloured bills as they flashed in the bright light. He looked out over the green sea of treetops stretching as far as the eye could see. The variety of species here was astounding. Fruiting trees, podocarpus, figs, palms, broad-leafed evergreens. Dios te Day. God gives to you. Indeed, thought Jejeune. The sound of boots trudging up the wooden steps forewarned him that his solitary survey of this exotic wonderland was over. "Toucans in the bare tree over there," said Jejeune as Traz emerged onto the deck. "Chestnut-mandibuled." His friend raised his bins, smiling as he watched the birds preening and posing. "Velvet-fronted euphonia, too. Same tree, 7 o'clock. Jejeune followed the directions. "Something else just dropped in behind it," he said animatedly. "Black and blue, warbler size." "Black-faced Dacnus," said Traz. "Stunning." The men traded sightings for some minutes, issuing directions and calling out identifications as the treetops came to life with movement. Sometimes a bird perched for perfect looks, contentedly preening itself or basking in the warming morning air. Other times, the men received only the briefest of glances as a bird flitted in and away again, a quivering branch the only evidence of its visit. Here, high above the forest floor, looking out over a vast unbroken plain of green, with its rich profusion of bird life, of life itself, Jejeune knew he should let it go. His brother hadn't intended for anyone to die. Dominic was sure of that. But 4 people had, and Damien was to blame. Just as Armando said, and Damien had himself even admitted. And yet, who were these guides Armando had spoken of, who felt shame when they should only have felt sadness, guilt instead of sorrow? Armando himself? Or someone else? An expert on hummingbirds, perhaps, a phenomenon, even. Yesterday morning, when they were talking about Marielle, what did they say, specifically? Traz shrugged. That they wished she was the leader this time. Nothing against Armando, but, you get used to a guide's style, what they mean by close or 3 o'clock or the big tree. They also said she never missed a hummingbird ID. Ever. Do they know why she stopped guiding? No, but they let it go when Armando approached. It's not exactly the height of etiquette to talk about how great one trip leader was when you're on a tour with another. Jejeune inclined his head to acknowledge the truth of Traz's statement. The sound of footsteps on the ladder ended their conversation, though Jejeune wasn't sure he had anywhere to take it anyway. "Taya," said Traz, peering down through the slats that formed the floor of the platform. "Remember, you don't know anything about any book." Taya had selected clothes that fit just a little more snugly today, and Jejeune noted a hint of makeup that hadn't been present yesterday. She stood beside the men as they briefed her on what was in view. She added her own contributions, quickly establishing that she remembered much of what she had learned birding with her father. A familiar call had them all spinning as a pair of blue and yellow macaws came into view, flying low and fast over the treetops. Jejeune's heart soared at the sight of the birds speeding over the sun-dappled forest, wingtips almost touching, as if they were holding hands. "I'm sorry we left you behind on the trail yesterday," Taya said to Jejeune when the birds had disappeared from view. "I had been hoping to talk to you about your work. I find police investigations fascinating. How do you go about honing in on a suspect, for example? What you look for, that kind of thing?" Jejeune paused to scan the canopy for movement before answering. "There's a few things," he conceded. "There are predictors of behavior, for example, in some situations." "Really?" She leaned in closer. She was on the verge of being rewarded with a view behind the curtain, an offer few people could resist. Above them, a kettle of black vultures inscribed a series of graceful, effortless passes on a cloudless blue canvas. Jejeune checked them carefully in case a king vulture was among them. When he lowered his bins, he saw that Traz and Taya had been doing the same. "We were talking about criminal behavior," she reminded him. "Predictors?" "There is one type of activity in particular that can be a predictor of predatory intentions," conceded Jejeune. "Not the act itself, of course, but it's often used as a gateway to escalate things to another level." Beside him, Traz stirred uneasily. Domenic was normally deeply reluctant to talk about his work. It seemed inconceivable he was interested in Taya, given how much he cared for Lindy. But there was an undeniable flirtatiousness about the way he was using the secrets of his profession to draw the woman in. "A gateway," repeated Taya. She leaned forward again, her eyes shining with interest. "Gift-giving," announced Jejeune. Obviously, the gift could be just a simple act of generosity, but if so, there would likely be no further reference to it. But a man giving a woman a gift, especially a relative stranger, and then trying to use it as a gateway to a more intimate situation. Jejeune shook his head sagely. "I'd always advise extreme caution in a situation like that." He leaned back, breaking the seal of intimacy. "Of course, there's no science to this. It's just a few casual observations." "Fascinating," said Taya. She picked up her bins. "I should be heading back. I need to see my father before he disappears into his work for the day. But, maybe we can chat again at lunch." "You too, Traz. See you later?" "Sure," he said, forcing a smile that wasn't really in him. "Later." The sound of her departing footsteps had barely died away before Traz turned to his friend. "That was low, man," he said, shaking his head gravely. "Lower than lowly McLow." "You gave her a book you had already given to me," pointed out Jejeune reasonably. "What do you call that?" "Courtship, which, by the way, would undoubtedly already be over if I wasn't working under this handicap." "What handicap?" "This rotten, clumsy English language of yours. If I could romance Taya in Spanish, the two of us would already be riding off into the sunset by now, leaving Armando circling the rotting carcass of his desires like the scavenging chulo he is." Jejeune burst out laughing at Traz's sudden foray into purple prose, and even Traz couldn't keep a straight face for long.
Hear that?
Traz said suddenly.
Cicadas. The heat's coming. The birding's all but done for the time being.
He stepped aside and let Jejeune go ahead, placing a gentle hand on his friend's shoulder. I tell you what, why don't you go ahead of me down these steep and unstable steps, Inspector Jejeune? It seemed an impossible task. Jejeune and Traz had been owling before many times, and the detective suspected the Spanish group had too. But surely none of them had ever faced a prospect as daunting as tracking an owl in such a vast expanse of wilderness. They had taken a 30-minute jeep ride up into the hills, tyres slipping on the loose gravel of the steep tracks, coating the bushes with a fine patina of dust as they passed. A fugitive moon had made a brief appearance when they arrived on the ridge, bathing the tree line in its milky glow. But it had now disappeared behind a bank of dense cloud, leaving behind a deep, intense darkness that settled all around them as they gathered for their night hike. Armando distributed flashlights, one for each 2 people, advising the group to play them at their feet, not too far in front.
Make sure both of you can see the trail 2 steps ahead when you are in single file, and stay on the path. Night snakes are here, fedelants, scorpions too.
The group set off cautiously, the frail flashlight beam seeming to hold them in this world, almost preventing them from slipping off into the dark abyss that waited on either side of the path. The soft chorus of insects was broken only by the occasional chirruping of a frog or rustle of a falling leaf. They had been walking for a long time, and Jejeune had secretly given up hope of success when he heard a call. Armando froze, halting the group in its tracks. He said something in Spanish.
Crested owl, close,
breathed Taya from behind Jejeune.
He's asking if it's okay for him to use a tape to call it. The others said yes.
Jejeune and Traz murmured their assent. Night was the owl's natural time to be active, to patrol for food. Another bird call to contest a territory would not cause it undue stress. The bird responded to the taped calls, and Armando inched forward before finally stopping beneath a large kapok tree. He played his flashlight up into the branches, and suddenly, staring down at them, was the menacing, cat-like face of a crested owl. One by one, the group handed off their flashlights to put their bins on the bird and to receive in return the unsettling, dead-eyed stare of the formidable night hunter. Tracking the bird in the dark had been an amazing feat, and Armando graciously accepted the high fives offered him by the delighted group members.
This was a good bird, but it took us a long time to find him. We should go back now. The jeeps will be waiting for us.
Once they were moving again, Armando did not retrace their steps along the path, but veered toward the ridge instead. He stopped and pointed to a narrow walkway of half-round bamboo slats fastened precariously to a rock wall.
The jeeps will meet us on the other side of this bridge, he said. It is safe, but narrow, and the railing is broken in some places. I will escort each person in turn, and then come back for the next one. The footing in places is tricky, so watch where I place my feet and do the same. If we stay close to the rock wall, there will be no problem.
One member of the group played their light over the bridge. The slats looked slick, and the broken rail leaned out drunkenly over the ravine that plunged down the side of the rock face.
Remember, slowly and carefully, close to the rock wall. You will be fine.
Armando? The voice was Jejeune's.
My flashlight is not working.
The guide took it from Jejeune and tried it, tapping it gently against his palm when it refused to turn on. Eventually he gave up.
Okay,
He said, pocketing the broken light.
you go last. I will bring a flashlight back with me when I come for you after everyone else has gone over.
I'll stay until the end, too, said Traz.
As you wish, said Armando easily. There, you come with me first.
The party watched in silence as the twin lights trailed through the darkness over the ravine and eventually disappeared at the far end. One by one, Armando led the party over and returned until only Traz and Jejeune remained on their side of the bridge. The two men stood unmoving, the darkness like a shroud around them. It was quiet now. Not even the sounds of insects reached them. The empty silence seemed to ring in their ears.
That flashlight is not the same one I had earlier,
said Jejeune quietly.
The other one had a notch in the handle. I handed it off to someone so I could get my bins on the crested owl.
Who handed it to you again afterward? Was it Armando?
I don't know. It was dark. It could have been.
They saw the unsteady trail of a flashlight bouncing towards them as Armando returned over the narrow bridge. He extended a hand towards Jejeune.
Here is your light, Inspector,
he said, as he stepped onto the ground again.
Stay exactly here. I advise you not to move around too much. The Ferdinands, they like this leaf litter.
He can come with us. We can both go with you together, said Traz.
No.
Armando was firm.
You may slip, miss your footing. We will do it one by one. You first.
He turned and stepped onto the bridge again, playing his flashlight on the smooth bamboo slats.
Walk at my pace, in my footsteps exactly.
As Armando stepped onto the bridge, Jejeune felt Traz's gentle shove in the small of his back, urging him forward. Jejeune silently stepped onto the bridge behind Armando and followed the guide's slow, deliberate steps. Traz could hear Armando's low murmurings of reassurance floating back on the quiet night air, but he knew Jejeune would not answer until they had reached the far side. Traz heard the guide's raised voice in the darkness, telling him the men had crossed safely.
You think this is a joke, Inspector? This is a serious situation. Dangerous still. You must do as I say out here, always. Muy importante. Muy.
The rest of Armando's rant dissipated into the still night air. He sounded so angry, it crossed Traz's mind that he might be inclined to leave him to make his own way across the bridge in the darkness. But, with Jejeune now safely on the far side, he knew his friend wouldn't allow that to happen. And in time, the thin light of Armando's flashlight appeared as he approached, sullen and silent, to guide Traz across. Armando chose a different jeep from Traz and Jejeune for the ride back, and once he had counted off everyone at the lodge, he disappeared into his room without speaking to either of them. "He'll get over it," said Traz, watching him walk away, or not. "Either way, there was no way I was letting him leave you as last man up there, JJ. Just you and him crossing that bridge, and no witnesses?" Traz shook his head and said it again. "No way." Chapter 17. Along the lane, the leafless trees stood like silent sentinels, totems marking the place where life had so recently been and was now gone. A low sky hung over the farmlands on each side of the road, the flat light robbing the landscape of its contours. Single blocks of colour, browns and beiges, greys and blacks, swept away to the horizon on either side of the car. It would make a nice composition for one of Robin Oakes's photographs, thought Danny Myrick incongruously. A black and white. Laraby also seemed to find plenty in the landscape to hold his attention, so Mike turned up the music slightly. Don't Leave Me This Way wasn't a choice Mike could have seen himself making under normal circumstances, but Laraby's mention of Thelma Houston had started an earworm the sergeant hadn't been able to shake. And, besides, Danny consoled himself that Henry E. Davis's scintillating bass lines would not have been out of place in any Motown era.
Brings back a few memories, I can tell you, said Laraby. Me and the wife dancing to this. Donna Summer, he said suddenly. She was another one. Was she Motown as well?
Mike's wrists thickened as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. When Special Forces had spent all that money training him to kill with his bare hands, they had probably not envisioned visiting detective inspectors being among his victims.
No, sir, she was something else. Any thoughts on that other group you were trying to remember?
Laraby shook his head.
No, but they were massive for a time. Bit of an odd name, I seem to remember that much.
The appearance of their destination on the crest of the hill prevented Mike from proposing any new candidates. The entrance to Moncrief's estate was littered with signs advising that it was private property and warning against trespassing. But Mike didn't have much time to consider obeying them. Laraby's gloved finger pointed directly ahead, and Danny drove between the imposing stone pillars without stopping.
Never gets old for me, that bit, said Laraby with a smile.
It was hard to gauge Gerald Moncrief's actual build, but the bulky outdoor jacket he was wearing gave the man standing on the steps beside the gravel forecourt a formidable presence. He had the dark jowls of a man who needs to shave frequently and piercing, deep-set eyes. His protruding jaw and his unwelcoming scowl did nothing to make his appearance any more accommodating. Nor did the two black dogs flanking him. Mike had always considered Labradors to be a friendly breed, but these two looked like they had inherited their owner's sour disposition. Laraby got out of the Mini as soon as the wheels had stopped rolling and marched across the gravel towards Moncrief. At his approach, the estate owner had drawn his dealing with the domestics expression from his narrow repertoire and put it on. He was standing on the lowest step of a stone staircase that led up to an impressive double-winged manor house in red brick. It was a building of the type that, by its mere presence, suggested it had been around a long time. Laraby stopped before him and, despite the one-step difference in height, squared up to the other man as if he might be looking forward to this encounter. Neither of the dogs moved a muscle. Moncrief jutted his chin out towards Laraby.
Please.
The detective introduced himself and the approaching Sergeant Mike. Moncrief nodded shortly to himself, as if impressed with his own deductive skills.
Come to tell me how you're going to get my money back?
No. Laraby's flat answer hung in the air uncomfortably. Mike had already seen the DI in action with Robin Oakes, and the relationship with someone else he would consider a member of the rural aristocracy didn't seem to be getting off to any better start.
We're making inquiries into the death of Erin Dawes, said Mike reasonably.
Moncrief shrugged aggressively.
Much the same thing, then, as I understand it.
He made no move to invite them inside his house or to step down, so they stayed in the same position, the two detectives at the foot of the imposing stone staircase, Moncrief hovering above them, the dogs at his side, stock still and impassive.
Can you tell us in what capacity you knew the victim?
Asked Mike. It never hurt to establish a baseline for truthfulness with a question to which you already knew the answer.
She was part of my investment group, said Moncrief. She wasn't the sort that normally moves in our circles, but she had done a bit of accounting for us all at one time or another.
Laraby continued to stare at Moncrief, albeit with a faintly incredulous smile on his face, such as a man might have watching a freak show at the fun fair.
Can't say I ever cared for her particularly.
Why's that then? Asked Laraby. A bit uppity, was she? Didn't always remember her place.
Had a bit of a chip on her shoulder, as a matter of fact. Seemed to resent the fact that the fates had decreed some of us would always have a little bit more than she had.
He stared hard at Laraby.
In retrospect, we all needed our heads examining, I suppose. Trusting our money to a person like that.
An accountant, you mean? Asked Laraby in an innocent tone that Danny Mike was already learning was not to be taken at face value. Moncrief was not taken in by it either.
Look, Inspector, I'm sorry if it goes against your touching socialist sensibilities, but the fact remains there was only one person of her ilk in our group, and she's the one who pinched my bloody money. Those are the facts, as simply as one can state them.
I understand you weren't particularly keen on the investment, said Laraby, unfazed by the man's bluntness. Not fan of drone technology, I hear.
Not much, no. I don't hold with all this erosion of our civil liberties, invading our spaces, spying on our doings.
Moncrief turned to Mike, as if perhaps he had found a decent person he could at least talk to.
An Englishman is entitled to a bit of privacy on his own land, one would have thought.
Especially if he's not obeying the law, said Laraby, smiling pleasantly. You've got a record, Mr. Moncrief. Hunting out of season. Moncrief exploded in exasperation, rousing the dogs slightly.
Good God, man! You're bringing that up now? It was years ago. I got an early start on a nigh of pheasants one year, that's all.
No, sir, it's not all. A gamekeeper of yours poisoned a couple of birds of prey too. Buzzards, I believe they were.
Nothing to do with me,
said Moncrief sharply.
I let the man go as soon as I find out.
Hardly surprising. Putting your government farm subsidy in jeopardy like that? A small hiccup of discomfort rose within Mike. Laraby seemed to have an agenda beyond the inquiries, one the sergeant wasn't privy to. Mike was used to this kind of feeling watching Jejeune work, and he didn't like it any more now than he did all those other times. But whatever Laraby was up to, his clear intention to antagonize Moncrief was threatening to derail the interview. Mike didn't particularly fancy coming back here again to stand in the cold at the foot of a staircase, being stared at by a pair of black dogs, just to go over all the things they had failed to ask this time around. You knew about the plan to use the land between yours and Amelia Wellborn's as a test strip for the project? He asked.
Whole thing seemed like a monumental waste of good shooting land as far as I'm concerned. I've often told Amelia we should combine forces, buy that land off Oaks and link our two properties.
He looked out over the distant forest tract, as if imagining the prospect.
Be a formidable force, a Moncrief-Wellborn partnership.
Whatever its merits, Mike noted that Amelia Wellborn would receive second billing.
But that was never likely to happen once that Amundal chap started banging on about reforesting it. She's an admirable woman, Amelia. Determined, intelligent, but she does rather tend to get the old worship mad out when she finds somebody who might help save her damned trees.
Something caught the attention of the dogs and they stirred, padding restlessly and twisting around on the step. Moncrief looked out over the fields. He shifted his position slightly on the step, and the gesture settled the dogs immediately. It was an impressive piece of silent command. When did you learn your money had gone? That the investment had not been made? Asked Laraby.
When everybody else did. 2 days ago.
So, after you'd handed over the cash, you never requested to see any of the investment documents?
Clearly not,
said Moncrief irritably.
All I was after was a quick turnaround. Throw a few bob at this thing, and as soon as it starts to shoot up a bit, get out. I tend not to concern myself with the whys and wherefores of my investments. That's what I pay my bloody accountant for.
Who, in this case, was Erin Dawes. There might have been more subtle ways to point out Moncrief's naivety, but Laraby didn't seem particularly keen to spare the man's feelings. Where were you when Miss Dawes was killed, Mr. Moncrief? That would be Saturday night.
Where I usually am. In my study with a good book halfway through a bottle of the Macallan,
he said, in a tone that suggested he understood the need for the question, even if he didn't particularly care for it. Alone? No witnesses, then? Only a car like yours was captured on CCTV in the village, quite near the victim's house.
Like mine.
Moncrief's already low voice dropped to further intimidating level.
I presume you can't see the number plates in this CCTV footage of yours, or you'd know it wasn't mine. Not altogether effective, is it, this surveillance nonsense you lot rely so much on these days?
Moncrief raised his eyebrows in a way that even Mike found irritating. Given Laraby's performance so far, the sergeant expected his DI to be bristling. But Laraby apparently wasn't rising to the bait.
Funny you should mention that,
he said, pleasantly.
It appears those plates were covered in mud. Illegible. That's an offence, you know.
If I find out who was driving that car, I can nick him.
Or her.
Or him. Laraby returned Moncrief's stare unblinking.
What's this all about, Inspector?
Asked the other man in a mocking tone.
Not bullying at school? You don't strike me as the type who would put up with that. A scholarship, I would guess, to a place your parents couldn't quite afford. Always the one in the shabby blazer, were you? Always the one looked down upon, thought of as being not quite up to the mark. I've seen it all before, you see. Same thing with Erin Dawes. This resentment, the railing on about class and privilege and inequality. Only it's always something else, really, isn't it? Well, I can tell you this. If it's designed to make me feel guilty, it isn't going to work. My family's been on this land for centuries, and I'm not going anywhere. So, if we need to speak to you again, we'll know exactly where to find you, won't we?
Said Laraby brightly. He began to make his way to the car, and Mike followed. Both men paused as Moncrief called after them,
I'd advise you to call ahead before you come out here again.
Laraby turned.
Really? Why's that, then? I do a spot of shooting at this time of the year. I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt.
Anyone else, you mean?
Yes, Inspector. Anyone else. Good day to you.
And having dismissed the men as abruptly as a left-wing agenda, Moncrief marched up the steps to his house, dogs at heel, and went inside. Chapter 18. I didn't know anybody still used those things. The comment startled Lindy from her reading, but when she looked up, DCS Shepherd was smiling, so Lindy would be able to discern her own fondness for books. Shepherd looked around. Well, you found a cosy little spot for yourself, I must say. Lindy had chosen a wooden table tucked into a corner of the tiny Saltmarsh library. Through the window behind her, a cloud-laden sky hovered over the library's tiny garden, shrunken into dormancy by the cold weather. But the interior of the stone building was being warmed by a hearty brazier set in the middle of the room, flickering orange light along the racks of books that stretched away in all directions. It's one of the things I enjoy most about village life, just running into people like this, said Shepherd. Lindy couldn't ever remember running into Dominic's boss before, But Saltmarsh was the kind of place where you did see most people eventually, in one capacity or another.
The internet was down at home, so I came to use the Wi-Fi here,
said Lindy.
But one thing I still refuse to do is read poetry on a screen.
It deserves better. Reading poetry in front of a fire on a Thursday morning. Shepherd shook her head. There aren't many things that would make me rethink my career choice, but... The comment took Lindy by surprise. She did not have Shepherd down as a poetry lover. Little insights like this into those you thought you knew were one of the constant joys Lindy found in her encounters with people. Perhaps Dominic's uncanny ability to see beneath a person's surface meant there were fewer surprises like this for him, and therefore less to enjoy in being around other people. I don't blame you indulging yourself in a little guilty pleasure like this. I imagine you must be enjoying having a bit of breathing space, not having those men under your feet. So, who have you chosen? Shepherd turned her head to look at the spine of the book Lindy was holding. Poe? She asked with amazement. The Raven. Shepherd pulled a face. I might have known. It's your bloke's fault, said Lindy lightly. Eric's decided we should do a feature tracing the connection between Dickens, Poe and Gauguin. Shepherd was interested enough to take a seat opposite Lindy at the small table. Is there one? Apparently. Lindy touched the assortment of books splayed out on the desk. Dickens took a pet raven to the US and showed it to Poe when they met. Poe scholars have pretty much agreed that the bird was the inspiration for the poem. A few years later, The Raven was one of the poems read aloud at Gauguin's farewell dinner when he left for Tahiti. And what bird appears in Gauguin's painting Nevermore? Ravens. Shepherd shook her head slightly. Had to see the attraction, personally. To me, it's like the spectre of death flying overhead whenever they pass. Dom loves them, said Lindy. He voted for it to be Canada's national bird. Shepherd raised her eyebrows. They vote on such things over there? It's called democracy, said Lindy. A little thing they learned from us, apparently. Did it win? Lindy shook her head. It was something called a grey jay. At least they didn't choose the Canada goose. I think Dom would have renounced his citizenship. Lindy found her thoughts drifting back to their previous conversation at the Malvern tea rooms. She eyed Shepherd carefully across the book-strewn table. I wonder if he knows just how much he's dominated our conversation since he's been away. I imagine he'd be delighted. It's a sign we're missing him. Shepherd let her comment linger for a moment. Marvin Laraby. You said you knew the name? Anything I should know about between him and Domenic? Nothing that isn't already in the files, said Lindy cautiously. A personality clash, Dom called it. I could see it. Laraby wouldn't be the first senior officer who's found working with Dom a bit intimidating. It's not that he's trying to be clever all the time. He just bloody well is. Lindy seemed to remember who she was talking to and stopped suddenly, but Shepherd merely offered a soft half-smile. You're right. I suspect we both have the same issue. Me professionally and you personally. We both found Mr. Right. We just didn't know his first name was going to be always. Lindy chimed in, the two women finishing the saying together. Lindy sighed. I just wonder sometimes if he appreciates how frustrating it is to be around somebody who seems to know so much about so much. I'm not sure Domenic even knows what frustration is. He's about as sanguine as any person I've ever known. Lindy smiled. I think in terms of frustration, Dom is what the medical profession would call a carrier. Shepherd rewarded the comment with a generous smile of her own. We've still not heard anything from him at the station, by the way. which we take to mean whatever he's up to over there in Colombia, things are going well. Shepherd rose to her feet. Well, I suppose I'd better leave you to your reading. After all, any discussion Eric has about birds while he's at work is one less we have to have when he comes home. She gave Lindy a wan grin. I'm hoping this rush of enthusiasm will burn itself out sooner or later, or at least settle into something a bit less obsessive. It's possible, said Lindy, in the same tone she might have used if Shepherd had suggested the little thing called democracy might one day result in a Green Party government. The birding getting a bit much, is it? Shepherd tilted her head to one side slightly. It was a coquettish gesture that should have looked ludicrous on her, but somehow didn't. Oh, I wouldn't say that, exactly. But inexactly? I just feel guilty sometimes that I'm not more involved. I mean, I just don't know if I should go with him on his trips. That depends, I suppose, said Lindy, on whether there is anything about sitting around for hours in a draughty hide bored out of your mind that you'd find unappealing. Shepherd smiled. She liked Lindy, even if she suspected that Jejeune's girlfriend was behind most of his obstinate moments. Domenic Jejeune was, for the most part, a passive individual. Opposition to Shepherd's new initiatives, when they came, often had the tang of another person's arguments, and on more than one occasion she had felt the words she was hearing from Jejeune were more or less verbatim as his girlfriend had suggested he should deliver them. She turned to leave. I really must get on, she said. Say hello to Domenic for me the next time you talk to him. Lindy spent a long time staring after Shepherd even when the DCS had disappeared from view. Perhaps it was already there even then in the back of her mind, but it wasn't until she had packed everything up and left the library that she was able to grasp it fully. She walked towards her car and stopped dead in her tracks. She felt the flush of anger rising within her and barely made it into the driver's seat before the dam of pent-up emotions burst forth. Cretin! She seethed, pounding on the steering wheel in her frustration until the horn gave a tiny blast. She sat for a moment, letting the waves of anger wash over her before getting out of the car again, not trusting herself to drive in this condition. She marched back and forth in the car park, hardly noticing the frigid air. She wandered over to the back of the parking area and leaned on a low railing that looked out over a small pond. A thin rime of white frost had claimed its edges, but there was still a little open water in the middle. Good for the birds, she thought absently. Dom would be pleased. Dom. She bunched her fists and pressed them to her skull in frustration. Oh, Lindy, how could you have been so stupid? How could you have not been watching, waiting for Shepherd to ask, so that when she did, you wouldn't just walk right into it and serve it up to her on a plate? Those men under your feet. Men. And Lindy had just let it go like some half-wit who had never heard of the difference between the singular and plural form of Jejeunes. Because that was what Shepherd was talking about. Domenic and his brother. Lindy had confirmed Damien's presence in Saltmarsh for Shepherd and allowed her to segue straight over to Domenic's trip to Colombia without even a whimper of protest. So, Colleen Shepherd had just stopped in, had she? Just as she was driving past, perhaps. Only she hadn't seen Lindy's car in the library car park. It would have to have been this one, the loaner she had cadged from the repair shop this morning, while hers was in getting a winter tune-up. One more piece of evidence, if Lindy wasn't already long past needing it, that the encounter with Shepherd hadn't just been a happy accident. She pushed herself back from the railing and began walking again. She had the feeling that someone was watching her antics, probably from one of the library windows overlooking the car park, but she was too angry to care. You had to know Shepherd would be prowling, she told herself as she tried to walk off her frustration. You had to know she would want to confirm finally that Damien had been here in North Norfolk, that he and Domenic had spent time together. The inference now was clear. Domenic was in touch with his brother. And that meant he had been lying to Shepherd, deceiving her all along. Lindy had to phone Dom. He needed to know. Perhaps it wasn't too late if he got on the phone to Shepherd and made a clean breast of everything. True, Domenic had gone to Columbia to try to unravel the truth about his brother's situation, but there was no crime in that. The only link between the two brothers was that list, the endemic hummingbirds of Columbia, and who could tell what significance that would hold, if any? Perhaps she should approach Shepherd herself, call her, chase after her now even, and tell her Domenic didn't know where his brother was, that it was she, Lindy, who had been in touch with him. Because the truth, the razor-thin, borderline truth was, of course, that Domenic was innocent in all this. He didn't know where his brother was. Even if Shepherd didn't believe her, it might introduce that element of doubt, one that could make the difference. She was aware she would be admitting her own guilt to all sorts of crimes, probably some she wasn't even aware of, but she would be willing to do it if it would help, if it would keep Domenic free from Shepherd's incorrect assumptions. Her face and ears were beginning to tingle with the cold. She realized she was standing still, and she hurried back to the car now, turning on the engine to get some heat around her. She didn't know what to do, what the answers were. And that meant calling Domenic, Mr. Always Right. Dom would be able to tell her what needed to be done. Evening, his time, he had said. The best chance of reaching him, when the day's hikes were over and he was back at the lodge. It would mean waiting a few hours, but Lindy had plenty to occupy her mind until then. Chapter 19. Dawn was just breaking over Las Tangaras Reserve when Jejeune poured his cup of coffee from the urn on the tailgate of the jeep. From the surrounding vegetation came the first tentative bird calls, doves, thrushes, wrens, as if they were trying out the morning air for its suitability to carry their messages. Above the trees, the sky was still lightening, but even this early, the air held a humidity that seemed to hang over the forest like a blanket. The T-shirt Jejeune had rinsed out and left on the balcony last night was just as damp when he picked it up this morning, possibly even slightly more so. He was tired, and he knew the rest of the group was too. They had risen early this morning to drive up here to the entrance of the tanager habitat, but they had not had much sleep. The party had arrived at the lodge in darkness last night, weary after the drive from Pauhil. As they were rocking through the dusty Colombian countryside, Armando had come back along the bus to where Jejeune was sitting alone, Traz preferring the free seat next to Taya. The guide had come to discuss his outburst the previous evening, but it was an explanation more than an apology.
I am responsible for your safety,
he said in conclusion.
It is important that my people follow my instructions always.
Jejeune was pretty sure Traz would bristle at the thought of being one of Armando's people, but the guide's tone was soft and reasonable, and Jejeune rewarded it with an understanding smile.
Of the other business,
said Armando, dropping his voice,
on the trail. Nobody thinks your brother is a bad man, Inspector. I did not wish to imply this.
Armando nodded to acknowledge a truth.
Sure, there was resentment he was given such a high-paying assignment. Some said your brother was not skilled enough for this task. It should have been a guide from our country who took this rich foreigner to find the last 5 endemic hummingbirds. Somebody who knew the birds better, knew our culture better. But what your brother did, staying with the man until the emergency services could reach him, this earned everyone's respect. The Caricona were already sick. Your brother must have known he would be arrested by the authorities for what he had done, but he would not leave that man alone.
Jejeune had continued looking out at the passing scenery as Armando spoke, but the guide placed his hand on Jejeune's arm now, and the detective looked at him.
It tells me your brother is a good person, Inspector. A good person to whom a bad thing happened. Nothing more.
The rest of the group was milling around the jeeps, picking at the array of sandwiches and fruit splayed out on the tailgates, but Jejeune was off to the side slightly, staring up into the canopy. He sensed someone at his elbow.
"This is what it's all about,"
said Traz.
"Being here to watch the rainforest come alive like this."
Despite the early hour and the bone-jarring ride they had just concluded, Traz was as immaculately turned out as ever, his hair neatly combed and his clothes clean and pressed. He was holding a wrapped breakfast arepa in one hand. Almost as they watched, the last of the darkness seemed to lift like a veil from the treetops, and gentle sunshine began to settle over the clearing. The bird calls increased, in both number and volume, and soon the air was alive with 100 different songs. A small bird dropped into view, bouncing on a philodendron leaf.
"Blue-grey tanager,"
said Traz, setting his bins on the bird with one hand, holding the arepa down by his side with the other. Jejeune smiled. He had almost forgotten that, in addition to his almost legendary neatness, Traz was also the best one-handed birder he had ever known. Other birds began to emerge from the forest cover to start feeding. Many fell into the category Traz called neck-breakers, working the branches and leaves high up in the canopy overhead. Others, though, proved more accommodating, coming into the palm fronds and low shrubs around the clearing, popping out occasionally for eye-busting views. Everywhere there were excited calls as someone in the group got on a spectacular tanager. Glistening green, beryl-spangled, purplish-mantled. The identification parade was led by Armando, but Traz proved almost as adept, particularly with the higher birds, pointing out a steady procession of species as they flitted through the canopy. Jejeune spent the better part of an hour spinning from sighting to sighting, for once it seemed missing nothing.
"What an amazing flock,"
said Traz during a rare lull.
"It's not flock, though, surely. A group of tanagers."
Jejeune shrugged.
"A pallet?"
Traz gave an easy smile and pointed to a bay-headed tanager that had dropped into the lower branches to feed.
"Hard to argue when you look at that. A pallet of tanagers,"
he said thoughtfully.
"Yeah, I can live with that."
Armando approached.
"Good, yes?"
He wore a broad smile. Everyone in the group had managed excellent views of the birds, and he was happy.
"You are ready to go on to the upper hummingbird feeders. It's a long walk, but we can bird on the way."
Traz and Jejeune took the long, gradual ascent at an easy pace, chatting along the way. Jejeune began to sweat slightly as the heat and humidity built, but his friend seemed unaffected. He had acquired the easy rolling gait of people who lived in hot climates, and he seemed at home in the conditions. All along the trail, Traz spotted birds and pointed them out before Jejeune had even detected their presence. Once, their skills had been comparable. It had even been Jejeune and his brother who introduced Traz to birding. Now, here he was, his birding skills far ahead of the detectives. Jejeune mentioned it, his tone suggesting his comment about his envy was not entirely a joke.
"Come on, JJ.
said Traz easily. "You found an Iberian azure-winged magpie in the UK. A first record, no less. That's going to take some beating." "Someone else found it," said Jejeune quickly. "I was just one of the people who saw it." "That's not what the record says. Yours was the name they put on it, and you know why? Because they needed the sighting validated by someone people would trust. Who better than a detective who was being seen on TV most nights?" Traz shook his head. "In any meaningful sense, that sighting's yours, JJ. Cop yourself some credit." They climbed the steps to the elevated seating area by the hummingbird feeders, but even before they took their seats, Jejeune was pointing. "Is that what I think it is?" Traz snapped up his bins as a hummingbird zipped into view, its body 3 inches of glittering emerald, its tail a further 4 of deep, luxuriant purple. "Violet-tailed sylph," confirmed Traz. "What a stunning bird." Armando and the rest of the group had already arrived, and the guide was standing by one of the feeders now. He beckoned Taya forward from her seat.
"Come. Stand like this and spread your hands over the base of the feeder."
He stood behind her and pressed in closely, wrapping his arms around her from behind to demonstrate how she should hold her hands. "What kind of showboat guiding is this?" murmured Traz to his friend. "This clown ought to be in Vegas."
"Taya seems to be enjoying it,"
said Jejeune mischievously.
"I'm sure he's just trying to give her the best birding experience he can." "Yeah, right. You gotta stop seeing the best in people, JJ. You're a cop, for God's sake. I'd have thought you'd have figured this out already. I'm telling you, I don't trust this guy, and neither should you."
As Armando backed away from Taya, a velvet purple coronet hovered for a moment before settling delicately on her hand and drinking from the feeder. "Oh!" Taya drew in a small breath. "It's like having a feather on your hand, except I can feel its tiny nails." She watched the hummingbird fly off and then looked at Armando, her eyes glistening with delight. "That was amazing. Thank you so much," she said gratefully. Traz got up suddenly. "I'm going to look for a gold-ringed tanager. You know, one of the target species for this area that Circus Boy hasn't managed to find for us yet. You coming?" Jejeune looked across to where a man was sitting alone. "Maybe later," said Jejeune. He stood up and walked over to sit next to Carl Walden.
"Wonderful," said Walden. "Just sitting in one spot, letting the birds come to us for a change. So much of what we do on these trips comes down to bird seeing. It's nice to have the time to do a bit of actual watching. I take it you're enjoying the day so far?"
"Are you asking as a fellow birder?"
said Jejeune pleasantly.
"Or as a shareholder in Mazaves?"
Walden didn't take his eyes off the birds as they flew in and out, but he did allow himself a sheepish grin.
"Okay, I admit I am here to babysit you. Nobody knew if you spoke Spanish, so we thought if you had any questions—"
He turned to Jejeune now.
"I didn't tell you at our first meeting because I didn't want it to seem like the company had drafted me in to keep tabs on you. Plus, I didn't want to make Taya a part of it. She asked to come along, but she didn't know about any of this."
Jejeune nodded, watching the tiny birds as they sliced the air with their rapier-like passes. "So, how does a psychologist from Tucson become an investor in a Colombian bird tour company?" A light seemed to go on behind his eyes. "Marielle." Walden nodded.
As she began to come to terms with her condition, we talked a lot about how she might use her new abilities. She'd always loved watching birds, and now she could see them like no one else. No sighting was too brief, no flight too fast. Columbia was just beginning to open up for birding, and guiding seemed like the perfect job for her. I invested in Mazaves the day she joined them.
A booted racket-tail zoomed in to perch on a feeder near the men, a tiny reminder of the incredible beauty and diversity the natural world could produce. Birding sounds like a perfect match for her skills, said Jejeune.
Walden nodded, and for a while it was. Word got around. No one can guarantee a sighting on a bird tour, but Marielle was the next best thing. Hummers, especially, if you wanted one, the endemics, the rarities, Marielle was who you went to. She even looked the part. She wore a glittering headband and jeweled earrings and a sequin top with red flowers. The birds would fly right up to her. It was amazing.
So, why did she stop?
Walden leaned forward, the light dancing off his gold-rimmed glasses.
Neither Marielle nor I ever thought of her abilities as a gift, Inspector. The constant bombardment of her senses was overwhelming. The birds, the butterflies, even the movement of the leaves in the wind. She would get terrible headaches, migraines that would last for days. Perhaps, for people with Marielle's condition, there is such a thing as too much beauty.
An empress brilliant perched in the shade of a nearby tree, and the older man gave Jejeune the time to enjoy the hummingbird. Not until it had flown off did he speak again.
I've actually been looking to divest myself of my holdings in Mazaves for a while. Not because Marielle is no longer a part of it. The company is on solid ground now, well established. It's time to turn ownership over to Colombians.
Your daughter is a Colombian national, isn't she?
Taya isn't interested in being a part of the company, nor is her mother. Besides, sometimes it's best to make a clean break with the past. Don't you agree?
Jejeune was quiet. It might have been in agreement with Walden, but, as the older man had already discovered, with Inspector Jejeune, you could never quite tell. Chapter 20. Marvin Laraby displayed admirable dexterity in carrying 4 drinks back from the bar. It helped that one of them was a bottle of mineral water. It attracted a considerable amount of attention as he distributed the other 3 drinks around the table. A pint of Green King for Mike, a vodka tonic for Salter, and a glass of Chardonnay for DCS Shepherd. Laraby made a show of looking around the interior of the Boatsman's Arms as he took his seat. He nodded appreciatively at the nautical brasses hanging on the white stucco walls and the broad black oak beams that crisscrossed the ceiling.
Even got a good fire going for us. A proper country pub on a cold winter's night. I don't know about you, but I can think of worse places to be just now.
He twisted off the top of his bottle and took a sip from the mineral water.
What?
He asked, the faces gazing at him.
I can't see any reason why you can't have a nice night down the pub without drinking alcohol.
I'm sorry, you've lost me, said Salter, enjoying their little inside joke.
Should be some dark tale of woe attached, shouldn't there? A battle with the demon drink.
Laraby gave them a grin. Truth is, I just don't like the taste of beer. Never have.
Nor the hard stuff?
Asked Salter.
I think if you have to work that hard to swallow something, you probably shouldn't bother. And wine,
he nodded to Shepherd's glass,
just overpriced fruit juice, really, isn't it? Nah, water is about all I drink, other than the odd cup of tea.
He waved his bottle by the neck.
And the only reason I ordered this bottled stuff is because I got fed up with people asking me if I felt sick every time I asked for a glass of water.
There was a relaxed atmosphere around the table, of the kind Mike hadn't experienced in quite a while. The safe in Dawes's cottage had yielded nothing of value beyond paperwork for the options purchases, which proved to be forgeries. Though none of the other investors had shown much interest in the administrative side of their investment, Dawes had undoubtedly had the certificates made up in case they ever asked to see them. The discovery of the documents brought them no closer to a motive for Dawes's murder, and a resolution to the case did not yet have that comforting feeling of inevitability about it. But no one round the table doubted they were making progress. Their breakthrough, Laraby insisted, would come about through policing by procedure, simple but effective. In a results-based business like theirs, nobody was going to mind how they got there, just so long as they did in the end. Laraby took a long drink of his water and winced as a middle-aged woman in leather trousers launched into an off-key rendering of I Will Survive on the karaoke stage. Salter turned to him. "You think this is bad? You should count yourself lucky Tony's not up there. We once heard him do The Lion Sleeps Tonight, didn't we? All 4 parts of the harmony himself at the same time. I was laughing so hard I thought I was going to throw up."
Tony, that would be this Constable Holland? The one off on compassionate leave?
Yeah.
You'd like him, wouldn't he, Sarge? Bit of a wild streak, but he's got a good heart.
The death of his girlfriend has really shaken him up, as you might expect, but in the old days he used to love a night down the pub like this.
The old days? We haven't done pub nights recently, then?
We come out with DCI Jejeune now and again, said Salter, but I always get the impression he'd rather be off somewhere else. She bit her lip at the indiscretion and flashed a look at Shepherd, who was sipping her wine impassively. Mike, as usual, watched from the sidelines. Laraby seemed to have a rare ability to draw little truths like this out of people. It was a handy skill for a police detective, but Mike would have preferred it if Laraby had restricted his talents to eking out secrets from the criminal classes.
"Did he come out much when he was at the Met?"
asked Shepherd, with what sounded like studied casualness.
"Oh, once or twice, but as the constable says, I don't think his heart was ever really in it. The IT lads used to call him the mathematical zero. Took up a place, but didn't add any value. I thought that was a bit harsh,
but there was an element of truth to it, I suppose."
"Must be quite a change of pace for you out here,"
said Mike, who counted talking about absent superiors among his least favourite pastimes.
"It is, Danny, and that's a fact, but you know what I like most about being up here? It's a chance to do a bit of proper policing. Down the smoke, it's all about the next case. Solve this one as fast as you can, then move on. There are about 1 million crimes a year in London on average, and well over 30,000 police officers to deal with them. But here, you have a chance to connect with a case, remember why you're doing your job, why you joined the police force in the first place. I've forgotten what that part of being a copper was like, to be honest."
"Any more thoughts on our suspect?" asked Shepherd. Like Mike, she had noticed the relaxed atmosphere that had long been absent from the unit. But she was aware, too, that under the proper circumstances, a lot of good police work could be done within the confines of a nice warm pub.
"I'm pretty good at this," said Laraby, without a hint of irony. "I've been doing it a long time."
He tapped the nozzle of his water bottle against his pursed lips and then wagged it at them.
"And I'm telling you now, Robin Oakes is our doer on this one, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why yet or how, but it's him all right."
"So, do we need to bother getting any actual evidence then? Or do you think the CPS will settle for your word?" Salter kept it playful, giving it a bit extra with wide-eyed wonder and overdone awe.
Laraby turned to Mike and smiled. "I like this one, Danny. More nerve than Indiana Jones, our constable.
He turned to Salter.
You show that kind of brass at that sergeant's exam and you'll be a shoo-in.
Mike and Shepherd exchanged a glance, and Salter looked abashed. Shepherd not hearing about this before was fair enough. The higher ranks were often the last to know about the career aspirations of the junior classes. But Danny? Until now, the role as Salter's confidant had been almost exclusively his. Before Holland's most recent girlfriend, his interests had mostly been fixed on finding the next ride for his bedroom carousel, a role Salter had already notified him, in no uncertain terms, that she wouldn't be filling. Jejeune was, simply put, off in a world of his own most of the time, so, almost by default, Danny Mike had become used to hearing Salter's news first. But perhaps Laraby had just been closest at hand this time. I said I was thinking about it, that's all. It was the second time Laraby had caused Salter to blush like this, but for some reason she didn't seem to mind as much as before.
To answer your question, Constable,
said Laraby,
we shall indeed gather our evidence. I'm just saying, when it's all said and done, it will turn out to be Robin Oakes, you mark my words.
Are you ever wrong? Asked Salter, having recovered her composure. There was no hostility in her inquiry, but the sarcasm had gone. Laraby nodded.
Now and again.
But not this time.
On the stage, the act had concluded to a response it would be generous to call applause. A corpulent man, with a crew cut and thick glasses, stood up and announced he'd be doing a song by some Canadian bloke called Pat Travers. It's called Boom Boom, Out Go the Lights. That's the bit you all shout out when I get to the chorus, after I sing When I Get Her in My Sights. Got it?
Mike looked like he could hardly wait. Laraby drained the last of his mineral water and crushed the plastic bottle between his hands.
Well, I'd better be getting back to the house of the dead fowl. I'm telling you, once I leave that B&B, the only place I'll ever want to see dead birds again is in a KFC.
You can't eat that rubbish, said Salter. You ought to come over to dinner with Max and me on Saturday. Have a decent meal. For a second time in a few moments, DCS Shepherd and Sergeant Mike exchanged significant glances. Even Salter herself looked like she was wondering where exactly the invitation had come from, but Laraby was not about to allow the moment to pass. To a bloke living in the land of Chinese takeaways and late-night ball teas, you have no idea how good an invitation like that sounds. It's a deal, then, said Salter, looking slightly trapped. You can come too, Danny, if you like. And you, Mum, unless you have something else to do. They both did, and agreed with regrets that it would have to be another time for them. The karaoke act had reached the chorus, with the man inviting the audience to let him know what would happen when he got his baby in his sights. Boom, boom, out go the lights. The officers declined his invitation. They stood up and left the table, pausing in the pub's small hallway to don their heavy coats. They had walked the short distance to the Boatman's Arms, but Laraby would need a ride to his B&B. Salter's statement that it was on her way suggested she wouldn't be going home by any of the routes Danny knew, but he made no comment. Behind them, the singer was giving it everything now, as the song reached fever pitch. If I get her in my sights. The explosion rocked the front of the building, the shockwave tearing the pub door open and allowing the bitter night air to pour in. Among the shouts and cries from inside, Mike was able to make out the most important thing. No one had been hurt. There had been no flying debris, no glasses broken. The 4 police officers had been the closest to the door, and they too were okay, protected from the blast by the solid centuries-old stone walls of the Boatman's Arms. Everyone seemed to realise the fact at the same time, and their next reaction was also in unison.
They rushed out into the cold winter air and began sprinting along the high street in the direction of the orange ball of flame burning brightly against the dark night sky. Chapter 21. Lindy had been standing at the sink in the office kitchen, eating cold rice pudding straight from the can. She smiled, thinking about the last time Dom caught her eating like this. He had marched her away, arms on shoulders, and unceremoniously dumped her in a chair at the kitchen table to wait while he prepared her a proper meal. The salad had been limp and drenched in dressing, and there were black flakes in the reheated ravioli where he had let the sauce burn. But he had made his point. No matter how busy she claimed to be, he didn't want her eating like a convict on the run. She swilled off her spoon and rinsed out the can before dropping it in the recycling bin beneath the sink. Convenience was another argument for eating like this, as well as avoiding the washing up. She looked out at the darkened offices beyond the kitchen, the tiny desk lamp and the glow from her laptop the only lights. She didn't mind being here on her own late at night. It could be a very productive time, even if it wasn't exactly her choice. But the internet connection to the cottage was supposed to be up and running by tomorrow, so she could finally work from the comfort of her own home again. She hadn't phoned Dom. She had spent the evening seesawing her way through her emotions, 1 minute reassuring herself that no real damage had been done, the next convinced she was the author of a catastrophe from which Dom's career would likely never recover. In the end, a late-night walk along the cliffside path near their cottage had resolved her conflict. Domenic, not to put too fine a point on it, was pretty bloody brilliant at what he did, and that, in the end, would be the one factor that would outweigh everything else. Shepherd, she was sure, wouldn't want to lose the best detective she and the Saltmarsh Constabulary had ever would have. Whatever other emotions Shepherd might be feeling at the moment, that underlying truth wouldn't go away. After all, Shepherd must have already known, by any reasonable definition of the word, that Damien had been here in North Norfolk. All Lindy had really done was to confirm it for her. The DCS-2 could have little doubt as to the real reason for Jejeune's trip to Colombia. She was, as Lindy had pointed out to Domenic, a very astute person. But when he returned, he could finally tell her everything. Any lingering feelings of resentment Shepherd might be harbouring would surely take second place to the idea that Dom was back now, ready to be Domenic again, perhaps even more so, more locked in and focused, with the distraction of his brother's dilemma finally behind him. So she hadn't called Domenic. She had walked back to the cottage and settled into the living room with her chilled hands wrapped around a mug of hot tea. She would let him get to the bottom of whatever it was he went over there to sort out, and see as many toucans and hummingbirds and whatever else he could while he was doing it. And if she was still occasionally sideswiped by a wave of guilt so strong it almost made her nauseous, well, that was just her penance for her stupidity and for letting her guard down. Lindy was leaning in the doorway of the kitchen, idly contemplating the wall beside her desk as she considered these thoughts. So she saw it happen. The orange-red flash snaking up the outside of the window, the slow-motion swelling of the plaster before it splintered into 1,000 pieces and sent shattered fragments of brick hurtling in all directions, including hers, and then, only then, the deafening sound. The terrible, rip-roaring blast, and the shockwave that knocked her off her feet and sent her flying back into the kitchen. Nobody was giving out medals, so it didn't matter that Salter arrived first. But by the time the others reached the site of the explosion, she had already identified the building. "It's the magazine offices," she told Laraby as he approached. From the high street, the building's facade looked untouched, but along the side, where the building ran down a narrow lane, the wall was blackened and scorched. A gaping hole, about the size of a double doorway, had been torn through the brickwork, and it was possible to see into the offices, where a thick cloud of pale dust hung suspended as if in shock itself. Everywhere, small fires were gathering strength, fed by the icy air. Flames crackled, igniting the exposed wall studs and devouring the window frames. Through the flames, Laraby could see the confetti of papers still spiralling around inside the offices.
"It's all dark in there," he said. "It looks empty, thank God. Gas leak, you think?"
Shepherd shook her head. "I don't smell anything. But whatever it is, we can't rule out the possibility of a second explosion." She turned to Salter. "There may even be the danger of structural collapse. Let's get this entire area cordoned off. I want everybody back a safe distance." She looked around. "Where's Mike?" He approached them at a run.
"One car in the car park round the back," he said. "I don't recognise it, but—"
But why park there when, during the winter in Saltmarsh, you could park right outside any place you wanted to? "Oh my God," said Shepherd. "There could be somebody inside." Mike was halfway to the gap in the wall already. Danny heard the distant howl of a fire engine as it rushed to the scene. From the opening in the wall behind him, Shepherd called out to him,
"The first hint of problem, Sergeant. I want you out of there. These flames are getting worse. The fire crew is almost here. We can let them handle it."
Even with the piercing beam of his police light, the dust and the darkness made it virtually impossible for Mike to see where he was going. He stumbled over some rubble on the floor and pitched to one side. In the darkness, his hand found a desktop, and he steadied himself. Patches of plaster dripped from the exposed roof beams, and from all around him came the sounds of heaving and creaking, as if the injured building was rocking back on itself to take stock of its new state. Mike was almost at the far side of the room, where a darker space indicated another doorway, when his foot nudged something that moved. There was a low groan, and Mike crouched down, still unable to see what it was, but knowing anyway.
"I'm a police officer," he said gently. "There has been an explosion. Are you able to move?"
He heard a mumbled response, but he felt a hand reach out and grab his forearm.
"Was there anyone else in here with you?"
The voice was low and frail, but certain.
"Just me."
A call came from outside. Mike heard the soft rush of air build like a gasp, and the sudden hiss as a new bank of flames ignited, this time inside the office. He spun around to see the fire taking hold, sucking in the air from outside to build in intensity, licking the inside walls, searching out the exposed wooden beams above.
"The fire crew is here, Sergeant Mike. Come out and let them get in there, now!" "One survivor, ma'am," he called back over the roar of the flames. "Injuries unknown. Better get a stretcher. I'm going to try to get us both to the front door."
And then he heard it, the one thing that went to the root of all his fears ever since he had realized which building this was. The voice was still weak, still feeble, but the word was clear.
"Danny?"
Chapter 22. Jejeune sat on the steps of the lodge, watching evening creep into the valley. The thermals had drawn up ragged patches of cloud into peaks, and the dying sun set them ablaze, turning the horizon into a cityscape of orange and red. As the last of the light faded, Jejeune watched a yellow-headed caracara quarter the valley in a series of slow, graceful glides, each pass a marvel of ballet-like precision as its wingtips rippled on the updrafts. The beauty of the scene still found a place in Jejeune's heart, as troubled as it was. Traz came to sit on the steps beside him. From somewhere below, the comforting sound of the fast-flowing river jangled through the still evening air. Jejeune indicated some scars near the summit of a high range of hills on the far side of the valley, where the trees had been clear-cut.
Think those are old marijuana plots?
Traz shook his head.
They were always small, less than 1 hectare. Otherwise, they could be spotted from the air and bombed. No, Amado was telling the Spanish group that those are where they're taking out invasive trees, Mexican pines. They want to replant the area with native species.
Traz shook his head gravely.
It's a good plan, but I'm not sure they'll be able to pull it off. We tried something similar in St. Lucia. Felling trees is one thing, but setting up the infrastructure to support a large-scale planting operation in a remote area like that will be very difficult.
Armando said they were paying Damien $300 US a day, Traz, to lead that tour.
He's a good guy, JJ. He spent a lot of time in this part of the world. He knows what he's doing. Okay, granted, it's a lot of money, a hell of a lot of money, if we're being honest, but if they were in a bind,
they told him they thought he couldn't do it. Couldn't find Grauman those 5 endemic hummers.
You're kidding, right?
Asked Traz.
He couldn't learn the habitat, songs, and behavior of 5 target species? Hell, even our guy Don Juan de Colibries could probably manage that.
Jejeune shook his head.
Not entirely the point, though, is it?
No, it wasn't. Traz had been friends with the brothers for a long time, and he recognized the truth. For the right amount of money, Damien would do a lot of things. Ignoring some arbitrary park licensing system would definitely be among them. But the bigger issue was with somebody questioning his skills. It would have ensured Damien would accept the assignment, whatever the odds, whatever the hardships and risks, because that combination, money and misgivings, was about as guaranteed to motivate Domenic Jejeune's brother to take on a challenge as anything Traz could think of. He looked across at his friend, staring now into the twilight nothingness that hung over the valley. Domenic had accepted it, he realized. He had finally come to terms with the idea that it was Damien's fault. His brother was responsible for the crime that took the lives of 4 innocent Carejona natives. Guilty, as charged, and convicted in absentia in the court of popular opinion, if not yet by the Colombian authorities. So, what happens now? Jejeune sighed, grateful for the years of friendship that allowed him to confide in a way he may not have with anyone else.
I'm just tired, Traz. I'm tired of fighting the truth, looking to find holes in a story that doesn't have any. I've spent months peeling back the edges of this thing, peering into every corner to see if I can find anything that gets Damien off the hook. There's nothing to find. Then just enjoy the birding. Today was a fabulous day. Tomorrow will be better, or as good, or maybe not quite. Or maybe it will be a complete washout. What the hell does it matter? You're here, JJ. You may as well enjoy the rest of the trip.
Jejeune nodded absently until a thought came to him.
Did you ever see that gold ring tanager you went to find?
Traz gave his head a short shake.
Maybe heard it a couple of times.
It's not going on my trip list, though. Looks like Armando will have to record a dip on that one for this tour. Not going to do much for his rep, missing one of the major target species, is it? You coming for supper?
Maybe later. You go on ahead.
Out over the valley, night had completed its descent, and an insidious, inky darkness had settled around the camp. Constellations filled the black velvet dome above, like the skeletons of long-dead sky dinosaurs. Jejeune sat in silence, thinking until the soft burr of the phone in his pocket startled him back to the present. He reached for it without checking the caller ID. He assumed it would be Lindy, so the man's voice surprised him for a second, until he recognized the familiar, gruff tone. "Sergeant Mike? Everything all right?" There was a pause from the other end of the line, a heartbeat of silence that gave Jejeune his answer. "What is it, Sergeant?"
"It's Lindy, sir. Miss Hay. She asked me to call you."
Mike had thought about the phrasing a long time before he dialed. Let him know first she was okay, she was coherent, she was making decisions.
"Why would she do that?"
Jejeune found that he had stood up, though he couldn't remember doing so. His hand was gripping the phone tightly.
"Is she okay?"
"She's in hospital, sir. It's just for observation. I went with her in the ambulance myself, and she was talking to me the entire way. She was conscious and alert. But they just want to watch her overnight, and as soon as they're satisfied everything's okay, they'll release her."
No timelines, no guarantees, noted Jejeune. But this was still vintage Danny Mike, giving Jejeune the outcome, the part he would want to know about first. The details could wait.
"What happened?"
"An explosion at the magazine's offices. Lindy was inside at the time."
"But she's okay? Not hurt?"
Jejeune was pacing like a caged animal. His chest felt tight, as if he couldn't draw enough breath into it.
"She has put me on my oath to tell you she is not injured and that she's all right."
Fine wasn't a word Mike used, but it would have been the way Lindy delivered it to him, Jejeune knew.
"I only got the okay from her to make this call on the understanding that I made sure you knew that, sir."
Jejeune looked around numbly. The surrounding darkness pressed in like prison walls.
"Tell her I'm coming home, would you, Sergeant? I can't get a flight until the morning. Our time. I can be there by—"
His mind fogged, unable to compute the time difference between where he was now and where he so desperately wanted to be, needed to be. He ran a hand through his hair in exasperation, confused, unsure, directionless.
"Lindy said not, sir."
Mike paused, as if deciding whether he really wanted to deliver his next line.
"She said to tell you she was ordering you not to come back."
"And now I have," his tone seemed to say. "So it's up to you two to work out the rules of engagement from here on in." Jejeune managed a half laugh, a frail gasp of relief.
"That sounds like her. Please tell her I'll think about it. I'll call her tomorrow as soon as I can."
The pause was almost undetectable, but Mike was ready for it. He was expecting what came next.
"The explosion, do we know what caused it?"
"It could be a gas leak. We've found no signs of anything suspicious."
But Mike was on shakier ground with the incident details, or rather, Jejeune was sharper, less numbed by shock now, and picking things up. If it could be a gas leak, it could be something else. And how long would it take before you had investigated the scene of an explosion thoroughly enough to definitively declare there was nothing suspicious about it? Certainly longer than they had been looking. "I'd appreciate it if you could keep me informed," said Jejeune, trying to make it sound like professional curiosity, but falling some way short.
"Will do, sir."
Was there still a slight hesitation in Mike's voice? "Anything else, Sergeant?" The pause lasted one more beat. Now there was no doubt.
"Do you know Robin Oakes, sir? The bird photographer out this way?"
"No, I don't think so.
You've never met him? Or had any dealings with him?
Not that I know of. Is he saying I have?
No. But when Inspector Laraby and I interviewed him as a person of interest in the Erin Dawes case, he made a point of asking about you. Twice.
Jejeune took a leaf out of Mike's book and paused himself just for a moment. Inspector Laraby noticed, I take it?
It wasn't the sort of inquiry you could have missed, said Mike flatly. Anyway, it was just something I wanted to clear up.
Mike sounded as if he regretted bringing it up, especially when he knew the DCI had so much more on his mind at the moment. Not to worry, though. He had no doubt Jejeune wouldn't be dwelling on it after they hung up. Thoughts of his girlfriend lying in a hospital bed thousands of miles away would see to that. Chapter 23. Danny Mike was quiet on the drive out to Oakham. Everyone had signed off on the explosion as an accident, an unhappy coming together of a box of abandoned chemicals and an errant cigarette butt. But Danny wouldn't mind giving it a bit more thought. He might have to let it go for now, though. He had other things to contend with, like this single figure walking across Robin Oakes's land, carrying what looked like a gun bag. Marvin Laraby, sitting in the passenger seat next to Danny, had noticed it too, and signalled the sergeant to pull over, just in case it hadn't already occurred to him. Mike slowed the Mini to a stop and grabbed a pair of binoculars from under the driver's seat. Through a screen of bare trees, Mike could see the figure striding purposefully across the barren fields, silhouetted against the white sky. Mike tracked Robin Oakes as he approached the haphazard jigsaw puzzle of ruins that had once been his family's home. Oakes stopped and looked around before sloughing the bag off his shoulder and crouching beside it.
Looks like he's out to do a bit of photography, he told Laraby, still watching as Oakes withdrew a large tripod from the bag and began assembling it. As good a place as any to have our chat, said Laraby. At least those walls might provide a bit of a break from these winds. Come on, Sergeant. A nice bracing walk in the North Norfolk air. Do us both the world of good.
He opened the door and started off across the frost-rimed fields, leaving Mike to trudge along dutifully in his footsteps. As they approached the ruins across the open field, the detectives were able to better appreciate the former magnificence of the old manor house. In addition to the maze of low walls, one of two larger remnants of the old building still survived. A couple of buttressed corners stood steadfastly against the keening winds, while nearer to Oakes, fragments of a chimney soared above the remains of a once imposing fireplace. Laraby and Mike carefully picked their way over the rubble gathered around the base of the walls. Oakes looked up from his camera and he heard their footsteps.
DCI Jejeune is not back from his trip yet. I presumed he would have taken over this investigation by now, he said. See that, Sergeant? Asked Laraby over his shoulder. Detective Chief Inspector Jejeune's star power carries some weight even among other celebrities. You've got quite the fan yourself, I understand. An American billionaire, no less. Likes your stuff, does he, this bloke?
Oakes inclined his head. He has an eye. Even with two, Mike couldn't see how Oakes could possibly make enough from his photography to manage the upkeep of this estate. But then, these so-called musicians of today were hardly what Danny would call talented, and they were making amounts that would have made the old Motown star's eyes water. If you could sell a picture of an owl for 500 quid these days, who knew what you could get for some commissioned work from a billionaire?
There's a picture on my wall at the Birders' Roost B&B, said Laraby. A bunch of dotterels. Would that be one of yours? Only there's a fairly hefty price tag on the bottom of it.
I believe they do have my work there, although I think you'll find it's not a bunch of dotterels, it's a trip.
A trip of dotterels?
Laraby looked first at Oakes and then at Mike, as if suspecting he was part of some elaborate joke. Mike looked as if he wished for all the world he could say he was, but he knew better.
You've got a significant following among the local environmental groups, I understand, said the inspector. Your pictures of birds seem to have caught their attention particularly.
Oakes shrugged easily. One tries.
Who's this one? Asked Laraby.
So deadpan, you couldn't really be sure whether he had misunderstood or not, but neither man chose to pursue it.
It got me to wondering, continued Laraby. This interest you seem to have in Detective Chief Inspector Jejeune, is he a mate of yours? I imagine you photographers are pretty tight with the birders. They find them and you photograph them. Is that how it goes?
I don't believe the inspector and I have ever met, said Oakes evenly, though I am aware of his interest in birds. He found an Iberian azure-winged magpie some years ago. That sort of thing gets noticed in birding communities. Laraby looked around, past the ruined walls to the flat, featureless land beyond.
I have to say, I can't see much here worth taking pictures of. A few old walls, a few empty fields. What is it about this spot that makes it worth coming out here on a cold day like this to snap a few photos, I wonder?
Oakes shook his head in what might have been pity. Really, Inspector? The play of light on these weathered surfaces is lost on you? The lichens, tracing their way across the bleached stone? Even the pockets of shadow in the crevices, or the remains of the walls themselves, set against the backdrop of this stark, barren landscape? None of this seems worthy of capturing? I have to say, I find this place very evocative. The bleakness, the sense of loss. It's a fitting metaphor for winter in this part of the world. Oakes raised his camera to his eye and tested a couple of settings. Is there something else you wanted to ask me?
As a matter of fact, there is. When we spoke to you last, you seemed to believe the Picaflor deal was still on, said Laraby carefully. But it must have been obvious nothing was happening on your land.
I'm rarely at this property these days. I spent a fair amount of time in the United States, and besides, I had no idea what sort of timeline we were dealing with. For all I knew, there were months of preparations to go through before Amandal began his trials. I simply expected to come home one day and find a squadron of drones flying across my land. Mike turned up his collar and eased back slightly into the meagre shelter of the wall they were standing beside. But despite the raw winds reddening his cheeks and making his eyes water slightly, D.I. Laraby seemed to be enjoying himself. You said before you had no reason to kill Erin Dawes, but it seems you've lost out on a fairly lucrative options holding, with the investment not going through. Oakes lowered the camera and looked at Laraby directly, giving him the full benefit of his handsome playboy features. Beyond some vague possibility that Picaflor stocks might rise in value at some point, I lost precisely nothing by the deal not going through, Inspector. I'd have thought both Gerald Moncrief and Amelia Wellborn had stronger motives, assuming, of course, you've already eliminated Dr. Amandal himself from your inquiries. Mike couldn't help himself.
Amandal? What's he got to do with this?
Well, he was furious at Erin's continuing delays. He claimed every day the deal did not go through was one day further his trials fell behind.
When you say furious, asked Mike, did you ever hear him threaten Miss Dawes?
Not in person, but the tone of those phone messages he left. Would you call them threats? I don't know. But from what I understand, they were hardly friendly inquiries. We've checked her phone messages, said Laraby curtly. There was nothing from Dr. Amandal. Not on her home phone. He called the Ivy League number. It's a separate line we set up. He looked at the men quizzically. You don't know about this? He gave them the number, and Mike dialed it. A female voice recording identified the line as the Ivy League's number and made the standard request for the caller's details. I'm afraid I don't know the code for retrieving messages, said Oakes, in answer to Mike's expectant look. I imagine that might be something the phone company could help you with? Or you could tell us what the messages said yourself. Laraby accompanied the words with a smile, but it wasn't a friendly one. I never heard them, I'm afraid. But I do know Erin was upset by them. She said Amandal was going increasingly hostile. Borderline harassment, she called it, and somewhat abusive. I did think of calling him about it myself to give him a piece of my mind. I mean, Erin and I didn't always see eye to eye, but bullying a person like that, it's just not on, is it? You didn't call, confirmed Mike. Erin said she would take care of matters and everything would be resolved. Laraby looked like a man whose day wasn't turning out quite as he had planned. On the night Erin Dawes was murdered, as you remember things, you were up at the gatehouse, alone. I was. Looking at photographs, she said. Correct. Of what? Of birds, actually. Barn owls. As I told you, they roost here in the chimney remains, mostly. He began to dismantle his tripod and pack up his photography equipment. Not getting the contrasts I need at the moment, he explained. Perhaps I'll give it a try later. I hear there's a storm coming. I might get some nice atmospheric cloud cover. Mike watched the careful way Oakes put away his equipment, a series of precise actions performed almost mechanically. It was the work of a man with a love of order, a methodical mind, a planner. Laraby seemed to be watching him too. This photography you do, he said, as Oakes snugged a lens into his bag. I don't suppose you ever took any pictures of Erin Dawes? In dodgy poses, for example? Oakes looked up at him from his crouched position. Not my thing, Inspector. I might be able to put you in touch with somebody who deals in that area, though, if you'd like a few more prints for your collection. Laraby rewarded the comment with the thinnest of smiles. Mike had wondered at the time if perhaps Laraby had missed the upward flickering of Oakes's eyes again when he had claimed to be in the gatehouse looking at the bird photographs, but the DI's parting remarks suggested he had seen them after all. Thank you for your time, Mr. Oakes. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. I have a feeling I'm going to come across more evidence about who killed Erin Dawes any day now, and when I do, I'm going to make sure you're one of the very first people I share it with. Chapter 24. The appearance of DCS Shepherd in the doorway at the start of the morning briefing had become a rarity during the last few weeks, part of an ongoing effort, at least as far as Mike could tell, to stay as far away from Inspector Jejeune as possible. That she had showed up for the second consecutive briefing under Laraby's tenure told Mike a lot. Now, as you all know, I like to stay out of the way as much as I can. Mike's eyes grew wide at the comment. Perspective was a strange thing, but he doubted anyone would be willing to offer a different one. Besides, even if Shepherd's declaration was ostensibly directed to the group at large, there was really only one person in the room she needed to reassure. Her next statement seemed to acknowledge as much. For the record, I'm happy with progress on this case. I just want to make sure you're aware you'll have support at the senior levels, regardless of where this goes.
To the upper reaches of Saltmarsh society, she meant. If an outsider like Laraby wanted to go around questioning the rural aristocracy of North Norfolk, it was going to be okay with her. Laraby spread his arms expansively. I'm sure my team appreciate the vote of confidence, Superintendent. We are looking to bring this case to a speedy conclusion for everybody's sake, but we'll do our best to ruffle as few feathers as possible. He gave the DCS an accommodating smile, and Shepherd offered one of her own to acknowledge the comment. She looked across to Mike. Have you heard if Lindy Hay has been released from hospital? She's got a couple of minor cuts and bruises, but she said she'll probably feel like going back to work by tomorrow. Wherever that is, of course. I understand the magazine's looking for temporary premises. Shepherd nodded. Keep me informed. I'll pop over to see how she's doing as soon as I can. Dominic's not coming back early, I understand. Laraby's head swivelled around at this information. Must be some important birds he's seeing out there, he said. I'd have been on the first plane home. There certainly appears to be something keeping him in Colombia. Shepherd seemed to realise she had spoken aloud, and hurriedly indicated to Laraby to begin the briefing. Right, let's have a quick run-through, shall we? Sergeant, anything on the Connor James angle you were so keen to have a look at? Mike, who had farmed it off to Salter, looked at the constable expectantly, and she scrolled through her tablet. Nothing to suggest any criminal activity, but that photograph by Oakes is not the first item he's sent over to the gallery recently. There's been a steady stream of items, mostly from his flat in London. Painting, sculpture, all on consignment. They definitely all belong to James. He's providing original purchase receipts for everything, and the items all have solid provenance, so, as I say, nothing illegal seems to be going on. Mike pointed in the direction of the information. He's selling up. That's what the boat reminds me of. A place that's been staged for sale. See if the big deal is on the market, Constable. Selling a few items is not suspicious activity, Sergeant, said Laraby reasonably. Not even a boat. Nor is failing to report it to the police. It might explain why that boat's still in the water so late in the season, though. If he can flog it quickly, the buyer might still be able to sail it away. Salter's fingers hovered over the keypad, but Danny didn't rescind his request. If Laraby noticed, he made no comment. What about those messages from Dr. Amundal? Shepherd asked Laraby. Has anyone had a chance to listen to them? Laraby wagged his finger between himself and Mike. We did. This morning. A bit of aggro, but nothing in the nature of a specific threat. Amundal was miffed, rightly, that the Ivy League seemed to be playing games. He made it crystal clear that any delay would mean they'd have to begin tests on a site other than Oakham, and this would mean extra work for him. As Laraby shrugged his shoulders, Mike did his best to hide a look of surprise. A mountain of extra work was how he remembered Amundal phrasing it, and miffed would hardly be the term he'd choose for the string of invective the young scientist had unleashed into the Ivy League's answering machine. There seemed to be an escalation, too, as the deadline for the investment drew closer. Amundal didn't strike Danny as the type of person who would act on his anger to the extent of murdering somebody, but then he hadn't struck Danny as the type of person who would leave such vitriol on an answering machine in the first place. I'll be having a word with him about his telephone manner, said Laraby, especially to a woman. But beyond that, so you are going to pay him another visit? Confirmed Shepherd from the doorway. Whether Laraby had been intending to or not, it was clear now that he would be.
I've been promised you'll be getting those DNA results from the cup in the kitchen any time now, she said. We got voluntary swabs from everyone to compare the result to? Except for Moncrief, said Laraby. He refused point blank. Salter peered at her tablet. I don't see a consent form from Connor James here either. She looked up inquiringly at Laraby. I never got around to asking him, he said cagily. If there's no match when the results come back, I'll request a sample. My guess, though, is that it isn't going to be necessary. You suspect Moncrief? Shepherd's tone was wary. The path might be heading where she suspected, but it didn't mean she liked it. But Laraby shook his head. I know there's a lot of inbreeding in these upper-class types, but I don't think even Gerald Moncrief would be stupid enough to draw attention to himself like that if he was guilty. Much easier to make up some story that he had been there before. Cover yourself that way. He looked at them all. That sample is going to belong to Oakes. I'd put money on it if I had any. Their silence was its own request for elaboration. I think Oakes and Dawes were in a relationship. My guess is she put a stop to it, perhaps because she was tired of seeing that dopey playboy grin of his, perhaps because she was planning to do a runner with the Ivy League cash. Either way, he goes round there to talk her back into his bed. They have a nice cup of tea, but she refuses to cooperate. Must have been a bit of a blow to his ego, I imagine, especially from a commoner like Dawes. The old red mist comes down, and he kills her. The silence persisted, but it wasn't disapproval. It was the sound of police officers considering a scenario. They were back in Jejeune country, and nobody was feeling particularly comfortable about it. Deductions based on patterns they didn't see, supporting evidence a mere afterthought. Laraby gave them a heartbeat or two and then continued. It's the pillow. There was a heavy statue, that bird one, right to hand. A panic killing, someone who breaks in to find her sitting there. That would have been the weapon of choice, but a pillow? It's how you'd kill someone you once had feelings for, or possibly still did. From the doorway, Shepherd drew a small breath. We'll see, she said. But remember, Inspector, this is about a person taking the life of another person. Classes and titles and stations in life aren't going to be a part of it. Clear? You're preaching to the choir here, ma'am, said Laraby. You'll never find a person keener to make sure rank and privilege don't affect the outcome of a case. As far as I'm concerned, the law's the same for all of us, and anybody who breaks it needs to pay the same price. Mike recognised it wasn't exactly the message Shepherd had been sending, and he suspected Laraby knew it too. But the DI simply clapped his hands together to get the group's attention one last time. Right, we've got a few new angles to explore, a few more gaps to fill in, so let's get to it. Good work again, everybody. Well done all round. The meeting broke up with the usual low murmurings and gathering up of materials. The drab, uber-functional decor of the incident room made it a place few people wanted to linger any longer than absolutely necessary, and within a few minutes only Shepherd and Mike remained. Shepherd left her gaze on the DI for a long moment as he disappeared down the corridor. When she turned around, Mike was staring at her from across the room. I know, Sergeant, I know. But a lot of people aren't too keen on the aristocracy. I can't say I have much time for them myself, truth be told. Mike didn't answer, but Shepherd had not expected he would. She knew Mike was no more comfortable than she was when somebody brought any kind of pre-held convictions to an investigation, social, political, or otherwise.
It was too easy to slip into the trap of seeing all the evidence through the prism of your own prejudices, of making things fit, selecting the convenient interpretation. If you tried hard enough, you could usually find evidence to support your points, but that didn't mean they were necessarily right. That's why police forces generally like to let the evidence tell them who the guilty party was. It was a bit more dependable than relying on personal preferences. She crossed the room and sat in one of the chairs opposite Mike, folding one leg across her other knee so a nylon-clad shin faced directly at him. This was a different DCS to the one he had seen around here recently. Her ongoing troubles with DCI Jejeune had seemed to be taking a toll on her. She had become more withdrawn, less self-assured. It had winnowed its way into her physical presence too. Colleen Shepherd was a person who took pride in her appearance, and a crisp, well-dressed look had been the norm for a long time. But to Mike's eye, the standards had been allowed to slip a little recently. Now, the polish was back, the hair and makeup immaculate, the neat professional business suit with the silk blouse undone that one extra button. Whatever had caused this resurgence, the DCS Shepherd of old had returned. And that was good news for everyone, even if it almost certainly meant an uptick in the number of supportive visits to the incident room briefings. A young constable who had been subbing in for the desk sergeant during the recent staff shortages appeared in the doorway behind Shepherd. "You need me?" she asked, half rising in anticipation. "I was looking for D.I. Laraby. He has to be informed as soon as we received anything back on the DNA off that cup found at Erin Dawes' cottage." "He's just left." The constable hesitated slightly, his eyes flicking uncertainly from Shepherd to Mike and back again. "I think you can assume the information will be safe with us," said Mike patiently. "Is the person in the system?" "Not in the criminal database, but amongst the voluntary donors. The DNA is from Robin Oakes." Shepherd raised a manicured eyebrow in Mike's direction. "As I remember," she said with more than a hint of irony, "he even said he'd put money on it." "If he had any," said Mike. Chapter 25. A breeze drifted through the vegetation, stirring the palm fronds and setting the leaves of the wild coffee plants aflutter. Jejeune and Traz were sitting on the banks of a stream directly across from a small waterfall that traced its way over the rock face in a series of silvery trails. Only the sounds of the forest came to them. The wind in the treetops, the soft coo of white-tipped doves, the steady, rhythmic ticking of cicadas. In the deep woods around them, shards of light filtered through the canopy and fell in tiny, bright patches among the vegetation. But here in the open, the waters danced in the vibrant tropical light pouring down from the blue sky overhead. Jejeune flicked a pebble into the water in front of him, watching the circles spread until they were swallowed up by the gentle churning beneath the waterfall. He flicked in another small stone. The tiny splash like a wound in the skin of the calm water instantly healed. If only, he thought. "Green-fronted lancebill." Traz pointed as the colourful bird danced in and out of the sparkling waters like a tiny fragment of wind-blown ribbon. He raised his bins and tracked its erratic flight until it disappeared from view. It was a good bird, a prize any hummingbird seeker would covet, and Traz allowed himself a contented smile. Jejeune appeared to have barely noticed it. "I should be there with her," he said, as if continuing an earlier conversation, although he had not spoken since the two friends sat down. "I'm fine, Dom," Lindy had told him. "Really, it was just an old oil drum with a bunch of chemicals somebody had fly-tipped in the alley.
Some kid probably chucked a sickie away, and that was all it took. The last thing I remember is seeing these towers of flame like cathedral spires outside the window, and then bam! I'm on the kitchen floor with a plaster dust facial, and Eric has a new side entrance to the office. And then Danny Mike is calling me Mom and lifting me up as if I were a rag doll. And that's about it. Except that wasn't about it. There was a thready quality to Lindy's voice when she spoke about the incident that made Dominic wince. And there had been something else, too, throbbing behind their breezy, let's pretend everything is normal conversation. Lindy had a secret, something she had wanted to tell him, but in the end had decided not to. But before he could press her or find some other way to approach it, she had pleaded tiredness and stayed on the line only long enough to secure a promise from him that he wouldn't cut short his trip. "I believe you asked her if she wanted you to come home, did you not?" said Traz, and her reply was that she'd be so angry with me if I did, she wouldn't even come to the airport to pick me up. There you are, then. Lindy's a lot tougher than you give her credit for, JJ. Traz thought for a moment. It's good, though, how much you care about each other. It must be nice to have something like that. Who knows? Perhaps I could still have something similar with Taya if you stopped turning me into Traz the Ripper. He smiled. Listen, you want to let Lindy know you're thinking about her? Why don't you FedEx her a gift? Jejeune gave it some thought. She loves magic realism. I could send her a Gabriel Garcia Marquez novel from here, his homeland. Yeah, because nothing tells a woman she's in your thoughts quite like a book titled Love in the Time of Cholera. Traz shook his head sagely. Take it from me, my friend. You send her a Marquez book, you better make it 100 Years of Solitude, because that's likely what you'll be looking at when you get home. What do you suggest, then? Simple. What's the one combination no woman can resist? Jejeune shrugged. I don't know. Chocolate shoes? Traz pointed at Jejeune and nodded. Okay, the other one. Baskets and candles, man. I'm telling you, think about it. How many of each does Lindy have around the house right now? To the nearest 100? Traz slapped his thigh. There you go, then. You get her a nice handcrafted Colombian basket, stick a few candles in it, and she'll feel better in no time. Trust me on this, my friend. I'm telling you, when it comes to gifts for women, I am never wrong. I'll think about it, Jejeune told him. For a few minutes, the men sat in silence, shoulder to shoulder, the quiet hiss of the rainforest ringing in their ears. I saw it, Traz, said Jejeune quietly. In the sky that evening. The fire Lindy was trapped in. Cathedrals of flames. That's how she described them. That's what I saw. Traz shook his head slowly. Every day, our brains are bombarded with a constant stream of images, ideas, sounds. We never dwell on most of them. But occasionally, someone says something or does something or shows you something, and that tiny fragment snaps on some past memory, and you think, hey, I'm supernatural. There's nothing going on here in the rainforest, JJ. No magical realism, no mysterious, mystical happenings. Lindy tells you she saw flames, you saw a flame-colored sunset. You put 1 and 1 together and got 3. Lancebill's back, he said suddenly. This time, Jejeune was moved to track the bird through his bins as it made its quicksilver forays beneath the tumbling waters, its aquamarine tail coverts flashing in the sunlight. He watched the bird until it tired of its water games and sped off into the forest once again, leaving nothing but a memory. You know what I'm wondering? Who got Grauman the rest?
Traz drew his eyes away from the waterfall and looked at his friend.
There are 14 endemic hummingbird species in Colombia. Damien's job was to find Grauman 5, the last 5 endemic hummingbirds. That's what Armando said. So, any guesses who got him the other 9? You can't know that for sure, Dom. Besides, what sense does that make? If Marielle had already led him to 9, why quit there? Think about some of the birds she'd already found for him. The Santa Marta saber wing, a hummingbird that even some of the local guides think is a myth, and the blue-bearded helmet crest. It's a 3-day horseback ride up a mountain, camping out overnight in single-digit temperatures to reach the Espeltia fields where that bird lives. Does that sound to you like somebody who's going to bail halfway through the job? No, it doesn't.
Jejeune paused, as if weighing his next words carefully.
And that's why I need to talk to Damien. I need to find out what happened before he arrived on the scene.
Somewhere deep in the forest, the plaintive falling whistle of a black-throated trogon reminded them there were other lives going on, other hearts beating in this world. Traz shook his head slowly.
You can't, JJ. I know it'll compromise what you and Lindy have been trying to do. I understand that. You've been trying to protect me, and I appreciate it. But it's gone beyond that now. This is important. I have to speak to him.
Traz looked at his friend, fixing him with his gaze.
You don't get it, do you? He won't talk to you, JJ.
You think this whole ridiculous charade is Lindy's idea?
These are Damien's rules.
If anyone tells you how to contact him, he goes dark, and that's the last we'll ever hear from him. He knows you're here in Colombia looking into it all. He can't help that. But he won't allow you to put your career at risk by contacting him. Not again. Domenic didn't argue. He knew what Traz was telling him was the truth. Even if Domenic could convince him to give up Damien's contact details, his brother would never allow him to get close enough to risk being arrested for aiding and abetting a fugitive. What's this all about anyway, JJ? 5 birds, 14, what's the difference? Have you got that book with you? Your copy of the 2nd edition? Jejeune asked. Traz fished it out of his pocket and handed it over wordlessly. He sat in silence, watching the waterfall, but the lancebill did not return. Momentary chances. Blink and you missed them. The story of birding, the story of life. Domenic riffled from page to page through one section of the guide. Hummingbirds. He closed the book decisively, a man who had just confirmed something he already knew. People were saying Damien wasn't up to this task. You've known him a long time, Traz. How would he react to something like that? Well, he'd set out to prove them wrong. Damien would want to jam it right in their face as quickly as he could. 4 of the birds Grauman was after are within a day's drive of the Bogotá area, in pretty accessible areas. So, why go for the Chiribiquete emerald first? You have a chance to get 4 of the 5 birds on the list within a couple of days of taking over. It was a situation tailor-made for Damien to prove his doubters wrong. Instead, he head straight for the hardest target, the one with the greatest chance of failure, the most difficult access. Across the valley, beyond the clearing, vast tracts of forest covered the land in every direction, dappled green and shimmering in the afternoon heat. From here, the forest looked pristine, untouched, unexplored. How many hundreds of birds were out there? How many thousands? "I can't help you talk to Damien," Traz said finally. "But that doesn't mean I can't help you." Chapter 26. A low sun struggled over the horizon, bringing with it a flat Nordic light from the east. The fields on either side of the road looked parched, as if the cold had sucked all the colour from the vegetation and left only dry bones behind. The grasses moved in the wind like the white flames of some ghostly prairie fire. The sunshine hadn't made any noticeable difference to the temperature, but it made the crisp coldness of the air more invigorating somehow, a welcome respite from the overcast greyness that had enveloped the coastal lands for the past few days. The sunshine, though, hadn't made it inside Mike's Mini. It had been clear from Laraby's grudging greeting as he got in that he thought today's trip was a waste of time. Amandal had left some nasty messages for a woman who had later been murdered. It needed clearing up. But Mike knew the DI's suspicions were setting like concrete around Robin Oakes now, and anything that took him away from the task of proving the man's guilt was going to be seen as nothing more than an irritating distraction. Mike turned up the music against the silence from the passenger seat. A thought struck him. "It wasn't this group you were trying to remember, was it? Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, they had a long string of hits." Laraby turned from the window to reject the suggestion with a thoughtful expression. "No. This other group was pretty big, though. There was about half a dozen of them. I remember that." Mike fell silent again. 6? It was a big number for a Motown group. He should have been able to pinpoint it easily. He felt frustrated at not being able to come up with the answer, but he gave up racking his brain as the large white dome hove into view. Once inside, Mike was struck by the absence of noise. There were a number of drones aloft, a couple flying in formation, others at various altitudes, all seemingly very much on a prescribed flight pattern. But the only sound was a faint hum, one that built slightly and then receded as an individual drone flew past. He thought back and realised now he had never heard the approach of the other drone, the one that had almost struck him, until it was right next to his head. The thought made him look around cautiously, but all the airborne machines were safely manoeuvring over the grid-wired interior. "I can give you about 10, said Amandal, looking at his phone as he approached them along the perimeter track. "We've got some important routes to program today." "I find it helps if we don't set a time limit on these things," said Laraby pleasantly. He had been indulgent with Amandal before, willing to make allowances for his youthful zeal, but he wasn't about to let him take any liberties. "We have some questions for you about a series of phone messages you left for air indoors in the days leading up to the investment deadline." Amandal didn't say anything. He merely swept a lock of his unruly dark hair back from his forehead. Whether this look of calm unconcern was the man's normal way of reacting to unwelcome news, Mike didn't know, but he suspected they were about to find out. "It wouldn't be too great a stretch to interpret your messages as threats, Dr. Amandal. Threats to a person who is now dead." I wouldn't call them threats," said Amandal, his eyes flashing behind his large lenses. "I told her to stop faffing about and transfer the money they had agreed to invest, that's all, and to get me that agreement for the land." "You said every day's delay set your project back that much further. With the trees bare and the vegetation dying back, winter is the perfect time for an aerial survey like ours. But it's a big undertaking,
and we needed to have the terrain survey complete and the 3D models all generated before we could plan our spring planting program. So yes, every day was vital. Mind if I have a look at your phone, sir? Laraby held out his hand. I'll try not to delete any sensitive data. Amandal handed over the phone. I wouldn't worry about that. There are 3 layers of encrypted security on it. It would take an army of hackers weeks to get in. Look, he said, turning to Mike, it was a couple of irate calls. Okay, I may have been a bit over the top, but there was a lot at stake. I have a chance to make a real difference here, but that opportunity is not going to last forever. I don't want to wake up one day and find I'm nearly 30 and no longer relevant. Besides, I was in the middle of a run of very long nights. Sleep deprivation doesn't do much for your decision-making skills. What's its effect on your impulse control? Asked Laraby, without looking up from the phone. Oh, come on, behave yourself, said Amandal, flapping a hand in frustration. You can't think I had anything to do with this. It was weeks ago that I made those calls. Laraby handed the phone back and pulled a face. That's a lot of security for a phone, sir. Anybody would think you've got something to hide on there. Besides records of phone calls to Mazdors, I mean. Oh, there's plenty to hide. Intel raids are the next great crime wave, Inspector. You are aware, I suppose, that the take from cybercrimes already nets more revenue than the global drug trade. Pick-a-Floor is going to be a vastly profitable enterprise when it hits the market. People would be willing to pay a lot of money for the algorithms on that phone. In your call to Mazdors, said Mike, you kept asking her if she was serious, whether she was really interested. Laraby looked up sharply. Sergeant Mike had been studying somebody's techniques, apparently, listening to the messages behind the words, the hidden cadences. The DI's expression suggested he wasn't any more enamoured of this approach now than he had been on the previous occasions he had come across it. That was the whole problem, said Amandal, hunching forward intensely, chopping the air in front of him with both hands simultaneously. I just got the impression that the Ivy League was stalling all of a sudden. Why was this particular piece of land so important? Asked Laraby. Amandal drew in a breath and composed himself. How long have you got? The land between Sylvan Ridge and Moncrief's Wood checked just about every box on my criteria for a test site. To knit together existing fragments of forest by replanting the gaps, we need genetically appropriate seed stocks. To preserve the integrity of the ecosystem we're trying to recreate, the seed has to come from plants already on or near the site. The oldest trees will almost certainly have the greatest genetic diversity. Ancient woods, say ones mentioned in the Doomsday Book like these, are about as good as it gets. Amandal paused and looked at the detectives quizzically. Mike half expected him to ask if he was going too fast, but for once even he could keep up. Laraby also looked like he was having no trouble with anything the young man had covered so far. Perhaps the DI too had spent enough time standing here like this as scientists explained concepts to a certain other detective they both knew. In addition to all that, the Wellborn family has allowed a number of studies of Sylvan Ridge going back decades. We have data on the soil matrix, water supplies, fungi, and microbial life up there. And, if that wasn't enough, the Oakham Manor tract has exactly the kind of topographical challenges we needed to test out our equipment. And, of course, this wonderful 4 seasons a day Norfolk climate. As I say, all in all, just about the perfect package. A lot to lose, then, said Laraby thoughtfully. It sounds like the land was more important than the money the Ivy League was going to invest. Finding investors was no problem. I didn't need to hire that idiot James for that. There were people lining up to get in on this project. The land was the key. That's why I particularly needed him to get the Ivy League investment. And in that, of course, he failed spectacularly. Laraby and Mike looked at each other. Based on the way he dealt with Dawes' failure to meet his expectations, Amandal didn't strike either of them as the kind of person who would keep that sort of disappointment to himself. But you have managed to press on? Laraby's inquiry had the air of a man simply trying to clear up a puzzling detail. We had to divide our data gathering into a series of separate experiments. Amandal waved a slender hand at the vast indoor soil beds behind him. Then some poor sod had to come up with a set of algorithms to stitch all this disparate data together while compensating for variances in each category's data-gathering parameters. Well, it sounds like a lot of work. You think? Said Amandal sarcastically. 2 weeks of 20-hour days, Inspector. But eventually I got it done. Other than a couple of weeks' worth of caffeine pills, we're not out anything at all. He paused. If that's where you're going with all this. But you didn't know at the time you were leaving abusive messages on Erin Dawes' answering machine that you would be able to compensate for the loss of Oakes's land. No, I didn't. Oxford weren't offering courses in clairvoyance when I was there. Look, losing the Oakham property could have spelt the end of this project. It should have. A lot of people thought it would be impossible to make the adjustments we needed, given the time we had. I have to admit, when I first realised we hadn't secured that land, I was one of them. To set up an indoor system like this, to write the algorithms... Amandal shook his head. I didn't think it could be done. There was something about the open, unchecked way Amandal was barrelling into motives that Mike found disconcerting. For a bright man, the scientist didn't seem to appreciate that admitting to additional reasons for wanting to take vengeance on Erin Dawes wasn't much of a way to convince someone you hadn't taken it. Chapter 27. Lindy stared out at the olive-green water moving like a restless animal in the confines of the harbour walls. In some ways, it seemed like only moments since she had been here with Colleen Shepherd and her ever-so-casual inquiries about Domenic. But in others, it may as well have been a lifetime ago, so much had changed. As for the last time she had been here with Dom, Lindy couldn't even bring her mind round to the question. It seemed as if it belonged to a different life altogether, some parallel universe, remote, unattached, floating somewhere out there in the cloud-dappled sky. There was a loud crash from the cafe's kitchen, and Lindy flinched, physically jolting in her seat and twisting towards the door. Angry voices brought her back to this time, this place, the arguing drowning out the echo of the metal pot hitting the tiled floor. When she reached for her tea, she found her hand shaking so much that she had to set the mug down again. She waited, pressing her hands together tightly in her lap. She was still in the same pose when Shepherd walked to the table. She slid her hands down casually to her sides and then brought them up again, resting her elbows on the table, setting her chin on her clasped hands just in case. "How are you feeling?" asked Shepherd as she sat. "It will take a few days, at least. You should think about seeing someone. I could give you some names, if you like." Lindy looked out at the dark, uneasy water. No matter how much it churned, how much it roiled and seethed, in the end it always settled again and became calm. With time. "Thanks. I hear you've been asking a lot of questions of the other reporters. Is it my turn now?" The question was as clear a signal as possible that Lindy wanted to move on from the subject of her mental health. Shepherd pursed her lips. "Our investigations lead us to believe this is exactly what it appears to be. An accident caused by flammable chemicals ignited by a chance spark. However, We put a bit more into it because it was the offices of a news magazine, home of a high-profile journo, as a matter of fact. Shepherd allowed herself a small smile. So what about it, Lindy? You haven't written anything to upset anyone lately, have you? No editorials espousing the claims of the Canada goose as Canada's national bird, for example? If I had, I think we both know who'd be number one on your suspect list. What about you? Have you made a decision yet? I'm sorry? Eric's gift? Oh, I ended up buying him a stuffed duck online. A lesser scorp. Apparently, a lot of the birders out here believe it's the rarity most likely to show up next in Norfolk. Eric desperately wants to be the first to see one, so I've made his wishes come true. She shook her head. Honestly, I think I'm becoming as mad as he is. He'll love it, said Lindy genuinely. But you do realise he'll take it to work and put it on his desk. We'll all have to stare into the thing's beady little eyes every time he calls us into his office to tell us what a crap job we're doing. You're welcome, said Shepherd, smiling again. But the banter was never going to last very long, as strained and as forced as it was. It was Shepherd's turn to look out the window for a moment. I was a bit surprised he didn't come back, she said to the glass. Everything all right out there? I asked him not to. Told him, actually. He's been looking forward to this trip, and he needed a break. Lindy, Shepherd said softly, Columbia, it's where his brother ran into all that trouble. Maybe. Yes. She found herself unable to deny it, the fight gone from her. She felt weak, hollow, as if the blast had blown away her insides and left only a shell, fragile, brittle, unable to withstand any scrutiny at all. If he is there to offer assistance to his brother, Lindy, it's a criminal offence. I won't be able to help him. Lindy shook her head. She felt dizzy, her thoughts blurring into a mist of uncertainty and confusion. No, he doesn't know where his brother is. Not anymore. He went there to see it for himself, to come to terms with it all. We didn't discuss it much. He spent most of the last week studying the birds he might see. So many double-barreled names. Shrike vireos, chat tyrants, nightingale thrushes, and so many that seemed to like ants. Ant pitas, ant wrens, ant birds. I mean, are there really that many ants in Columbia? I'm surprised they have any room for the people. She was rambling, but Shepherd was sitting still, not intervening, just listening. The thing is, Lindy, if he does manage to reconcile himself to it, the terrible thing that happened out there, do you think it will make any difference to how he feels about being here in North Norfolk? Lindy had recovered and was distressed at having found herself so far out of control, but she stared at Shepherd now, wide-eyed, uncomprehending. The trouble with his brother was what brought him to the UK in the first place. In fact, drove him here, might be a better way of putting it. If that issue is no longer hanging over him, I wonder if his need to be here would disappear too. Of course, we have loved having Dominic, but nothing lasts forever in a policing career. We must all prepare for the day when somebody moves up, or on. What? No. Dom loves it here. The birds, the wind, the seas. The birds? No, Colleen. DCS Shepherd, no. He'd never dream of leaving. He loves it here. The police work," she added lamely. Shepherd looked at Lindy for a long time. "I feel so sorry for him sometimes," she said. "He's so talented.